Well, even though Super Bowl 59 was completely one-sided down in New Orleans, it still drew record numbers for the second straight year. According to the early returns, an average of 126 million took in the game between KC and Philly, which earned its biggest draw in the second quarter, obviously, before things got officially out of hand, a peak of 137 million. With the conclusion of the big game, the draft order is officially set now, and the Lions, they are at number 28 overall. Edge rusher, a pretty popular projection for the Lions in the 2025 NFL mock drafts. Yes, it's pretty early. Numerous publications such as The Athletic, ESPN, and NFL.com have Detroit focusing on players who can attack the opposing quarterback, offensive line, also a focus in multiple mocks. MSU basketball no longer a top 10 team at the moment. The Twin losses in LA, dropping the Spartans down to number 11 in the AP rankings as they get ready to host Indiana tonight at the Breslin Center. Meanwhile, the Wolverines are trending up, raising 4 spots to number 20 with a clash against top 10 Purdue as a big measuring stick this evening. And Tyrone Lorenzo will be a part of spring camp with the Tigers as they prepare for the upcoming season. He was acquired along with Trey Sweeney for Jack Flaherty from the Dodgers last season. Not a part of the released player list. Big names Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal. They were left off for developmental reasons, according to The Beat. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
And we are live on a Tuesday. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass. Can we have a show discussion here for a second?
Yeah. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning. I'm not at all calling him out. I guess I am.
Oh, no, go ahead.
This has happened twice in the last 2 weeks. This is part of this shift, so you guys tell me.
Might be actually in the last 7 days.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, it's happened twice.
Gov will be in. Shot us a text. Overslept. Ugh. This has not happened to me in almost a year of doing mornings, and you guys told me it's going to happen.
Oh, it'll happen at some point. I don't know I can't remember when it happened to me, where I don't think it was in the first year because there's this heightened sense of awareness. Being the rookie, being the new guy, you're nervous, and you set the alarm. When it generally happens is you've had a Friday off. So you turn all of those automatic alarms off on your phone, and then you forget to set it on a Monday or, whatever. You've had a week off. You're going to have a week off. So you are at risk the Monday following a vacation or a time off. It's unique for Gov in this situation because this is Tuesday. Like
You're already back into the week.
The alarms all work the same today as they did yesterday. I wonder if there's something else at work here.
Oh.
What are you implying?
Like what?
I don't know.
You implying what you texted him?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Little morning delight. It's always possible. Although twice in 7 days.
So you think he's that lucky?
Wow, that would be amazing.
What you're telling me is don't talk the talk before I go on this vacation.
Yes.
Because I may fall victim to the same thing. But my process is I have an alarm that I set the night before. I set a backup alarm. My wife sets an alarm.
So do you actively set it every night?
It's not
like
automatic.
Like an alarm clock?
No, like on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can have it repeat.
I know you can, but it's part of my process every night is to make sure.
You set it every night?
Oh, no, but I have multiple alarms set.
Oh, sure,
Yes.
sure.
It's 2, and they're like 5 minutes apart, and I will do the thing where I start to close my eyes. Did I set AM or PM? And I'll wake back up and look at it. So
you'll forget one night.
Maybe I'll slip up one of these days, but I have the backup with my wife. She sets the alarm.
Just wait. Wait till you've been here for several, a while past a year. It always happens. It happened to me when my phone did an update and then didn't restart. Yeah. That day, that was the first time I ever overslept here. It's happened since, but I went and bought an old school alarm clock, used that diligently for 6 months. Then I was like, well, this is
stupid.
I'm done with this.
Yes. Okay. If you guys are up right now, you have to have a process. So let us know. Ticket, text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. We have a Lions-Eagles comparison this hour. A lot of football, a lot of what now without football, and a Super Bowl holiday question. One state wants to make Super Bowl Monday a thing. We'll get to that later in the show. But if you have a process so that you don't oversleep to get to your job at 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, wherever you're on your way right now, let us know.
The one time that happened to me, now I've never been late. I've never not been on air at 6 a.m.
I haven't seen it.
I've showed up at 5:58 one time.
Oh, really? What happened?
And this, well, so it was kind of one of those things where my alarm either didn't go off or I hit the snooze. It's rare that I even hear my alarm. I just get up. The same thing on Saturdays and Sundays. My wife hates it, right? I just get up. But for whatever reason, I was tired. I slept through the alarm, and then my phone. The one thing I do.
You said doo-doo.
Yeah, I said doo-doo. The one thing I do every night is I make sure that I turn my ringer on so that it's not on silent. It doesn't matter for the alarm, but it does matter for, like, now that Lucy's at school, right? I want to make sure that I don't have a silent ringer that I'm not going to hear if she needs something in the middle of the night. And so I turn that on every night. Stoney called me, and it was literally, I don't know, 5:35, and he's like, "Hey, are you almost here?" Nope. And so I jump out of bed.
How quickly can you do the turnaround?
Oh, I could be out the door in
5 minutes.
I could
7
be
minutes?
out the door in 60 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Pajama Jansen, let's go.
No,
Throw on a hat?
put on a hat. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about being a dude, right? Is
You're like
and especially
sweatpants.
doing what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're on Twitch, but hey, I threw on my jeans, threw on my shirt, threw on my hat. I'm out the door. No coffee, no nothing, and I was breaking land speed records to get here. Got here at
So you do
5:58.
speed.
So, I did that time. Yes.
Got him.
I've never said I don't speed.
I know, you just-
yeah.
you
This
don't
was
go
one.
over
This was a
80, I
time.
guess.
Yeah, I didn't. I went right up to that line.
Okay.
And I got here at 5:58. Sat down, and we started the show. So that's that. I've been close to not being here.
We're coming up this week, I think will be a full year that I've been on the show.
Wow, that flew by.
I know.
Yeah.
You have never even flirted with being late, John. Like, you are always
Right.
here.
Yeah. I tried
Never-
actually. There's a little competition I have. It's an unsaid competition with Greg of who can be here first, and it's somewhat. There was a string of about a month, maybe to 6 weeks, where I was always about 2 minutes after him, and it drove me nuts.
You said that you put your ringer on, which is something
yeah.
I don't do and probably should do, because in the event that I do oversleep, I don't need it to just be silent on the nightstand.
Yeah.
But then you get all I guess you can do not disturb, but you don't want to get all the dings, people texting you, people who stay up later.
Well, so here's what you do. You can have it on the focus. I know that's what it's called on iPhones, or do not disturb. You have a certain amount of people that if they call you that are on a list that it actually will ring. And obviously everybody in my family is on that.
But everybody on the show.
And everybody on the show is on that. Including Jimmy. Not Jim Costa, Jim Powers, in case something comes up.
JP.
Yeah, so yes. It's best known by.
I heard Stoney call him that a couple weeks ago, and I was like, You're the one calling him that. Anyway.
Yeah. So so I do have a process. You could do that as well.
Yeah. Now it makes sense, because sometimes when we bet something on Cash the Ticket, I'll wake up and see like the 10 o'clock game and it hit, and I'll send the group text.
Yeah.
And I'll get a message from Valeni at like 8 in the morning. Why are you messaging me at 4:45? It's because some of you guys keep those notifications on in the night.
Yeah.
Let's get some phone calls. 248-539-9797. Tom will be here probably any minute, but he overslept. It happens. How do you avoid that? Mike in Washington Township, you're on 97.1. What's the system?
Oh, I got a perfect foolproof system. No alarm clocks, no nothing. I got a 6-month-old baby in the back seat that does a solo concert every morning at about 3:30. And she's over there singing her little songs, and Dad's gonna wake up one way or another.
Oh yeah.
I like how you put that solo singing.
And real quick,
yeah.
not on topic, but thank God we lost versus Washington and not in the Super Bowl, because I would be in a deep, dark depression if we just lost how them Chiefs lost.
Yeah, but if you were in the Super Bowl, you wouldn't have been playing Philly. You'd have been playing Kansas City, and you might have done the same thing to them.
Yeah, but we lose like how they lost. I don't think I'm watching football next season.
Yeah, the hangover would be a hell of a hangover. I get that. What's your daughter's name by any way?
Mila.
Mila.
That's a great name.
All right. Yeah. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you, baby.
She'll sleep soon.
Yeah, I
One of
hope
these
so.
years.
Y'all have a great day.
Yeah, Teddy's
Thanks,
3.
Mike.
And, yeah, maybe by the time she's 5.
My kids sleep great, so
Yeah, I hate
there
you.
is hope.
Hate you.
Dan in Port Huron. What's going on?
How's it going this morning?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I got. I do the same thing. I set it every night. Back to alarms, 15 minutes apart, and I got that Amazon Alexa that does it in Disney voices. So I thought you guys might like that.
Oh, okay. All right. The Amazon.
Yeah,
So
you set it, you just,
can you program the voice, or can you change the voice on that so it's not always the same voice?
yeah, they mix it up every time. So you get Mickey, you get Donald, you get all types of stuff.
Who
It's
woke
pretty
you up
funny,
today?
Oh.
Who is the voice today?
Today was Mickey.
Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of
Wake on up!
slowly
Like,
goes
what does
on.
Mickey sound like?
It's pretty funny.
That's
You
awesome.
get kick us.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an Amazon Alexa. It's they got the little screen on. I think it's called the Echo Dot, or maybe not the Echo Show. I think, but yeah, it's pretty neat.
Okay.
Almost begs the question, which voice do you want to wake you up if you could choose any?
Shoot.
You got an old football coach yelling at you, John?
Oh man, if I was going to choose a voice, I'd choose John Wayne. That was
Of course you would. Yeah. We got some good response coming in.
time to get up, partner.
248.
Howdy.
Let us
Time to
know.
get on that horse.
We've all been there. You oversleep. What's your system to avoid it? You all got to get up early like we do. 248-539-9797. A question for Lions fans about next season. A head-to-head with the Eagles coming up at 6:35. It's 97-1. We're going to get an answer from Gov here in a second, who has made it in. But
safely.
Like twice in about a week. Look, we all got to get up early. Everybody's got their system. I have the bravado to believe I'm never going to have it happen.
As you should.
I feel like I've got it down. Multiple alarms. The wife has an alarm. I haven't had an issue in coming up on a full year doing mornings.
So you make Kelsey wake up as well.
No, the system is I walk over to her side of the nightstand, pick up her phone, and turn off her alarm before it goes off. So it should
it's
only
just the
go
backup
off.
of the backup.
Yes, it should only go off if I have royally effed up.
Okay, got it.
You have access to her phone, man. You could really mess with her. At that time, I mean.
I suppose I could,
yes.
John. If I wanted to just be a ruthless POS at 4-something in the morning. We wanted to know your system. We got some great ticket texts coming in. Someone brought up that Disney voices will wake them up on their Amazon device. Texter says, what about Detroit sports voices? Like Ernie Harwell would wake you up every day.
That would be amazing.
Or Dan Miller. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Attack the day.
Man from Canton, Michigan's going to take that ball home. Yeah, that would be awesome.
House by the side of the road. Tom, before we get these phone calls in, you are here. You are alert. Everything okay?
Anything interesting?
No, it's nothing sexy like you guys were talking about. I mean,
well, let's not, overuse that adjective, but yeah.
So the only thing that's changed, this has only happened like one time, I think, since John's been on the show to me, and it's happened twice in 7 days. The only change that's happened is two things. All right, Sam has had basketball practice starting at 8 o'clock on Mondays. And this has only been going on like 3 or 4 weeks. And so this has both happened after Monday nights, Tuesday mornings. And then we have a puppy. And Kelly has been sleeping downstairs. And so what Jim said is true. Although I don't put an alarm over by her side to get up, there was always an accountability to get up and not keep hitting snooze. And both weeks, all that's happened is I know it's gone off at the normal time. And I think I hit snooze. And suddenly I'm startled. And I look and it's like 5:20. Or whatever, and I'm like, whoa. I mean, as quick as I got here, considering my 40-minute drive, I was ready.
It's a long way from Tecumseh.
Yes, I was ready to go. Everything was in place, and all I can think is that there just must be something going on mentally with me, of walking in the house at 9:30 at night on a Monday and having to be here, and then Kelly not sleeping because she's downstairs with the puppy, and I'm just like mentally like zoned out or something. I don't know.
Wait till they're in high school and you have multiple nights where there's a couple of basketball games, or there's going to be a lot of things. A parent meeting. Well, no, it's coming, because right now it's Monday night and you're like, okay, I can figure this out, and then all of a sudden it's a Tuesday and Thursday night. It's coming.
I definitely think it's Kelly not sleeping in the bed. Seriously, because you don't want to hit snooze more than once and disturb the other person. Let her get her extra hour and a half of sleep. And I'm just zonked out because I know, John, when you started on the show and we were going through the transition and everything happened with Jamie, I was all over the place. I remember Jimmy calling me one time. We didn't get home from a baseball game till after 10 o'clock at night, and I'd have no problem just re-triggering and going the next morning. And I don't have that accountability, so it's sort of like I'm by myself back in the olden days.
Well, I would like to think that you feel comfortable enough that if this does happen, that we could take care of things here. We'll get the show up and running.
We're ready to go every night. I mean, I'm pretty confident of what we're doing. And it's like, are we going to start with Philly?
Well, and it's good you're here, because otherwise the 2 Grand Slam was going to be too easy. Because I'd write the questions.
Oh yeah. You guys always want to have winners and give away money, and I got to be the stopgap here. That it has to be somewhat of a challenge.
What color are the Red Wings home uniforms? I will
say this: I don't believe
that.
I think since I've been doing this in 2012 at this shift, I think I've only called in sick once. I think since this show started, every single other person's been sick at some point.
I think you're right.
So what's worse, 15 minutes or
the whole show?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have the March Madness flu.
Oh, here it is. Right. By the way, ticket texter on voices they want to wake themselves up with: Marilyn Monroe, Robert and Corona. Mm-hmm. All right, Dave in Allen Park, you got some thoughts here on 97.1.
Yeah, Cookies, I do what you do, man. I double check and triple check my alarm every night, but it got me this morning. I get the wife nudges me. She says, honey, what time are you getting up? I said, did my alarm go off? What time is it? She said, it's 2:51. I said, she goes, you hit your snooze twice, and then you shut it off on the third time. I don't remember none of it. So I'm scrambling. I'm like, I can't, I have a routine. I always get up that's my fail safe is I get up 2 hours early.
Why don't you
aggressive.
just have it repeat on your phone instead of having to set it every night? It seems like that is an increased anxiety the night before.
No, it is. It's set. It's on repeat.
Oh, okay.
But I always double check it and triple check and make sure my volume's up, make sure it is on.
Yeah.
I double check the AM, PM.
Yep.
But I'm scrambling. I can't get, I'm like, what about my coffee? She says, figure it out, Buttercup. Love you. See you this afternoon.
Yes.
Dave, love the phone call. Glad you made your way out of bed. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, I'm pretty pumped for this news. I'll have to wait a little longer before I can actually reap the benefits of it. But Buddy's Pizza is testing its first ever round pizzas. And I am not a square pizza eater.
Really?
No, I just won't eat it.
Really? Too heavy?
Yeah, I like the crust on a round pizza. Like that's like my
crust on a square. The
No.
corners are just the best flavors.
No, I don't like the crisp. I don't know. I just don't really like
Okay.
it. No, I like it. I eat it almost like a breadstick. Like I could eat just crust.
Oh.
Like I could skip all of the pizza, just give me your crust,
You know,
and I'd
we
be happy.
had the story yesterday. I think you brought it up. Like, Jim Harbaugh eats like a child.
Oh, yeah.
So do you.
I eat very much like a child. We have that in common. Although I don't eat chicken fingers or Uncrustables, but I eat very childlike.
Yes.
Mine is more cereal, pizza crust,
Potatoes, mac and
string
cheese.
cheese. Yeah, things like that. Yes. But so unfortunately for us here in Metro Detroit, the round pizza, that their rendezvous rounds is what they're called, won't be available here. They're only going to be at 2 locations on the west side of the state. So they're going to offer the new rounds at Grand Rapids and at the Portage location. But basically, the CEO says, you know what? Pizza should make you happy. And people in West Michigan apparently want more options. So they're going to explore that. But what?
So I was in West Michigan when Buddy's moved out there.
Yeah.
And I was telling people, you're going to love this pizza.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they insist on round.
Oh, yeah, because you're a pizza snob.
I know. And Buddies can do whatever they want, but stay tried and true. Don't cave to the round.
Cave to it and bring it to Clarkston. Because Colin likes Buddies. He orders it a lot, but I don't eat it. Like, I won't eat it. I don't like it.
I just had it Sunday for...
I like pizza, but I don't like square pizza.
That's amazing
Yeah.
to me.
Okay.
I like thin crust. Well, I like the thin crust, but I like,
What's your go-to topping?
just cheese and
cheese.
sauce. Yeah, no toppings.
Like a
Maybe
child.
I could get some veggies, but I typically just pick them off. But they do leave a lingering flavor even after you pick them off. So
Right, that's why they say they soil it. Yes, they leave that lingering
they
flavor.
do.
Yes.
You guys, there's some really devastating news. You might have seen this. It was shocking when it popped up on my phone, but Detroit police are investigating a tragic story where 2 children apparently froze to death.
Oh, no.
In a van at Hollywood Casino. So according to police, the family was actually living in this van, pulled into the casino around 1 a.m. There was a mother, obviously, inside the van with 5 children, noticed that one of the kids wasn't breathing, called for help. The godmother came to pick up the children, took them to the hospital, and then that's when Detroit police were called. Police say that the van, after it pulled into the parking lot, ran out of gas. And it's cold overnight,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The children ranged in age from 2 to 13 years old. The 2 that passed away, 9 years old and 2 years old. They say that its early indicators are that they froze to death, but will have to be confirmed by an autopsy. So tragic. Todd Bettison has been named as Mayor Mike Duggan's choice to become the new Detroit police chief. So Duggan called Monday a day of celebration, and he said that if he could pick any person in the country to lead Detroit's police department, he still would pick Bettison. Bettison is a 27-year police veteran, former deputy mayor, and has served as the interim police chief since November. So
Yeah, he started on patrol. What was it, 94, 97, something like that.
Wow, so he's been-
he knows the ins and outs.
Yep. According to an annual survey, an estimated 22.6 million American workers planned to miss work on Super Bowl Monday. So there was all these people who already had planned that they weren't going to go in. That's up from 16.1 million last year. It also breaks the previous record of 18.8 million from 2023. And it says that there could have been even more people who didn't go into work on Monday because those were just the people who already planned not to go in. And there's other people who just probably woke up the day and were like,
not going.
Not feeling very well. So pretty crazy. And then on top of that, 12.9 million employees said that they plan to go in at least late on that Monday. And that is why there are some people who really want to make Super Bowl Monday an annual holiday. 55% of Americans said the Monday after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday.
Did I see the state of Indiana has introduced some piece of legislation to make it happen? We're going to talk about it coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Hear from Metro Detroiters on it. Coming up next, a head-to-head comparison. You want to win the Super Bowl? How do you stack up with the Eagles? It's 97-1. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000 with us. Good morning. Welcome in. Lions got to chase down the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. You know what you're trying to accomplish. See how you stack up. John, want to do a side-by-side with Philadelphia, position by position. And I want people to be honest. Take off the Honolulu blue glasses, because I think this might be a sobering exercise to set the tone for the offseason. Sound good?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's start with general manager. Who's got the edge, Philly or Detroit?
Philly.
Okay. And it's no knock on Brad Holmes, who's executive of the year, but Howie Roseman's done it better.
He's done it better. He's done it longer. He's had more experience. He's had more opportunity to be right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a very important offseason for Brad Holmes. One, we talk about Myles Garrett. We talk about the edge rusher. What's he going to do there? How is he going to continue to, quote unquote, water the garden? And what is he going to do with guys that he has drafted that maybe aren't the answer, like a Levi Onwuzurike? What's he going to do with him? Is he going to re-sign Carlton Davis, or is he going to let him walk? Like, there's a lot of really important decisions. And I mentioned Levi Onwuzurike because that was his first second-round pick.
Yeah.
And he's been hurt. We heard so much about his training camp and whether or not he was going to be a huge contributor. Oh, he could play all 4 spots up front. Taylor Decker mentioned him. Everybody mentioned him.
We didn't see it play out.
And we didn't see it play out.
No, and I look at Howie Roseman, who, again, has done a phenomenal job drafting and resetting this organization from 1 Super Bowl win to, did I mention his 2nd Super Bowl win? As great a job as Holmes has done resurrecting the Lions franchise, Howie Roseman is the gold standard. It's drafting, which he's done as well or better than Holmes, and it's moves like Barkley and A.J. Brown that he's gone out and made splashes to help that.
Free agency for Saquon Barkley, trade for A.J. Brown. It's Jahan Dotson. It's Mekhi Becton, who was a first-round pick for the Jets, and by all accounts, it sounded like that was going nowhere. He was able to salvage him and put him down to guard. So it's being able to find diamonds in the rough in free agency, but also putting them with coaches that you believe can develop them. Tell me if I'm not talking about where we think the Detroit Lions are.
Yep, you're absolutely right. You mentioned coaching. Who's got the edge there? Again, we love Dan.
Yes.
Sirianni's a Super Bowl champ, and he's not making mistakes in game that he has to apologize at the podium afterwards for.
Yeah, but he also had an epic collapse last year.
And Dan had a pretty epic playoff exit this season.
Sure. And a loss in the NFC Championship game. It's hard to say. I mean, this one's tough.
You can call it a push if you want.
I want to call it a push, but why am I calling it a push? Because we're talking about a guy that took a team, hired 2 new coordinators, so you have to, by default, say Sirianni, but he has such a punchable face.
He does.
That it's John, really hard for me to.
You even said it today. They win the Super Bowl. He's got his hat over his
eyes.
And you're like, this guy.
Yeah, I mean, you're so cool. No, you're not. I mean, it's just, I'm going to have to say
Philly.
Super Bowl champ. Philly.
Okay, so head coach and GM, quarterback. It's Jalen Hurts.
Yes, although
Jalen Hurts has played in 2 Super Bowls and played better in both Super Bowls than Goff did in his appearance.
His one, yes.
And again, he is now a Super Bowl champion. If you were at all on the fence.
Are we just going to use that default for every position? Well, on the offensive line, they won a Super Bowl, so it's got to be Philly.
No, but
the
with
defensive line, they won a Super Bowl, it's got to be Philly.
Head coach and quarterback and GM are like positions we really do value the direct correlation to winning, right?
Oh, so did you just say you don't value the offensive line?
Yeah, John, that's what I said.
Yeah. Really?
That's not what I said. You're with me, though. It's Hurts, Goff. It's
yes.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Okay, running back.
I'll say a slight edge.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't have to be by a cavernous gap. Detroit is very much a Super Bowl contender, but we're seeing how they stack up. Running back.
See, this one's tough because we all know that the season that Saquon Barkley had. But when you look at, we talk about Jahmyr Gibbs and his 1,400 yards, David Montgomery. Now, because we're talking about the position.
Sure.
All right, as a position, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery ran for almost 2,200 yards.
How many did Barkley run for?
I don't know. You tell me.
Saquon Barkley last season ran for 2,000 yards.
Okay, so I'm going to say this is a push because of now they're getting it from one player, and the Lions are getting it from two. But I also believe Jahmyr Gibbs, given more opportunity and not splitting as much time, is as good as Saquon Barkley.
Okay. I'm still waiting for an area Detroit's better. I think we get that with the next position group, wide receiver. And it's only slight, but I think St. Brown is better than A.J. Brown. I think J-Mo more productive than even Devontae Smith was this year. I give a very slight edge to the Lions at receiver.
Yeah, I would as well. And it's really the depth of talent. Now, are we including Laporta?
If you throw
this?
tight end, I think even more so than
Right.
it's
Yeah,
Detroit.
I
Pass
think
catchers are the Lions.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
O-line's a push.
O-line's a push, yeah. But you know what? O-line is a push if we're just talking about what we saw this past year. I think the Eagles are set moving into next year because we don't know what the Lions are going to do in free agency. We don't know what they're going to do in the draft. We believe we have something in Mahogany. Zeitler, while he played, we just don't know. So if we're just talking about where they stand after this past season, then sure, I'll say a push.
D-line, it's got to be Philly, right?
Yeah.
Watching them manhandle their way to a Super Bowl on Sunday. Linebackers. Bond had a great season for them. They found him as a diamond in the rough. Nakobe Dean, when he was healthy, performed as one of the best linebackers in football. I gave a slight edge to Philly here.
I'm going to say a push in that one because when you look at what Alex Anzalone had done, Barnes in that early on this season, Jack Campbell I thought had a really good to almost terrific season as a second-year player. I'm gonna call that one a push.
Okay, corner.
Oh, that goes to Philly.
Mm-hmm. And safety goes to Detroit.
Yes.
I think those are pretty clear cut. Yeah. Special teams, Detroit.
Yeah.
Kicker, punter.
Long
snapper if you want. I know you don't like how tiny their long snapper is.
Yes.
But special teams, the edge goes to the Lions.
Yes. Khalif Raymond.
And Khalif Raymond on returns. But the key categories of head coach, GM, and quarterback, as well as D-line and even O-line is a push. Philly's got some big edges here in the head-to-head, which shows you the Lions have their work cut out for themselves.
Well, so we talk about slight edge. We talk about, I'm not saying they're big edges. And so when you do this exercise, if you're just looking on the surface and saying, well, okay, this one goes to the Lions, this one goes to Philly. Philly has more of those. However, I do believe that this offseason, it's very important for the Detroit Lions. This may be the most important offseason that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have had since they've been in Detroit, because you've done everything but get to the Super Bowl. You did the NFC Championship game. You had an edge. You lost it in the second half. You had the number one seed, and you lost in your first opportunity in the playoffs. Why was that? And part of it is, injuries. Now, as a general manager, you can't account for preseason, during the season, 13 injuries on one side of the ball. And I think Brad Holmes did as masterful a job as possible handling that situation and putting guys in position or giving guys to the coaching staff. But I do think moving forward, even with Hutch being healthy, he was an absolute terror weapon. Use whatever the descriptor you want. They have to address the rest of that defensive line. Now, Aleem McNeil, you're set. DJ Reader, I think he is good for another year.
Yeah, one more.
But what are you doing with opposite Aiden Hutchinson? I think that was highlighted early in the season, and it was certainly highlighted after Aiden Hutchinson got hurt because there's no one to fill the void. If Myles Garrett went down for Cleveland, if Max Crosby, as he did late in the season, went down for the Raiders, you're not going to have another one of those guys to put in there and fill that void. But we had no one to pick up any slack.
So I think this is a healthy exercise, and we'll ask you guys as Lions fans, where are the Lions definitely better than the Eagles? I think it could be a sobering exercise. It's a comparison. You're trying to win a Super Bowl. You stack yourself up against the best. And we gave you what we think. You guys can fill in the blanks yourself. John, we spent a lot of time talking about Myles Garrett. It's the obvious. Yes, go at a premium pass rusher, whether it's Garrett or Parsons or Crosby if he's any of these guys. but it's not the only thing the Lions have to get better at. And I think that's what this exercise shows. So we'll talk about that a little more coming up next. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you're going to need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're experienced and prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a dork you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Look, you've heard from a show or two that Myles Garrett would make a lot of sense in Detroit. Hell, I think as a station, we've covered our bases pretty strongly there. Pass rush, help the Lions win a Super Bowl. But it's not the only thing the Lions need to improve if they're going to be the team holding the Lombardi Trophy next season. We did the side-by-side with Philly, and the only areas we definitively said Detroit is better are safety, pass catcher, and special teams. Plenty of work to be done besides Myles Garrett. Is that fair to say?
Sure. There's always going to be work to be done. There's going to be areas that you look at last year and say, yes, we could certainly get better there. I also think we're approaching this between these two teams with the context that Philly is the best team in the NFL right now. They're the gold standard. They're the Super Bowl champs. When they played on Sunday, that was the best game that Philly had played all season long. In every phase. There were times where you saw that defensive line be effective like that, but I don't necessarily think you ever saw it for 4 quarters like they were. The secondary is certainly good. They were made a hell of a lot better because of and they appeared to be much better because of the play of the front 4. Same with the linebackers. Offensively, Jalen Hurts twice in the Super Bowl, twice played well in the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl champ. So obviously you give him that edge, but I don't necessarily know that it's just because you give him the edge. It's not a huge gap between what you're getting between the two quarterbacks for what the offenses are and how they're built.
The team that's better on paper doesn't always win the game.
Right.
Is another way of saying that. But you want to be as good as you can be. So if we say, defensive line could use an upgrade, I think you've already hit on it. You have to stay ahead on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Water the garden is the phrase that Brad Holmes used. Can't have any drop-off because that line needs to be sturdy for Goff to outplay Hurts in a head-to-head, right? He needs to have the time to process and hit the shots down the field because we know he can, and that would be a path for Detroit. And then the other thing that's a huge question is corner. To me, we gave the edge to Philly. For Detroit, are you bringing back the veteran presence that you missed last year, Carlton Davis? Are you seeing a big leap from Terrion Arnold to where he is better than Cooper DeJean? Some of this has to be internal player development beyond just free agency.
I think Terrion Arnold is going to take a big step forward. I like the way he was playing. I liked how he played all season long. Obviously, the aggressive mistakes at the beginning of the year, there are a lot of lessons to be learned. And there are a few positions that are really hard to make that transition to play at a high level from college to the pros. Corner is one of them. It generally takes some time. We're not talking about Sauce Gardner here in terms of Terrion Arnold. I do think that he does develop into a above average corner. And the big question is Carlton Davis. You're going to bring him back. Yeah. I liked how Amik Robertson played, but I don't necessarily know. I still want a number one corner. Terrion Arnold, I think, is still 1 year away from being that guy.
Yeah, in a year where you're trying to win the Super Bowl, you don't have to bank on it. You want to have seen it first. Those are some of the questions. Take a text, 248-539-9797. Says Lions have superior kicking game compared to the Eagles. Chris in Flat Rock. I think we had that, special teams, but he echoes it.
Woohoo.
John loves the kicker advantage.
Well, I mean, it is an advantage. Jake Bates is an advantage. And so is Jack Fox. I don't mean to,
disparage these hardworking special teamers.
Well, let's just call them special teamers.
Okay, let's not get carried away. Putting Sirianni in front of Campbell is crazy. Sirianni had a star-studded roster and a healthy team. Put Bill Belichick on the Lions. He doesn't do better than Dan with these injuries. It was a helpless situation. Sirianni was blamed for a bad team culture just a year ago. That's never been said of Dan Campbell.
And that's where you run into this perception of, it's not a perception, it's a reality that Nick Sirianni won a Super Bowl. And he's been to the Super Bowl twice. Dan Campbell has yet to be there.
I mean, it's a likability to a degree, too, I think, a little bit with that.
That's what I struggle with because he's got the punchable face.
All right, exactly. I've just been listening to you guys do this comparison for 20 minutes here. And I really... are the Eagles a tier above the Lions? at least defensively. Let's just keep it on one side and the other.
Today, yes.
And
right?
offensively, I think you can make a case for both.
Well, yeah, the Lions are the number one scoring offense. I think they're certainly on the same level.
Yeah, I think you could split hairs between who you would pick to have the best. But it's pretty humbling when you look back on the Eagles season. John, something stood out last segment that you said in terms of, like, they dominated when you really think about it. In the playoffs, they allowed 77 points. They played Love, Daniels, Stafford, and Mahomes.
Damn.
During the regular season, they went on the road and won at Burrow and at Lamar and allowed they allowed 19 to one and 17 to the other.
Damn.
Like, I think we slept on them a little bit because of the preseason talk of them having disharmony. They started 2-2, and they ran the table except for a loss to the Commanders in Washington when Devontae Smith dropped that ball, remember?
Yeah.
And they would have been able to run out the clock. And also Kenny Pickett played like 56 minutes.
Oh, they went on a tear.
I mean, I think we
season.
kind of just dismissed what they did. What they did they played all the best QBs. It's something the Lions will have to do next year.
Correct.
Like, I think there might be a little bit more. It's so hard to judge with the Lions defense because of the injuries.
Correct.
What would they have been at the end of the year? And this shouldn't happen again next year. But the Lions have to somewhat significantly improve their defense to compete with them.
So, okay, and I think that's the key here. There's a lot of people who have said, well, the answer is just be healthy. And I think that's the wrong lesson to take out of last season. Because, first of all, health's not guaranteed. And two, you never want to just rest on we're already good enough. Think about how dominant Philadelphia was. The answer isn't just keep the band intact and we'll beat them next year. You should always be looking to improve. And if we're honest, and that's part of why we did this game, you are a step behind Philadelphia. Even if it's only a half step, you're not on their level right now.
So you look at their schedule, and okay, Giants twice, nothing impressive about that. Cowboys twice, nothing impressive about that. So I think that's, to your point, it goes into the mirage of maybe they weren't as good going into the playoffs as we should have given them the respect of being. And the one game where I really it opened my eyes was at Baltimore, when they were able to hold that offense with Lamar Jackson to 19 points, and they were able to confuse Lamar Jackson. They were able to limit Lamar Jackson, and along with, obviously, Derrick Henry, that's where I raised an antenna going, we're really going to have to make sure that this game is at home for the NFC Championship game, and then we never got to see it.
And looking back, that may have been the dead giveaway that Philly was going to be a Super Bowl champion.
That was the game where I felt like they're going to probably win it unless the Lions can get some magic at home. And I think we all just had trouble backing off from the Lions. I mean, let's admit it. We didn't want to give in because their record was so damn good.
Well, they kept winning. I mean, it felt like they were invincible. We saw the warts. We came on after the Buffalo game and said, boy, it's not good to lose McNeil and Carlton Davis and have Anzalone out. Like, we had acknowledged all of the shortcomings, but they just kept finding ways to win, including that big game against Minnesota in Week 18, and you felt like, okay, well, at least they secured home field. Mm-hmm. There's a path for them to get this done, and they didn't even get out of the starting gate, losing Game 1 to Washington.
I mean, the only time they were ever really threatened in the playoffs was when they got into a little trouble late with the Rams. They did have a double-digit lead, and they allowed the Rams to score with like 4 minutes ago, and then they gave them the ball right back, and Stafford got it down to the 20. I mean,
the odd stat in that game is that Jalen Hurts was not only sacked for a safety, he was sacked 7 times in that game. Now, okay, weather, a little bit of part of that, but both teams are playing in the same weather. That's the one that really that's the outlier, and I don't think it necessarily defines who they were.
Well, that would just say more. The Lions need to get more of a pass rush to have that ready for them next year.
Ticket Texter says we have 2 teams in the thick of a playoff race, and we're talking about the offseason. Says, I feel bad for the Pistons and the Red Wings. Well, you're in luck because we're going to turn the page coming up next. Now what? Football season's over. Who has your attention? 2 Grand Slam at 725. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. With pitchers and catchers set to report to Lakeland tomorrow for the Tigers, many still wondering if free agent Alex Bregman will make his decision, anytime soon. MLB insider Bob Nightingale believes so. And Nightingale says his gut tells him that Bregman will choose the Tigers, but obviously doesn't know for sure. In the meantime, Detroit's spring roster will feature 18 non-roster invitees, including 7 prospects. The first full squad workouts will begin in less than a week, with the first spring game set for February 22nd in Lakeland for everyone counting down. In the NFL, many trying to guess where a couple of big names will end up next season. 49ers weapon Deebo Samuel not expected to end up in Detroit, apparently. The Lions have the second longest odds in the league to acquire the speedster, who was given permission to seek a trade partner. As for Aaron Rodgers, who is parting with the Jets, the Steelers, Raiders, Niners, and Vikings are the top teams that could sign the 41-year-old quarterback, according to Vegas. And for those excited, the Tiger Woods was set to tee it up this week in California. Golf fans disappointed to learn that he is dropping out of the Genesis Invitational, saying he's not mentally ready to play following the death of his mom last week. He continues to mourn, having not played an individual PGA Tour event since last July. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, now what? Football season's over. What's got your attention, John? We got teams in a playoff race. We got baseball, as you remind us daily, one step closer.
I know. Tomorrow, pitchers and catchers. And a lot of the guys are already in Lakeland. So it's that story writes itself. So that's obviously where I'm going to turn a lot of my attention. I already have. But I think it's interesting because like basketball season is something that we need to take notice of here locally. The Pistons, we just had Trajan Langdon on yesterday. We had JB on last week. It's exciting. And that's something that we should all get tuned into, what the Pistons are doing. Also, Michigan State basketball.
Both play tonight.
They both play tonight, and I'm confused. Not at Michigan State, but I'm confused at the line on the Michigan-Purdue game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, okay, Michigan is favored by, some say 1.5, some say 2.5. Anyway, that's your range. Michigan favored by 1.5 to 2.5. Not just 3 weeks ago did they go to West Lafayette and lost by 30. How is okay? Home court in the Big Ten, especially, can be an advantage. Mm-hmm. That big?
This is a patented system. It's not a system, but plays like a system that you got to make because it is telling when the higher-ranked team is the underdog.
Yeah, 7th-ranked Purdue.
And yeah, home court matters in college basketball. It's the big takeaway here. It's going to be sold out tonight, Chrysler. Honestly, this is maybe the answer to the question who you're paying most attention to. I love hockey. Mm-hmm. They're on a 2-week hiatus right now. My biggest priority is seeing playoff hockey.
Was that the Four Nations thing?
Yeah, Four Nations is coming up. So with hockey on pause, I'm I don't know, I guess waiting for Bregman, waiting for baseball. That's still a couple weeks away too. I am going to dial in a little more to college hoops. And tonight's the perfect night to do it with a top 25 showdown in Ann Arbor. And it's not like MSU Indiana is really much of a like those are two heavy hitting games. Not like that's like a letdown either. You've got two good games to watch tonight. Maybe start to get into the March Madness flavor.
Sure. And not only that, but then the two teams will play on February 21. I think is a week from Saturday? Week from Friday. Yeah. And so there's a lot of excitement, or should be some excitement, about the basketball in the area, led by the Detroit Pistons for the fact that they are in a playoff position, not just a play-in tournament position, but a playoff position.
They play tonight too, right?
Do they play tonight?
All three are in action tonight.
We got all three in action tonight. This is
triple header.
The answer to the question.
What are you paying attention to?
Southeast Michigan. It is basketball night, Tuesday night.
Hoop season. I did notice in our neighborhood, there's a house that's had a Lions flag for, I don't know.
8 months?
8-9 months, yeah. And, big flag, middle. It was a Pistons flag yesterday.
Oh.
So they have made the switch.
Uh-huh.
So what are you guys doing? 248-539-9797. What has your attention now that football season's done?
Yeah. And at least the Big Ten has done it right where, okay, it's Michigan and Purdue at 7, Michigan State, Indiana at 9.
Yeah, double dip.
Yeah. And you can flip.
Peacock, though. Blech.
Are both of them on Peacock?
Yes.
Oh.
Not a fan. They're doing the game a disservice, putting so many of them on. That's the thing. So I find Michigan basketball to be very entertaining to watch this year. And man, they're fun, and when they're rolling with Wolf and Golden.
They're infuriating.
But every game against a decent team, it's the same dang thing.
They get up by 10, double digits.
It's unbelievable.
And then lose the lead.
And they almost flirt with losing. And I watched that game Saturday, and I'm like, if Indiana would have hit their threes in the second half a little more consistently, wide open shots, they would have won the game. And I do think they can make a run in the tournament because I think they're a very tough team to prepare for with Wolf. But the problem is they're going to run into somebody, too, who's hot shooting threes. And there's just I'm convinced Michigan will lose the way they've lost all season in the tournament. I'm like 1,000% convinced.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a question of whether it's going to happen like I would think they'd be able to get through the first round, but even from the second round all the way maybe to the Sweet 16 where a team has 4 or 5 days to prepare for them, Michigan State, I'm very I know they had a bump where they lost to 2 out west, but it would be fascinating to see Izzo make one like last run.
Oh,
I think he's got the type of team that can.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's a dominant team this year in college basketball. Tennessee's a little scary to me, man, when they're on. The Red Wings, this is what stinks about this lull right now. As soon as the Pistons play back-to-back against the Bulls the next 2 nights, they go to the All-Star break, and they don't play till the 21st. And then that's when Michigan State is. And the Red Wings don't play again until the 22nd. It's like, who decided to do this? These two sports are ready to be put on display, and they're both going away. The
Just
four
in
nations,
time for their breaks. Yeah.
Look, there might be a game I watch, and it'll be cool, but what's it mean? I mean,
So I think the cool thing is if you like hockey, and again, we're already shrinking the pool there. I understand that. Team USA is loaded. Like, they haven't played like Olympic competition with all these NHL guys in years. And the U.S., last I saw, was the favorite. So if you want to watch the U.S. kick ass, take down Canada, Sweden's got Lucas Raymond. But again, we're shrinking the pot there. Locally, I think the answer is Michigan and Michigan State. If you haven't been getting into college hoops, this is the opportunity to put your toe in the water. Michigan, you're right. It's not just Wolf that creates mismatches. How many teams can throw 7-footer pick and rolls? Because they have 2 7-footers. Right. I mean, nobody can see that. Nobody has a player like Wolf, but then to also put Golden in there too, they're going to give teams trouble in a one-and-done situation. The problem is Michigan has to play neutral sites and road games and finish, and they haven't done that well enough. So you're right. You can see this like a car crash coming a mile away. They're going to beat someone they shouldn't. They're going to advance maybe a round more than they should. Dusty May's done a great job turning the program around, and they're going to lose with turnovers and missed shots and an epic collapse careening off the side of the road in one of these games.
I don't think it's correctable. That's what my takeaway from watching Saturday. I just don't. They had that game like sewn away, and Indiana's dealing with distractions and the Mike Woodson situation, and then they just did the same thing again.
Well,
it's fascinating.
Your characteristics are who you are. I mean, it's unless they're fixed. So what's it been for Michigan? It's been turnovers. And it's been and those turnovers have led to all of the lead losses. And I don't know if you guys saw do you know what the line was for that Michigan Indiana
Yes, I
game?
did. Yo, that was fast. That was so awesome.
So I know we always call it a bad beat, but it's a good beat for anybody that had the other side of it. It was 3.5. Michigan led by 6 with mere seconds left, and Indiana chucks up beyond half court 3 just to end the game. And it goes in.
Well, that's what Mike talks about. Somebody pushed the button and made the ball go in. Vegas controls everything.
Yes.
That was awesome. I thought that because I know we didn't put it in our picks, but they did in the afternoon, and I knew it was 3.5 because I heard their picks.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, I'm like, no way.
Unbelievable.
But think about where we were a year ago, 2 years ago, last couple of years with college hoops in the state. Both teams had underachieved. Neither team really had much sizzle getting to this time of year.
Yeah, Michigan's frustrating now to watch. You watched the last 2 years of Michigan?
Exactly.
Yes,
and now
it is progress. It is a step in the right direction.
They're 2 of the 3 best teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Purdue being the other, and you get 2 of them playing head-to-head tonight at 7 o'clock. Like,
Well,
I don't love college basketball as a product, but I think this is the time of year where you do start to ramp up.
I'm curious because there's an all-star break for college basketball. So when the Super Bowl is over, you can instantly turn. Like last night, I'm going through the channels and I'm looking. Okay, North Carolina. While they're not having a great season, it's a brand. You turn the game on. They're playing Clemson, and you're like, oh well, they're down 20, right? So, but you catch a few minutes of the game. Both the Professional Hockey League and the Professional Basketball League, the association, are going away. Everybody wants to turn the channel to something else after the Super Bowl. Why don't they move both All-Star weekends or the Four Nations tournament to before the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
So that as soon as the Super Bowl is done, boom, we got things. Like last night, Luka is all of a sudden he's playing for the Lakers. It's his debut, but that game doesn't come on until 10 o'clock in this part of the country.
And by the time he gets his feet under him, they're going to take their foot off the gas. You really could create an all-star week where it's the Pro Bowl, the NHL, the NBA. You're right, because they do themselves no favors by disappearing right when football season comes to a close. You guys let us know. Tonight, Michigan's going to play a top 25 matchup in hoops. Izzo is currently tied with Bob Knight for Big Ten victories. Has a chance to pass Bob Knight against the Indiana Hoosiers. You have the Pistons in a playoff spot. You have pitchers and catchers reporting. You have the Red Wings couple weeks out from getting back on the ice, but in a playoff spot right now.
Does Indiana say, not on my watch?
Not on our watch.
Is the ghost of Bob Knight showing up tonight?
What has your attention as football season ends? Spooky Bob Knight energy. All right, we'll get to Heather's news and the 2 Grand Slam next. It's 97.1. All right, guys, if you find yourself in a car accident, your world gets thrown upside down, and you're just going to be looking for help. Someone who can get to the bottom of it and get you what you're owed. There's a law firm out there that truly cares about you, and it's KG Law. Lawrence KG built his business with a loyal staff, and those people have been there from the start. They don't cut corners, wants to make sure they do it right. They care, and most importantly, they win. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. That's Lawrence KG and his staff. They've won millions because he fights and he wins big. So if you're a loved one who's been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's KG Cares, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. All right, before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, the Detroit Lions remain one of the favorites to win the Super Bowl in 2026. So according to odds posted by BetMGM, the Lions have the 5th best odds of any NFL team to win Super Bowl 60, right behind the Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles. And now Terrion Arnold likes the Lions' chances, and before Sunday's game, he hopped on Instagram and made it known that we'll be there next year.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's same cast of characters, right? Those 5 teams that you mentioned.
Yep.
Hey, Philly did it first round exit and rallied and found their way back.
Yep. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan has announced his pick for the city's next police chief. He selected Todd Bettison, who has been serving as the city's interim police chief since November. Bettison has been with the Detroit Police Department for the past 27 years. Started in 1994 as a patrol officer. Within 5 years, he was promoted to sergeant, making the rank of lieutenant a year later. So now the city council has 30 days to vote on Duggan's pick, which I'm guessing
no
they'll
one's more
probably vote
qualified.
in his favor. So congrats to him.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah. You guys, 2 children froze to death Monday morning while spending
That's
the
an awful
night,
story.
I know, in a van that was parked at a Detroit casino garage. Police say the family was living in this van, pulled into the garage of Hollywood Casino at Greektown right around 1 a.m. And then they say at some point the van ran out of gas. And there were 5 children in this van at the time, ranging in age from 2 to 13 years old. The mother noticed that one of the children wasn't breathing, called for help from a family member, came and got 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 9-year-old, took them to the hospital. And it's believed, all indications show that they froze to death. The other 3 children were evaluated, were okay. Obviously, everything is still under investigation. Police are trying to determine, was anyone in that van? Did they go into the casino at the time? Like, they've got to look at everything.
Right.
Was it just they pulled in there to sleep and the van ran out of gas? Or did somebody get out and go into the casino? Yeah. So lots to unpack. No charges have been filed yet. Okay, in lighter news, we talked about Super Bowl commercials on Monday, right?
Yeah.
John, you loved them. Thought they were like some of the
they were
best
the best
commercials.
in years.
that we've
as a
seen.
group. Yeah.
Well, according to an annual ad meter poll by USA Today, America's favorite commercial from the big game was Budweiser's first delivery ad with the Clydesdales and the baby Clydesdale.
Oh, okay.
Which
Isn't that the one that the Michigan bar was in?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I went and rewatched it. It's very brief. It's like an aerial view shot of a small town, which apparently is a town here in Michigan. It was a cute commercial. I remember seeing the end of it. Like, I remember the guys in the bar playing pool.
Yeah.
But
I don't remember it at all.
But it's
I've seen it on YouTube,
but it's cute.
Yeah.
I mean, the Clydesdales
They're
are cute,
always a
right? Like
hit.
they're Budweiser does great with the commercials. That was followed by Lay's A Little Farmer.
Oh, yeah,
at
with the
number
potatoes.
2.
Yep.
And then Michelob's Ultra, their ad with Catherine O'Hara and William Dafoe playing pickleball. That came in at number 3.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I remember that one. It was
Whatever.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's okay.
The love for my sloths, huh?
No, you know what? It was on there. But I don't know. It wasn't. It
Anyway,
didn't
down
rank
the
high.
list, yes.
The one that ranked the worst was Tubi's Z Suite, starring Lauren Graham. I don't know it.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Forgettable.
Yeah. And one that definitely wasn't on there was Kanye's Yeezy ad. Now, this is so awful. So he's no longer allowed on X, right? Whether he was kicked off the platform or he just signed off himself. But he was on there spewing all of this disgusting, racist, anti-Semitic thoughts, right? Well, he kind of, I don't know if you can say pulled a fast one, but he had this commercial, spent $8 million on this Super Bowl commercial, and it takes you to his Yeezy website. But all the merchandise has been taken down except for one item, a shirt with a swastika on it, right? Selling them for $20 each. The ad was approved by Fox, was approved prior to all the rants he did on social media. They said it was just the content. When you went to the website before the ad, it was all of his basic Yeezy
Yeah.
merchandise.
Trying to pull it did pull a fast one.
Yeah, and it's absolutely disgusting. Finally, traffic jams are apparently making us fatter.
Really?
So, yeah, you can blame the traffic
You're
on your
sitting around.
increasing waistline. Not only are you sitting around, but it's more about the meal choices you make, according to researchers. So they looked at like 3 years worth of traffic and GPS data, and they found that heavy traffic made people more likely to eat fast food, especially for dinner. Like you sit around and wait so long in traffic that by the time you get home, you don't feel like
have time to
cooking,
cook,
or
yeah.
you don't have time to cook. So you're turning to, unhealthier fast food options. So
Totally believe that.
Yeah,
Yep.
something
I get
like
it.
round pizza.
I am not the only one that would prefer round pizza over square. There's no way.
I like
I'm sure
round
there's
pizza,
another one individual. I like round pizza too.
but to have an iconic square pizza chain start to cave to the round
Cave.
pizza.
No, they're not caving. They're just expanding and giving more options. They'll do
I know,
even better
I know.
because they're going to have more people buying pizza.
I know.
Good for buddies.
Heather's news. Let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
I'm looking forward to maybe a repeat of last week. We had that teacher.
Oh yeah,
that
9 out of 10.
about
Yeah.
counted. Was one short, and he knew it too. As soon as it was over, he knew which one he got wrong. So hopefully, our contestant today can maybe get them all right. Rules are super simple. You all know them. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, $2,000 for all of them.
Darren in Howell, good morning.
Morning, Jim. How you doing?
Good. Glad to have you. How you feeling?
Well, a little nervous after that lead up. My wife's a teacher, so maybe some of the smarts will rub off on me. But nine's a high bar.
You got this, Darren.
Yeah. Any advantage you can get.
Yeah. All right. So you know the rules, right?
That's right.
Okay. So your time is going to start as soon as I start the first question. Here we go. Who won Super Bowl 59 MVP?
Jalen Hurts.
Who returned an interception for a touchdown for the Eagles on Sunday?
Cooper DeJean.
St. Clair Shores is located in this Michigan county.
Pass.
Will Detroit Lions play 8 or 9 road games next season?
9.
He was named NFL Coach of the Year last week.
Minnesota. Pass.
This band had the 1995 hit Just a Girl.
Pass.
This international ice hockey tournament starts on Wednesday.
4 Nations.
This federal holiday is next Monday.
President's Day.
What is the nickname of Baylor University?
The Golden Bears.
Who scored the first touchdown in Super Bowl 59?
Jalen Hurts.
This St. Clair Shores is located in this Michigan county.
Wayne.
He was named NFL Coach of the Year last season. Week.
I
Six.
still can't remember his name.
Yeah.
It's Minnesota's coach, but it's killing me. I
It
can't.
is.
Kevin O'Connell.
Todd. I was going to say Kevin Stefanski. It's like, that's not right.
Yeah, no, he's over in
With the
Cleveland.
Browns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you did pretty good. You got 6.
Okay. That's one less than last year, almost on the same day. So.
Oh,
Look at
How
that.
about
yeah, look
ironic?
at that. Yeah. Now, maybe your
Tradition.
wife could. There's a chance for a snow day on Thursday. Maybe your wife could call in on Thursday and you could have a head-to-head competition.
Oh, boy. I don't know if I want that. Then it's going to get lorded over me.
He's like, Darren, guess who won $2,000?
Yeah.
Darren, we'll put you on hold. We'll make sure we get you paid. And thanks for playing. So he had 6 correct. That's
Yes.
$150. Now, let's go through it, John.
Yes.
Who won Super Bowl 59's MVP?
That was Jalen Hurts. He got that one.
Who returned the interception for a touchdown?
With Cooper DeJean.
St. Clair Shores is not in Wayne County.
No, I mean, I'm glad he at least guessed a county.
Yeah.
So, but it's Macomb.
Okay. He knew this one confidently. The Lions
Yeah.
will play 8 or 9 road games next
9.
year. Yep,
Yeah.
nailed it. Coach of the Year, O'Connell. The band that had the 95 hit Just a Girl. Heather, who was it?
No doubt.
John, you didn't know
You
that.
guys
Said
didn't
it
know
with
this.
enthusiasm. No,
I loved No Doubt.
I still don't even have any idea.
It's Gwen
who No Doubt-
Stefani. You don't-
Okay. Again, yeah.
I'm sure you would know it. No, actually, you wouldn't. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's like, wait,
no
what?
doubt.
Four Nations is what the International Hockey Tournament is. Federal holiday is President's Day. This one's tough. The nickname for Baylor.
He said the Golden Bears, and it's a no bueno because it's just the Baylor Bears.
Yes. It's never, I don't believe it's ever been golden.
The Golden Bears is that Cal? Are they the Golden Bears? Yeah.
Who scored the first touchdown in Super Bowl 59?
Jalen Hurts.
That is Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. That Two Grand Slam on Tuesdays is brought to you by Femininio Law.
Your next chance to win Thursday at 7:25. Coming up next, a lot of people skipped work yesterday. One state wanted to make it a federal holiday, Super Bowl Monday. Where are we at? 97.1.
Hey, March is almost here. It's hard to believe. 2025 March is almost here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's going to be cutting down the nets at the end of the tournament. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time. The app is easy to use, so download it. And when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. If you want to visit on the web, go to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was in Heather's news. 22.6 million employees planned to miss work yesterday, the Monday after the Super Bowl. Another 13 million employees said they'll go into work late yesterday. And the state of Indiana is pushing to make the Monday after the Super Bowl a state holiday, calling it American Professional Football Day. Hoosiers could skip work instead of calling in sick like millions do, which costs businesses billions.
How long do you think they sat there and contemplated, what should we call it? Because they can't infringe on anything that the NFL does.
The big game day off thing.
Yes, can't call it Super Bowl Monday.
No. Where are we at with this? Because this is a popular talking point, the like hangover after football season, right? But unless your team played in the Super Bowl or you got obliterated, like drunk off your ass, is it really an issue to go to work the next Monday? Is it any different than any other Monday during football season? I get it if your team played in the game. I get it for those who want March Madness Thursday, Friday off so you can veg out and watch the games. Or opening day will be here before you know it, John. I know you're counting down pitchers and catchers. I get wanting a holiday to watch the game. I don't get a holiday the day after when your team didn't play and, I don't know, you just get up and go to work, right?
Yeah, March Madness, live sports. Right, you can either watch it in your cubicle or whatever device you're on while you're at your place of employment, or you could take the day.
Sure.
Same thing with opening day.
I get that.
I mean, when it's live sports, I get it. But, and this is how, we all know how this season went and how it ended, right? People were making plans to be in New Orleans. Those things all fell through when the Lions lost. I had talked to Jack's best friend, the parents, right? Mm-hmm. Their dad goes up north. That's a tradition that they have, no matter who's in the Super Bowl, because obviously the Lions have never been there. So it's just simply a Super Bowl tradition. And so the boys got together and said, hey, let's get together and watch this game, and talked to them, said, hey, if the Lions are in it, we're going to make this, all about watching the game, celebrating the Super Bowl, hopefully Super Bowl championship. And boys, no school on Monday. Lions get eliminated, and Jack asked me on Saturday and said, Dad, do I still have to go to school on Monday? Yep. Get your butt up and let's go. Because, and honestly, the way the game went, he was in bed before the game was even over.
I was going to say.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's probably to bed early. It was bed to earlier than when the Lions played Sunday Night Football, bed to earlier than when they played Monday night or Thursday night. That would have seemed like a more reasonable opt-out than the following day.
Yeah, okay, look, everyone's going to say they'd like a paid day to not work. That's not the question here. Did you take Monday off? Do you think we need Super Bowl Monday as a holiday? Because if we're taking holidays for sports, there are so many better days to pick than the Monday after the Super Bowl.
Well, I would disagree.
Really?
Well, I mean, yeah, look at the numbers. If Fox said it, and it's 126 million people, so not quite half of America was watching. Okay, if all the TV sets and streaming devices are in the United States, but a ton of people are watching this game. More so than, I mean, that's why commercials cost so much. Everyone watches this game.
John, I know people watch the Super Bowl.
Instead of taking it off for, I mean, what's the opening day of March Madness? What is that?
It's a Thursday. Well, you're saying viewer-wise?
Yeah.
No, but it's not.
It's a fraction.
That's apples to oranges. They're not airing the Super Bowl during your workday on Monday.
Right, but you're staying up late and you're watching. And so I would 100% support having the Monday after the Super Bowl. We'll eventually get there if they go to 18 games, which is going to happen within the next 5 or 6 years, and then they'll back the season up so that President's Day is following the Super Bowl. But I would 100% support a holiday following Super Bowl Sunday.
We had a lot of people tell us they weren't even having Super Bowl parties. And the idea that the Super Bowl parties kind of in the past, what makes Super Bowl Sunday any different than a Sunday in the fall when you stay up late and watch Sunday Night Football, right? You're staying up till 11:30, you watch the game, you wake up, you go into work the next day, you pick yourself up and you show up. The Super Bowl starts at 6:30, gets done around the same time, and unless your team's playing in the game, I get it if your team's in the game, right? You win, it's euphoric, you're partying the night away. You lose, You don't want to do anything. You want to curl up into a ball and die. But for everybody else, you wake up, you go to work the next day.
You're looking at this from a very local perspective. Right? This is a sporting event. And by a sporting event, it's not just a Friday night high school football sporting event. It's not just your one of 17 sporting events that you have on the football calendar now. It is one that around the world, but across this country, that people are tuning into. 126 million people viewed the Super Bowl. And so why not make it a holiday?
They can't get up the next day?
Because it's different than... I'm not saying you can't. People do.
Soft.
People do. We would anyway.
You let us know. Because I don't know the people here did it. That these people we're talking to. The state of Indiana, our Midwest brethren, want to make it a holiday. How would you feel about that for the state of Michigan? Again, no one's going to be mad if someone says we're going to pay you to not work. Like, federal holiday, if your place observes it, you don't have to work. That's awesome. But to me, if we were going to hand out a free space attached to sports, I'd want it to be on a day that I'd actually be watching sports instead of being at work. Does that make sense?
I understand your logic.
Okay.
But if you're talking about a live sporting event, we're basically talking about it's March Madness, or it's opening day. But it's not opening day for it's the same opening day isn't the same opening day for everyone.
But we're talking to Metro Detroiters. I can give you the Monday off after the Super Bowl, or I can give you the Tigers home opener off. Which would you rather have?
But we're talking about a federal holiday. We're not talking about a holiday just in Detroit.
They're talking about it in the state of Indiana.
Right. They want the conversation to get going so that that everybody has it off. It's apples to oranges when you're talking about if you just want one off in Metro Detroit. Sure, we'll take opening day off. But if you're talking about a nationwide federal holiday, the only option would be after a sporting event would be for the Super Bowl.
Some ticket texters, 248-539-9797. Texter says, why not make the Super Bowl a day game on Sunday?
Well, I mean, they do move it up to 6:30.
So he's saying make it like a
3:30?
Sure.
I mean, all those people on the West Coast have to turn their TVs on at 12:30? How dare they?
Keith in Sterling Heights says, John, you nailed it last week. Play the game on Saturday. Then everybody has Sunday to
recover and celebrate.
So the earlier start time on Sunday and the Saturday thing, the complication is ad dollars. Sunday night TV is premium ad dollar time. They're not giving up money. They will not make as much money off their commercials if they move it to Saturday. They won't.
What would the number? I mean, okay, we have no answer for this or way to answer it. But if they move the Super Bowl, if this Super Bowl would have been played on Saturday night, would it have? I mean, instead of 126 million, are we looking at 125 million? Like, is there a million people less watching it?
Yeah,
I don't know how that would affect viewers.
It's just always traditionally network TV has always sold the Sunday night time slot, and it's also Thursday night too. Those are the two premium nights of TV. That's why what was the thing on NBC for years? Must-see TV.
Yeah,
they had with all the sitcoms. That's why Friends, Seinfeld. That's why those shows were on Thursday night. They view that
because Friday nights people go out, Saturday nights people go out.
Yes.
Thursday night in, Sunday night you're in. I think that's how it's always made sense to me.
So that's the problem with moving that is that they're going to sacrifice ad. I know you're arguing the millions thing. Well, that's how they get rich.
No, I know. Yeah, and trust me, nobody is going to say, "Oh, well, we'll take less money so that people don't have to go to work on Monday or on Sunday." That's not going to happen. They're not going to move it to Saturday. So the solution is, eventually it will happen as it moves back 1 week, but it's to have Monday as a holiday.
Well, that's what multiple people say. Once we add a game, it'll line up with President's Day. They don't have to make it a federal holiday. We'll just use President's Day as Super Bowl Monday, a freebie the day after the Super Bowl.
The one thing with that is that the double bye is going to come with the extra game. You're actually adding 2 weeks. So then what do? Do you add a
we move President's Day?
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's something Trump would do. I mean, he would change the name of the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
The Gulf of America.
The opening day thing is fascinating. Mark Ryan talked about this on the weekend, actually. And he said March Madness opening day or the Super Bowl. And a lot of people are saying opening day. But the problem with opening day is You can't have two of them.
Right, Thursday
You
and
want to do it
Friday.
for the home opener.
Oh, you're saying for baseball. Yeah.
And then
Right,
I even thought, well, what if you did two of them, you did one, or you alternated it? 1 year was American League, 1 year was National. Well, the problem is you have at least one interleague game every week.
Look at you mentioning the schedule, complicating things. We bring this up because 22 million employees planned to miss work yesterday. Another 13 million said they're going to show up late on the Monday after the Super Bowl. 40% of people who go into work were going to be distracted because of the Super Bowl the day before. And I didn't think that was the case here, but you guys let us know. Did you skip Monday? Were you late Monday? Were you distracted because of the Super Bowl Monday? And do you want this to be your sports holiday that we add to the calendar? It's 97.1.
Hey, your news resolution is to lose weight. You can get there faster than you'd think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now and you can lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. We all love results, and we love it when they get here sooner rather than later. I lost 10 in the first 10 days. I lost 50 pounds in the 40 days that we're talking about, and I got to eat real whole food. So you know what that means? Means I've been able to stick with it. I'm actually dropped another 20, so I'm down 70. Ideal U's weight loss coaches work with you every step of the way. Your coach is there to help you lose weight. And probably the most difficult thing is once you get there is keeping it off, and they help you do that as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers, 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Sign up now, and you're going to get a $200 Visa gift card. Start the new year off right. Lose weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. Want to weigh less? Go to idealu.us.
Texter says, LMAO, Costa the cat lady is calling other people soft.
Yeah.
Cookies, as soft as your takes are normally, I'm shocked you think people should just go in the Monday after the Super Bowl. Okay, so there's this push to make it a holiday. The state of Indiana wants to do it. There's numbers about tens of millions of people that either don't show up or show up late or aren't productive the day after the Super Bowl. And I get it if your team played. I get it if you have the euphoria, your team wins, or you want to curl into a ball because your team lost.
Or how about it's just the most viewed sporting event in this country,
and it's done by like 10:30 or 11. You get to go to bed and you wake up the next morning. You're not missing any games. Like, if you want to take a day off, you take off opening day, you take off March Madness. The Monday when there's no games going and you can still get to bed at a reasonable time, like, unless you got drunk off your ass, you're fine.
Both of those days you could take half days.
Sure.
And not have to take a full day off, a full vacation day.
Sure.
And so this is one where you're talking about the numbers dwarf anything on opening day, anything on March Madness, anything the rest of the year. And this is the one that happens on a yearly basis. And if people aren't showing up to work, if they're calling in sick ahead of time, then let's just call it a holiday and let everybody off the hook.
I wonder how true that is. And we can only ask the people in our audience. But did you guys skip Monday because of the Super Bowl? Because most years your team's not going to be in it. That's just the reality in most cities in the country. Your team's not in it. Did you?
But most people are still watching it.
But they still make it into work and they're not distracted and it's just another Monday, right?
Well, people could want to go out and go to a party or host a party, so that adds time on.
But
to
we
the
had people telling us late last week that's not the case.
You're looking at what's such a small window. You're talking about just here in Detroit.
I'm talking to
You're
our
talking
people.
about this year.
You guys listening, I'm talking about you, not other people.
Like, if you have people over your house and you got a mess to clean up, you take the drinking out of it, whether you do or you don't.
Even if you don't have people over, you got a mess to clean up.
I'll tell you this, for me personally, and we have to be here. Come on. I mean, sure. This is what we do.
Yeah.
But I would love to watch about an hour to 2 hours of post-game stuff. I love, like, celebrations and post-game interviews, and I miss some of that stuff because I find athletes to be guarded most of the time, and they become unguarded. You know, I want to know the Chiefs' locker room and what was being said. And we pick up on that in the morning, but I love to just sit there as a sports fan and watch that kind of stuff.
So I'm with you. Jim, I'll say this. For the city that wins it, I get not going into work.
Yep.
The day that no one wants to go into work, if your city wins it, is parade day. So now that's the one that locally you get off. Nationally, you get the Monday after the Super Bowl off. Locally, you get the day off that the parade is going to happen.
Well, we had a guy, he didn't hold, but he was on hold, and he said their superintendent of their school district was going to give everyone Monday off if the Lions had been in the Super Bowl. Again, your team's in the game. It's different, completely different rules. Ticket Texter says, these people are soft as hell. The Super Bowl's done by 10 p.m., 11 at most. I drank 3 beers, was in bed by 11 like an adult. Derek in Brighton. Another says, I'm with Cookies. Can't go to work because you watch TV too late. Wah, grow up.
How about this? What if companies gave you a floating sports holiday?
I'm down.
So you could pick it whenever you wanted to use it. That takes all this out. I mean, I don't think we have to do it, but that'd be a cool idea. Or what they made you sacrifice a holiday. The problem with that is people would sacrifice a day that doesn't matter, really, or employees don't want you here. Like I would argue, like employers don't want you to work Black Friday in general, like in the corporate world.
Sure. Well, this is all very different. Like blue-collar workers got to show up every day and get stuff done.
Exactly.
We're talking about office workers for this whole conversation.
Nothing's going to get done. I mean, the week of the 4th of July has practically became like the week of Christmas, where the business world, like my emails are so down in volume because nobody's working.
Yeah. This one says treat it like a floating holiday.
Okay.
Floating.
Sure.
Float it around. Use your PTO. Why should employers have to pay billions so you can sleep in? Many more deserving days than after the game. Most people don't get Christmas Eve or the day after Christmas or New Year's Eve. Says just use your PTO for it.
Is that from Debbie in Southfield?
Get to work.
She just drove off the road.
All right. John, you did have a Super Bowl thing you want to get into at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, what is that? I still want the day off.
I no one's against taking days
yeah.
off, but we can't not work ever. Like it has to be for a good reason.
So we discussed a little bit on Friday and a little bit last week about the narrowing gap between Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady.
Yep.
And we all were sitting there going, well, if he has the three-peat, TM, thank you, Mr. Riley, that's something that Tom Brady never did. Early in his career, he would have more Super Bowl victories than Tom did at that point of his career. There was a lot of things that we were talking about that could have, and they didn't. So where is everybody on the discussion regarding Patrick Mahomes as the GOAT or future GOAT versus Tom Brady? And there might also be another one that we did not talk about. Stephen A. brought it up. And when we return, I do want to hear from Stephen A. I want to hear from our listeners in regards to the GOAT conversation. The greatest quarterback of all time right now is Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes, throughout the course of his career, may be in contention, but how do you rationalize that conversation with what happened on Sunday?
It's a conversation that needs to happen. We'll play a little bit of Stephen A. Smith. Is he loud wrong or loud right? We'll weigh in on the ramifications from that Super Bowl. And in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll get to the Lions and the Eagles, a head-to-head comparison at 8:35. Hey, that's a team you're chasing. It's 97-1.
The new AP college basketball rankings drop Michigan State outside of the top 10. The Spartans now the number 11 team in the country, suffering 2 straight losses in Los Angeles before bouncing back with a win. But Tom Izzo says he does expect his team to be full strength when they tip against Indiana tonight in East Lansing. He is chasing and trying to surpass Bob Knight's record. They are tied currently in number of Big Ten wins. As for Michigan, they're winners of 4 in a row. They climbed 4 spots to number 20 as they prepare to host Purdue this evening at Chrysler Center. Noticeable absences from the Tigers spring roster. A couple of top prospects, Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal. They'll participate in minor league camp instead. Some young hopefuls that were on the list do include infielder Hao-Yu Lee and catcher Tyrone Lorenzo, who was acquired in the deal for Jack Flaherty last season. And as the Lions sat home for this year's Super Bowl with a disappointing early exit, the 2025 big game saw record viewership numbers for the Chiefs and the Eagles, drawing an average of 126 million for the broadcast. Despite a lopsided score in favor of Philly, it peaked at 135 million plus in the second quarter. The rumors are right now that they're going to have the parade in Philadelphia on Friday of this week. Good for them. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Nicely done on the disdain.
Yes.
Good for them.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Stoney taking a road trip. Good for him.
Hey, you can listen to the show on the Odyssey app. Listen to 97.1 The Ticket on the app for the chance at the ultimate trip to Vegas. What does that mean? It means $20,000. You and 3 friends staying at Circa Resort and Casino. That's Vegas' premier sports viewing destination. And you'll visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. All you got to do, listen to The Ticket on the app, the Odyssey app. AUDACY. All right, John, I said it yesterday in Overreact Gyms, but apparently I didn't say it as loud as Stephen A. Smith because it really has become a bigger talking point on the show today. The legacy of Patrick Mahomes following the Super Bowl. And let's play a little bit of Stephen A. Smith. Want to know where you guys stand. Okay, Stephen A. Smith is very loud. Was he
Yes.
loud right or loud wrong?
At this time, he's loud right. It doesn't. There's still so much for Patrick Mahomes and so much time. There's no more time for Tom Brady. Tom's career is over. His resume stands. And to bring in Joe Montana, a guy that never lost in the Super Bowl, never threw an interception in the Super Bowl, I think there is more of a conversation of who is second all time versus any competition for Tom right now. But it doesn't mean that the competition's over. I think it's still very much in play. It just didn't take any steps forward on Sunday.
I don't know. I kind of think Stephen A's point is that the debate's over, as he said very loudly. Like, Mahomes can't catch Brady. And there's a couple disqualifiers, right? That Mahomes has already thrown more interceptions in Super Bowls than Brady did in more games. That Mahomes has lost 2 Super Bowls in blowout fashion. That Mahomes lost a Super Bowl straight up to Tom Brady. Like, these are things that you can never undo.
And I always talk about leadership. And I'm not going to sit here and talk about the leadership that Patrick Mahomes provides his team. I will say this. I don't know that we would have ever had a situation that occurred on Sunday happen for Tom Brady. We didn't see it while he was playing. 3 losses, none of them were blowouts. None of them by double digits. One of the things that made Tom great was not just his performance in moments like that, but is his ability to raise the level of those around him. Where was Travis Kelce?
Yep.
I mean, nowhere to be found.
Talking about ghosts.
And you're talking about, and it's not like Tom always had the best offensive line, but he knew as much as he possibly could about every individual guy, their strengths, their weaknesses, and he demanded that they perform to their strengths and to their best in those given games. Now, you're human, right? You're going to drop passes. You're going to have moments where you don't perform. But as a whole, he was able to get the most out of his teammates, where I look at Patrick Mahomes and say, did he get the most out of his teammates when they lost to Tampa? Did he get the most out of his teammates when they lost? Because he can't block for himself, but he could certainly motivate them to block better.
No, but the interceptions are where you get, okay, it's one thing you got to take a sack and it's frustrating, but when he's throwing a pick six, catastrophic. We saw it with the Lions. You can't throw a pick six in a playoff game, let alone the Super Bowl. Like, their defense actually did the job for most of that game. They corralled Barkley. They kept him in it. They kept giving them the ball. And Mahomes, the one drop that Kelce had, honestly, was a bad throw by Mahomes. The 2 picks he threw were bad decisions by Mahomes. Now, was he hurried because of the pressure? Sure. But does he have to rise above it if he's going to be the greatest of all time? Abso-freaking-lutely. No, I think the debate is over. And it's a good point by Stephen A. to bring up Joe Montana. Like, Joe Montana is probably ahead of Patrick Mahomes today. Can Mahomes pass Montana? Yeah, I think he can.
Yeah, and so Joe Montana beat Cincinnati twice, beat Miami, and beat Denver. And in all of those games, in one of them, he threw 5 touchdowns. That was the game against his final Super Bowl against Denver.
Yeah.
I think there can be a conversation about what Patrick Mahomes has done in the big game and the quarterback that Patrick Mahomes is versus Joe Montana. And I don't even know that he is yet at Joe Montana level.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So where is he, like, compare him to some other guys? Is he ahead of, like, Peyton Manning?
I think he's on a path of Elway in some ways. Now, Elway went to 3 in the 80s. Out of 4 years, he played some juggernaut teams. I don't think Mahomes had to go up against the competition that Elway did. Then Elway came back and got 2. I think, look, he's a mobile quarterback like Elway was. I just feel like in this, Elway did this too early in his career. Montana and Brady threw the ball away. Patrick Mahomes was reckless with the football the other day. No matter, the pressure was awful for him. He had to deal with a lot. But he didn't get rid of the foot. He didn't get – the turnovers were catastrophic. The DeJean pick 6 and then the one at the end of the half.
14-yard line.
But you throw that ball away. Throw it in the dirt.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a horrible throw. And I know he was under distress, but they always decided to throw it away. Brady was under distress in the one against the Giants. But because he didn't turn the ball over, they still had a chance to win the game.
I mean, it always comes down to turnovers.
And the other thing, when the wheels do fall off, when you find yourself down more than a touchdown, more than 2 touchdowns. Say you're down 24 or 25 points even. Tom Brady has in his resume that he came back down 25 points in the Super Bowl. Mahomes, the opportunity has presented itself both against Brady and this last weekend, and I understand it's not easy, but it wasn't easy for Tom. And that was your chance to say, oh no, not only am I the best quarterback in football today, which I don't believe anybody's disputing, I am better than Tom Brady. He had on a tee. He could have just won the game outright, or he had the opportunity with a comeback for the ages to match Tom, and he didn't. So, yeah, debate's over. And I think he's a phenomenal football player. Stephen A. Smith nailed it. Patrick Mahomes is great. He's just not the greatest of all time.
Right. And when you look and you say, okay, well, a lot of things had to happen for Tom Brady to make a comeback from 28-3. He doesn't play defense, but you go out there and you put 7 on the board. And now all of a sudden, Atlanta, or on Sunday, it could have been Philly, they're sitting there going, oh no. Is it vintage Tom Brady? Is it vintage Patrick Mahomes? And they start to pucker up a little bit. The clench factor goes way up, and now you force them to make uncharacteristic mistakes because of the pressure that you're putting on them offensively. And I guarantee you, even though Tom didn't play defense, he had a voice in that New England defense, and he was there motivating him. Where was Patrick Mahomes when he came to the sideline motivating his defense? I know Chris Jones is there. Chris Jones is a tremendous leader, but you've got to have somebody that just absolutely refuses. Like their will. Sometimes you have to have the will to be able to go out there and just simply will your team to something special, and it didn't feel like Patrick Mahomes had that will.
Ticket texters pouring in on this one. Says it's definitely Brady, then Montana, then Mahomes. For Mahomes to catch Brady, he'd have to go to 5 more Super Bowls and win 4 of them. That's the tie. To pass, he'd have to do better. And then there's all this other stuff we brought up that matters too. It says, I hate when people say wins and losses for a QB stat. It's a team sport. Mahomes' line and defense let him down twice in the big game. Team sport, wins and losses, team sport.
Well, how about interceptions? Or how did Tom get his team not to let him down?
Tom threw fewer interceptions in half as many games. Explain that. We'll just go quarterback stats. Why is Mahomes throwing 2 picks in 2 different Super Bowl losses? He's absolved of blame because the line was bad? Like, he did not play well in that game. We don't have to make excuses for him.
I think, we talked earlier, and we'll do it again later in the show, the Eagles-Lions comparison, and maybe we dismissed how good the Eagles' defense really was this year.
Sure.
They gave up 77 points in 4 postseason games. That's phenomenal in today's NFL. The quarterbacks they faced in the playoffs were all, allegedly top-tier guys with maybe the exception of Love. What they did to Lamar and Burrow on the road this year really got overlooked. They allowed 19 and 17 points respectively. But again, I can't get away from the fact that, okay, if Brady played against that, I just don't think Brady would have turned the ball over as much. Like, against that defense. He would have lived to see another day. I thought Mahomes played reckless. Yeah. I don't remember Brady ever really playing reckless in a championship game.
Yeah, you mentioned the Philly thing. We're going to do it coming up at 8:35. How do the Lions stack up with the Super Bowl champs? GM, head coach, quarterback, running back, receiver, position by position. Where is Detroit definitively better than Philadelphia? If we take our Honolulu blue goggles off, I think it'll be a sobering exercise. We'll get to it bottom of the hour. Coming up next, some ticket texts, some phone calls on this Mahomes thing, and we have to decide something as a show. Which course do we want to take for the next couple months here? John, we'll lean on the people. They can be our guiding light. What is this show going to sound like the next couple months? It's next, 97.1.
A personal injury attorney of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
All right, 8:35, we'll do that side by side. Lions and Eagles. Position group by position group. Where's Detroit better? And how much work still needs to be done? John, we have a decision as a show. One of the updates today, Chris Villar pointed out that the draft order is set.
We knew where the Lions were going to be picking after they were eliminated. It was going to be 28.
Yeah,
officially, all 32 positions are now decided.
Eagles pick 32, Super Bowl champs. Draft order set. We have not done a mock draft. When do people want us to start doing mock drafts? We don't have one today. I mean, I could Google one. I'm sure one's out there.
No, and I didn't, honestly, I didn't even know Mel Kiper had come out with one.
He already has a 1.0.
Well, 1.0 until, I mean, I was talking to Doug, and I think he told me a couple of days after they did it. Yeah, we did the Mel.
Wow, those guys are fiends.
Oh, I know, and it's part of what they do. I get that, but the question is, how long do we hold off, or when should we start discussing? Because we're talking about team needs.
Yeah.
And part of filling those needs is the draft.
Yes.
The thing that gets here first is free agency. What's on the table right now is someone that has requested a trade.
Yeah. Look, the free agents, even by Holmes' admission, that's where he's going to find the plug-and-play guys at positions of need. The draft is just going to be the best player. And the best player at 28, even if they pick at 28, when do we really even start getting into that? I mean, from a mock draft standpoint, you guys may be more interested in what everybody else is going to do at the top of the draft. What happens with the quarterbacks? What happens with Will Johnson and Mason Graham, Travis Hunter? But when do you want mock draft talk? Because we're probably going to move into like Pistons basketball and Red Wings hockey and playoff pushes and March Madness on the horizon, Michigan and Michigan State fighting for a Big Ten title and maybe more. Do you guys want mock drafts? Or should we fight the good fight, avoid temptation, delay? I mean, well, eventually, by April, we kind of have to. But where are you guys? Do you want mock draft talk anytime soon? 248-539-9797.
Well, it's interesting because, again, we talk about team needs, and we're going to talk about how they compare with the best team in professional football right now, which is the Philadelphia Eagles. And the matter at hand right now is Myles Garrett. We talked about it since he came out and asked for the trade from Cleveland. Cleveland, to this point, has still held on to, we're not trading Myles Garrett. They have, and even if if you're looking at sources say, or those that are familiar with the situation but can't speak, publicly and anonymity, all that stuff, they haven't budged at all.
Right.
And so I don't know that he's ultimately traded. I don't know how ugly it gets. I don't know how far Myles Garrett is willing to take this demand.
If he's willing to make it ugly, and he's already doing laps at Super Bowl, media day, and maybe it does get to the point where they feel the pressure. Look, if we were doing Cleveland radio, I would tell them to trade him.
I can't remember if it's March 12 or March 16, and I couldn't find it right away. Anyway, at 4 days after the league year begins, he's got a roster bonus of nearly $16 million. If that comes and goes, he's not going anywhere because the cap hit for the Browns, which they have no room anyway, they have to get under that salary cap before the first day of the league year, and they're already $32 million over the cap. So it's going to have to happen within the next 4 weeks, or it's not happening. And they have said it's not happening. Now, they can say that all they want. They can free up some cap space to get under the cap if they trade Myles Garrett before the league year begins. They can stay under that cap in an easier manner if they use draft picks to fill their roster with talent versus Myles Garrett. But then down the road, it is, okay, once that comes and goes, then we're talking about free agency. Then we're talking about the draft. When is it that we should bring up? Because we see it. I view them. We just haven't talked about them.
Clicked on them.
And we talk about them we off air. We talk about, hey, did you see this mock draft? Did you see this mock draft? About what the Lions are going to do, because it's always very entertaining. The dream scenarios begin.
Ticket texters. Mock draft radio is terrible. Mike in a truck. can we wait until after March Madness? So that would put us right around the start of April, which feels like draft season. I hate mock drafts. They're never right and a waste of time. And another texter says, you got to wait till at least the combine.
Okay. I mean, sure, we could do all of that. And here's the thing about mock drafts. I never really put much stock into, unless you're drafting 1 or 2 overall. You have no idea what's going to happen in that draft. And the later you pick, the more variables come into play. Who's there, who's not. It's more a discussion about which positions do you want to acquire in the draft. And you don't really know that until you know what you've done in free agency.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And then another texter says, what's the point of even doing a mock? The Lions shouldn't have the first-round pick anyway. In other words, putting it towards Garrett or Parsons or any pass rusher who may be made available coming up here in the next month or two.
And there's scuttle, I don't even want to say rumor, because Myles Garrett has come out and said he wants a trade, that there are 2 other guys that may be dealt. This could be an epic season, an epic offseason for the edge position, because it has been talked that Micah Parsons behind that they have had internal, he hasn't said it, they've had internal discussions about trading Micah Parsons. It's also about Max Crosby. And I know that discussion here has been part of it since the trade deadline.
Trey Hendrickson's another name.
Trey Hendrickson's another name that has come up. Well, he demanded it last year. He wanted a new deal, or he wanted to be traded. He's got 1 year left on his contract, which makes it a little bit more unique.
And think about this. These pass rushers watched that Super Bowl like we did.
Mm-hmm. They know their value.
They know the market. And the Lions are one of those teams that should be in the market. 248-539-9797. We're going to get that head-to-head comparison, Lions and Eagles, and it's a good exercise to just see how far away Detroit is and where they need to improve most. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, 2 Detroit men are accused of stealing $1 million in checks from mailboxes across the state. So investigators believe that these guys took mail from 27 cities and townships across 6 counties. Last month, police received these reports that mail was being stolen from several local businesses. So, of course, they set up this big investigation, and they were able to spot these guys. They followed them, caught them red-handed with their car filled with mail, right? And a lot of this mail had checks for large amounts of money. Well, these guys were arraigned on February 4th for conducting a criminal enterprise. They each received a $250,000 bond and are required to wear a GPS tether if they can post said bond. So can't do that.
Nope.
It's against the law. The Lions face a pretty brutal road schedule in the 2025 NFL season. So 7 of the 9 teams they face on the road made this year's playoffs. 5 made the divisional round. 2 teams are the Super Bowl participants, right? Yep. The Eagles and the Chiefs. And traditionally, the Super Bowl winner has hosted the league's opening kickoff game on Thursday night in week 1. So that's the Eagles. And it could very well be against the Lions.
So there's a lot of options for the Eagles to have for the NFL. And we always talk about ratings and what's going to create the most buzz. There is a lot of buzz around Detroit going to Philly to start the season. Yeah. That would be epic. I would love it, and bring all of those challenges on.
Bring it.
They also face both. Obviously, Washington is in their division, so they're going to face them twice. They could host Washington, who they knocked out of the playoffs. They could also face the Rams, who they knocked out of the playoffs. So I think those are the 3 teams that are most likely to get that opening game against the Eagles.
Yeah. So we're going to have to wait and see when the schedule comes out about mid-May. You might have heard about another plane crash. Not in the air, but my gosh, there's not in the air, but still a plane crash with a death involved. Pretty scary. A private jet owned by Vince Neil from Motley Crue crashed into another plane on a runway at Scottsdale Airport in Arizona on Monday. Now, he wasn't in the plane at the time, but his girlfriend was, along with a friend. She was injured, suffered 5 broken ribs. Other injuries were reported. They say the jet was landing when it crashed, possibly due to like failure in landing gear. But they say at least 1 other person was killed in the crash. Everything is still under investigation. But I swear, it's like lately, every time you look at the news, it's
plane crash.
A plane crash. Yeah. It's scary stuff. The Philadelphia Eagles are planning to celebrate their Super Bowl victory with a parade on Valentine's Day, which, boys, make sure you know, a Friday. So the weather was actually a factor, I guess.
Is that this Friday?
Yes, of course it is, was a factor in deciding the day because they're going to get hit with snow today and Wednesday. So they picked Friday. Obviously, they're going to release more information about all of that later, but I'm sure it will be quite the celebration because Philadelphia went pretty crazy on Sunday night. There was street lights that were toppled, windows were broken. People were fighting each other, which
I don't understand.
I saw some fights on Twitter. Yeah,
what is there to fight about?
Yeah.
Why are you fighting each other? Celebrate, hug each other.
Do you guys do anything for Valentine's Day?
You know what? We talked about it since it's on a Friday.
Yeah.
We're actually thinking of maybe doing something on Saturday because we haven't.
Yeah, we had the discussion too. I think we're going to do that. More reservations are open.
Yes, because we've thought about where we want to go, and we're like, we're probably not going to get in there. And some of the places only take a reservation if you have like 10 or more. Like there's certain places that take larger reservations. So we're thinking maybe we'll try for Saturday. But typically we're not really big Valentine's Day people.
No, we don't go out a ton. I think we're going to do like a home cooked meal.
Do you guys do gifts?
Not really.
No.
I mean, like little things like candy and
or?
flowers and things like that. It's more for the ladies,
Oh,
right?
What are your expectations?
What do you expect?
No,
Some
I don't
Swedish
expect
fish
anything.
and a card.
Oh,
Okay.
All right.
I'm not a big. I don't really like flowers.
Kelsey doesn't
so.
like flowers, so
Yeah.
it doesn't.
But do you guys expect something?
No,
Like,
I don't expect
No.
that.
all right.
No.
Well, wait.
Should I be? Should guys expect?
I don't know. Anyway, Tiger Woods, he's still processing his mother's death, so he's not going to be playing in this week's Genesis Invitational at Torrey Pines Golf Course in La Jolla, California. On Friday, it was announced that, yes, he was going to play, but then on Monday, he got on X and he announced that he's just not ready. He did say, I planned to tee up this week, but I'm just not ready. I did my best to prepare, knowing it's what my mom would have wanted, but I'm still processing her loss. And then he went on to thank everybody who has reached out and kind of been there for him during this time. So he says he does plan on being there at some point, but he's not going to be playing.
Just not in the mindset to compete. Understood. All right, Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. It's what they've done for me, and they've also modified that plan as my life has changed. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you could get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 40 days. So whether your resolution is to lose 10, 100, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 in the first 10 days, so you do get some results, and you see them right away. I lost 50 in those prescribed 40 days, and it was because I was able to eat real whole foods. It's also why I was able to stick with it. So it's not shakes and bars. It is something. It's a lifestyle that you could continue. Your Ideal U weight loss coach is going to be with you every step of the way, and they're going to help you lose that weight. And as I mentioned, they're also going to help you keep it off. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. Ideal U is a Michigan-based weight loss company that's helped thousands of people just like me and you lose weight. In fact, over 90% of Ideal U customers, 9 out of 10, lose at least 20 pounds in just 40 days. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us, sign up now, and get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your new year off right, lose weight, and get $200 worth of value in a Visa gift card. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
9:02, we'll turn the page. Which of our teams will have the most compelling storyline moving forward post-football season? Now what? John, we just talked about the comparison, and a ticket texter says we missed one. The biggest advantage the Eagles have over the Lions are local radio hosts. I'm sure theirs are consistent and loyal, while ours are not. Doyle in Auburn Hills.
I would please expound upon that.
We were mean, is what he said. This one says, let's go. I was waiting for the Let's Glaze the Eagles segment. Guys, they're the Super Bowl champs. I don't know what you want us to say. Actually, the Lions are better. Is that what you want? Actually, the Lions are better. Is everybody happy now? We waved our magic wand and we're actually the Super Bowl champs. Congrats. No, they're better, and it's okay to say it because then it gives you marching orders for the offseason. And we went through to kind of highlight where they need to be better. The only areas we gave the Lions the edge collectively were pass catchers, safeties, and special teams. There's a lot to overcome. You got ticket texters saying if the Lions were healthy, they would have handled the Eagles. I don't know that that's true.
Well, we'll never know because we didn't get a chance to see that, and the Lions didn't earn that opportunity.
Correct.
They did through 17 games, but when it mattered most, they didn't earn it. So and here's the thing. It's always going to be a moving target. The Eagles will be a different team next year than they were this year. They're going to have a different offensive coordinator. They're going to have they'll have different players, different chemistry. Lions, same thing. 2 different coordinators, a lot of different coaches offensively, defensively different coaches. So it's really hard to sit there and say exactly what the Lions are going to be next year. Heather had it in her news. The top 5 teams, favorites to win the Super Bowl next year. Lions are one of them.
I agree with that.
But it's all the same contenders. What will the Bills be next year? The Ravens, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Lions.
There is this narrative. I've seen it on Ticket Text. I know Doug and Gator talked about it a little bit yesterday. Well, when the Lions are healthy, they're the best. That's the only reason they didn't win the Super Bowl is they got hurt. And guys, you're never guaranteed that you're going to be healthy. They didn't use excuses all year. And even if that was true, I don't think that's a good game plan to just say, hey, we're already better. You have to attack the offseason. Philly got eliminated in the opening round of the playoffs last year, and they attacked their offseason, and now they're Super Bowl champs. You can't go, well, if we just get healthy, we're going to be Super Bowl champs. I hate that attitude.
Well, so at the beginning of the season next year, do we expect them to be a better team than they were at the end of this year? That's where health does play a part because they will get Aiden Hutchinson back at some point. And I don't think it's the beginning of the year they'll get Aleem McNeil back. They'll have Derek Barnes, who's going to be a decision that Brad Holmes needs to make this offseason. Do they bring him back or do they let him touch or test the free agent market? Levi Onwuzurike, all of these different things, Carlton Davis. But just by default and by health, they will be a better team talent-wise when the season starts versus when it ended this year. Now it's a matter of how do they add to that talent level? How do they ensure that if somebody gets hurt, they still have production? Maybe not the same as a starter. If Aiden Hutchinson gets hurt again, you're still not going to have that same production from anybody else on the edge unless you bring in a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby. But you've got to find ways to be able to stem the tide if somebody misses a week or 2 weeks. We didn't even talk about the offensive line.
Yeah.
I think we all, me and you, Jim, maybe a little less, but in general, everybody in Detroit underestimated the Eagles. Like, we really go back and look at their season. They were better than I think we thought they were. And I think some of it was the distraction of just how good the Lions were and the euphoria, a word that we used a lot during the season. I think the Lions can be on par with them. I think this is a little bit sobering when you do a position by position comparison across the board. They got they're going to come back too. Now the great thing is, odds are the Eagles aren't as good next year. They're going to have some attrition and winning and repeating and doing all that, but there is a chance they could be better because the defense is so young. I mean, one of the things I marvel at is that they did this. They went to a Super Bowl and they had a Hall of Fame center, and they lost. And then last year they had a hiccup and a bad ending to their season, but they were dominant earlier in the year. They replaced Jason Kelce, and they did this.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm worried right now about the Lions just in terms of the structure of their offensive line and the age that they really need to start replenishing that.
They do. And when you look at You mentioned, their defense is young. Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, they're young. But they most likely, it sounds like, who knows what Brandon Graham is going to decide to do. Sounds like he may decide to retire, so he won't be a part of that defense. And I know he was injured for a large part of this past season. Zach Bond was on a one-year prove-it deal. Are they going to have enough cap space and enough room to be able to sign him to a long-term deal? Josh Sweat, he's a guy that is going to be up. And a lot of people have talked about him hitting the free agent market and what he would bring, and especially after he had the Super Bowl that he had.
Yeah. See, I would not be surprised at all if they can't keep him. He is such a candidate to profit off the Super Bowl. He's that guy this year that had that game that can make a ton of money, and I don't know if the Eagles can afford it.
Just to highlight the Eagles, they closed the season 16-1. The only loss, Hurts was injured in the game, and Devontae Smith dropped a pass that could have sealed it, even with Kenny Pickett playing.
We ignored.
They won 3 playoff games by double digits. They were the ones discoing while we had dreams. They actually went out and did it. They scored the most points in a postseason ever, and their defense shut down Lamar Jackson in Baltimore in the regular season, collapsed and cratered Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. They also faced Jaden Daniels, Matthew Stafford, and Jordan Love. Not exactly slouches.
Jordan Love.
But at least average or better quarterbacks. And they were dominant. Basically from October 1st to today, they went 16-1 with some dominant performances.
And a very excusable loss with Hurts getting hurt. He got hurt on, I think, the first possession of the game.
And that's what the Lions are chasing, which is why we say it's not enough to go, well, we'll just be healthy. You can't sit on your hands when you're competing with that. You have to be that.
Right. And so when you do get some of those players back, that adds to your roster. It adds to your level of talent. But it's about whether it's trade, free agency, or draft. Those are the ways that you can improve your team from now until its season starts. And hopefully, I'm pulling for that opening weekend that they open up in Philly. I think that would be an amazing way to start the season. We've seen them do it with Kansas City already, so why not let's see them do it against Philadelphia?
I would love it. Tone setter to kick off the season. As we look at the Lions, clearly the Myles Garrett stuff has been talked about a lot on our show, on every show on the station. Whether you support it or not, it's a player that would make the team better. But it's not the only move they have to make, which is part of why we brought this up today. Water the garden, keep the O-line strong. That way, run game and Goff, you stay the number one offense, even without Ben Johnson. That's a huge part of this. Corner, CB1. What's going to happen with Carlton Davis? I don't think we trust Tyrion Arnold to be CB1 on a Super Bowl caliber football team. So if it's not Carlton, is it somebody else? Is there a concern interior D-line if Aleem McNeil's not 100%? Certainly to kick off the season, but even later in the season, is that a position group that they need to target beyond the edge spot?
Sure, and the question mark is, again, what do they do with Levi Onwuzurike?
Yes.
Do they bring him back, or does Brad Holmes say, you know what, hey, thank you for your service, we drafted you, but bye-bye?
I'm so fascinated by that because he had talked him up. He wanted to trade up to get him on draft day.
We did.
Well, but even before that, I think there was reports he wanted to move up even higher to get him.
Right.
Yeah. And we were at camp this year, and it was, wow, look at Levi. You could play everywhere, every down. He wasn't that player. So do they admit, and you have to, you're not going to hit on every draft pick. Do they admit they screwed up there? And is there a course correction that takes place this offseason?
Well, so, okay, then you also have to look at who's the guy that was supposed to step in, Broderick Martin.
Yeah.
That was a third-round pick that they traded up for, and he's going into his third year. It's time for him to explode on the scene.
So that's the fun thing. People pointed out that, well, the Eagles didn't make a Myles Garrett move. No, they drafted them all in the first round. Holmes didn't. So he's got to find another way to get there. You either have to pop with these second and third rounders, or you have to go out and trade and free agency and finish this thing out. Chase the Eagles. Get it done. All right, coming up next, what's next? It's 97.1.
Tons of basketball on the slate for tonight. Both Michigan and Michigan State hoops will be hosting Big Ten competitors in Ann Arbor and East Lansing. The Wolverines seeking a 5th straight win against top 10 Purdue. And Tom Izzo could surpass Bob Knight's conference total wins record against his former team, Indiana. Also, the Pistons will begin an odd back-to-back. They're going to face the Bulls at the United Center tonight and tomorrow. Same team, same venue, which will be their final contest before the All-Star break. Luka Doncic made his Lakers debut last night in L.A. It was his first action since around Christmas due to injury, scoring 14 points in 24 minutes during a rout over the Jazz. That's following the trade deadline shocker between the Mavs and the Lakers, and it seemed like he was enjoying being wanted after being cast off by Dallas. And no Tiger Woods this week after all. Eldrick decided that he is not ready to tee it up following the death of his beloved mom less than a week ago, releasing a statement saying that she would have wanted him to play, but he is just not ready. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, football season's over. But we are in a rare time right now in Detroit sports. Everybody's trending up. So the question is, now what? Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers, college hoops. What's getting most of your attention moving forward? Which story is the most compelling? Because for me, I love the Red Wings, but they're going on a 2-week hiatus.
Yeah, great timing.
Yeah, no kidding. And the Pistons, they're in a playoff spot. Cade Cunningham, all-star, worth paying attention to. But to me, John, this, and specifically tonight, is the entryway back into college hoops. Last year at this time, we didn't have a compelling product in Ann Arbor or in East Lansing. Mm-hmm. Tonight, Chrysler's hosting a top 25 matchup. Michigan's undefeated at home. They're actually favored against top 10 Purdue.
Yeah, at 7 o'clock.
Michigan State, you heard in the update. Tom Izzo, part of the double dip. They'll play the later game as he tries to pass Bobby Knight.
Against Indiana.
And both these teams are in the top 3 of the Big Ten. We actually have college hoops to pay attention to. So if you've been just kind of in this fog of football, John, I think the most compelling thing in the short term, I know you love pitchers and catchers reporting, but baseball doesn't start for a little bit here. The most compelling thing, baseball still doesn't start until...
First spring training game is the 22nd.
How do you... Okay. You're dialed in. I give you credit for it. But the most pressing thing is college hoops to me. What about you?
I think it's just hoops in general because we're going to see the Pistons play tonight. They're playing at Chicago. They've actually got a back-to-back against Chicago tonight and tomorrow night, both at 8 o'clock. And they are compelling to watch. You mentioned Cade Cunningham and Malik Beasley going off on Friday night. We had Trajan Langdon on. We had JB on last week. Like, they are compelling to watch because they're playing good basketball, and you're watching a team that only won 14 games last year. Now they're in a position for playoff. They are outperforming even the most high expectations that people had for the turnaround. So they are fun to watch. That's why I say basketball, because, tonight it is college basketball. It's Michigan at 7. It's Michigan State at 9. The Pistons are in the mix. We have compelling basketball to turn to now that the football season is, it cleared the runway.
Pistons play tonight at the Bulls, 8 o'clock. So right as Michigan hits halftime.
Oh, yeah. Turn it over, see what's going on.
See how they start in Chicago.
Hopefully you've got a compelling finish in that, Wolverine Boilermaker showdown.
Look, it's a triple dip of hoops tonight. And once hockey comes back, the Red Wings are in a playoff spot. And once pitchers and catchers report, the Tigers are coming off a playoff appearance. Like, there's so many great storylines. We want to know, where's your attention?
How much of the Four Nations are you going to watch?
So Wednesday night, Canada plays, and then Thursday night, Team USA plays. I definitely want to see Team USA. Mm-hmm. Canada's got this loaded center lineup. I mean, Connor McDavid's the second-line center. When's Connor McDavid been a second-line center? Never in his career. Sidney Crosby's going to skate with the third line. I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun. I think you've got great players who are going to be representing their countries. I'm interested. I don't know that most people are.
Well, I'm curious because, and the reason I asked that is, I know you're a hockey nerd.
Yeah.
But whenever we have the Olympics, whenever we have international competition, World Cup, and I've said it before, not a huge soccer fan, not breaking news there, but when it's nation versus nation, you start to get a little bit edgy in regards to what is happening. And I don't even know the other nations. It's Canada. It's the U.S.
Well, this would be fun.
There's
the 4 total, John.
Yeah.
Can you name
I'm
them?
guessing
This
it's
will be
not
great.
Russia. I don't know.
It's not Russia. Lucas Raymond is playing for team
Sweden.
Yes.
Okay.
And the
boom.
Swedes are very good.
Yeah. The fourth one I'm not even going to guess.
The fourth is the probably the least compelling. It's Finland.
Okay.
They got some good Finns.
And so once you put and because we asked the question earlier, why not have the break for the NBA? All-Star break is coming up. And the NHL break, it's not an all-star break, but it's the 4 nations, before the Super Bowl, so that when the Super Bowl is over, and I just mentioned, you've cleared the runway for what's next, you're in the thick of it. Because even last night, right, Luka Doncic, it's his Lakers debut. That one didn't start until 10 o'clock. I would have liked to have watched it. Wasn't going to stay up for that one.
1 in the morning, yeah.
But this is an opportunity for both of those professional, leagues to be able to hit the ground running and pick up where the NFL has left off.
It's a great lesson. Most years the NHL won't be gone for 2 weeks. You could make it 1 week where you sprinkle in the NBA, NHL, and this Pro Bowl flag football festivity thing. And then you come back right as the Super Bowl ends, you have the runway, and you look down and go, hey, Luka's not playing for 2 or 3 days and then getting,
going on vacation again.
This is an opportunity. And for us, we got teams in the mix. They could really sink their teeth into a 6-game stretch where they can make some noise.
I do like it this year because it is the 4 nations. I'll be much more interested in Team USA versus whatever type of all-star, stuff that the NHL would come up with.
248-539-9797. What has your attention? This one says Dusty May has performed a damn miracle after the condition Juwan Howard left the Michigan program in.
Yeah, I mean the roster turnover. We've seen it in so many different sports. Certainly football, you see the roster turnover, and what Indiana was able to do this year with new coach and the transfer portal. We saw what Ohio State was able to do with NIL. Now, they're always talented, so it's not just that, but a huge investment. Now we're seeing it on the basketball side of things, and a lot of these guys are one and done, or they're 2 and done, or they hit the portal, and you're able to turn the roster over and change your outlook quicker now than you ever have before, and Dusty May in Michigan has certainly done that.
So they have this issue where they like to get up big and then blow the lead.
It's infuriating, it's frustrating, but as that one texter pointed out, and Greg pointed out earlier, still better than what we had last year.
Look, what they have the ability to run 7-footer pick and rolls, a pick and roll with 2 different 7-footers. With Wolf and Golden, teams don't see that. It's rare you see 1 7-footer, let alone 2 that play big minutes and 1 that can dribble and shoot and handle and pass the way Wolf does. I could see a situation where they get into those tournaments where it's game after game after game, and teams just aren't ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
But their big issue is at any game, they could blow a lead, run into a stretch of turnovers, and it kind of feels like we all know how their season's going to end. It's going to end in a collapse.
With the same characteristics that they haven't fixed to this point. I mean, okay, they're a team that is winning more than they lose, and it is exciting. It's fun. You talk about they're one of the top 3 teams as of now in the Big Ten, but things are going to get a lot tougher because they are playing, as you mentioned, tonight, Purdue, top 10 team. A week from Friday, they're going to be playing Michigan State, who is a terrific team. So things are going to get tougher for Michigan.
Michigan's been very enjoyable for me to watch. Like, that's probably what I've watched more than anything this year. Just has fit my schedule a lot of times, but because I'm fascinated by Danny Wolf. But I believe they're unfixable. I don't think they can fix their problem. I just think it's inevitable. They're going to lose somewhere in the tournament between the second round and if they get lucky, maybe to the Elite Eight, depending on their draw. But eventually they will lose because they turn the ball over and they blow a lead. Saturday was fascinating to me against Indiana. They had that game really in hand, and they just let them back in like they have all year, and Indiana's just a so-so team this year. So Michigan State, I'm compelled to. I think Izzo has the type of team that can go on a run. I think it would be such an awesome story for them. Like, I know this is horrible for a Michigan fan to say, but it's college basketball.
Sure.
And I respect the hell out of Izzo that somehow he could get to another Final Four.
Well, they were not 100% when they played Oregon this weekend. And
great win.
They're a deep team, and it's Jace Richardson with his dad in attendance, right? Like, when you are 8, 9, 10 deep, they were tested. They got down. They rallied. They came back. They run. They don't maybe shoot enough threes, but they run. They're deep. They'll defend. They'll rebound. A lot of those characteristics of Izzo teams that go on runs.
You know, the Four Nations will be great hockey. International hockey's fun to watch. I just miss the fact that they're not in the Olympics anymore. I mean, back in 2010 when it was U.S. versus Canada in the gold medal game, it's like no matter what this thing does, it can't capture like that. No. Right? You know, but I'm also open to sports do need to try to do new things. I mean, this is going to be great hockey.
Yeah. The only nation that you're really missing from the world heavyweight hockey countries is Russia. But you have 4 of the 5. Yeah, it should be really good stuff. And you're right. There's been a void in the international hockey space over the last decade here. Now you get a chance to see it. You're going to get a bunch of great – when U.S. and Canada play, that's going to be something you should watch if you're a hockey fan.
I mean, for me, this is an unfixable problem. Some people would be against it, like the old school hockey people, but Olympic-sized rink opens up the game. And it would be. Yep. I would love to see that in the NHL, but it's impossible. You can't restructure arenas to.
Might be the last time it's an international game.
248-539-9797. You guys let us know. Jeez. What now? No more football. What takes center stage in your life? What's the most compelling story of all of a bunch of competitive teams we got going right now? It's 97.1.
Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because now FanDuel is your home for live NBA betting. Even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. Put down a little, win a lot. That's what those parlays are all for. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. And make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
An update on the great debate. Should yesterday have been a holiday? One state's pushing for it. One of our Midwest brethren will get to it at 9:35. Some of the numbers and just how many people called off yesterday. We asked you guys, now what? Football season's over, and we'll pivot to a bunch of stuff, right? I mean, there's no shortage of competitive teams going. The Pistons are in the playoffs. The Red Wings are in the playoffs. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Michigan and Michigan State are in that top tier of the Big Ten in hoops. Both play tonight. So what has your attention? And Ticket Texter says they're most focused on the Tigers' pursuit of Bregman. That's Mike in Tecumseh. John?
When do you think that's settled? Is that within a week?
So Buster Olney claims that soon this will be over. I think we're all begging for a resolution one way or another here. Buster Olney said that Bregman is likely to land with the Red Sox, Cubs, or Tigers, quote, soon. The Astros organization is skeptical that he will return to Houston. So, soon.
So, the full squad reports, well, those guys are going to be there early, February 17.
And the first spring training game is the 22nd, yes.
So, I'm just curious as to what does soon mean? Is it within a week? Is it before the full squad reports on the 17th? Does he want to be in, 2 or 3 days at a minimum after that?
Here's the other thing. Okay, he started slow last year. You don't want to sign a guy to a long-term deal who started slow a year ago if he's not even in camp to start strong this year. Like, you think you're going to get burned on the back end of any of these long-term deals. You got to start strong then.
Yeah.
You're going to hand this guy a 5 or 6 year deal, and I know he wants 6 or 7. I need you in camp. I need you to hit the ground running then so we can get the most out of you for the first 3 to 4 years of that contract. And specifically year one, you got to step in and be this big addition to, ideally, the Tigers. But if it's not going to be, I'm sure the Red Sox are going, get your butt in here. We need you.
Yeah,
or
if
the
you're going to be
Cubs.
division favorites. But just looking at it from the Tigers' perspective, if you're going to be division favorites, it's got to start day one.
Yep.
And so you talk about hitting the ground running. It's opening day. It's April. It's May. It's where the Tigers have in the last 3 years, and I know they started off hot, so to speak, at the very beginning, the first 10 games. But after that, it was a cool off, and you've got to be able to maintain a level of consistently winning and being in the discussion of that division. And God forbid, you grow a lead starting in May, in June, and add to it as August arrives.
Do you think the Tigers would pull their offer at some point here?
I don't know.
They're the quietest team in all this, we believe, and some of this is just us assuming that they have a good competitive offer they've been sitting on and sitting on and sitting on. Did they just go, you know what, Alex?
Well, and if you believe the rumors, the scuttle, the sources, it sounds like the Tigers are the only ones there with the 6-year offer.
Again,
And again, I don't know if it's a 5-year or a 6-year or more or less, whatever. But if that's the case,
so they say stop using us for leverage. Either you want to be here or you don't. We think the world of you. We have your old manager who you won a World Series with. We beat your team last year. We're offering, we believe, to be a competitive, maybe the most competitive offer. Let us know, or we're going to trade for somebody else. We'll pivot to plan B.
I think they hold the cards here. They don't have to. You know what you're doing if you don't sign them. They have positioned themselves perfectly. It's actually brilliant if you look at it. And they also, I think, without a doubt at this time, have definitely the longest contract offer. I would argue it might be as many as 2 years more than anybody else. They know they're giving him the best long-term deal and security. I think they've put themselves in that spot. The problem is it's probably less per year than what Bregman was originally offered. And that's the holdup in all this. Butt-hurtness. Boris overplayed the market. That's what everybody's saying out there. He overplayed.
It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
And that can hurt.
So then Bregman can do the bet on himself, go to Fenway. Mike was kind of talking about this yesterday a little bit, and hit 30 homers and get his value back.
Which is what he may be debating. Buster only ends his little blurb saying, if he signs with the Tigers, it would be Detroit's de facto announcement that with Skubal 2 years from free agency, the team's window to win is now, and the expensive signing of Bregman would be an all-in move. Imagine, we've done this already. You don't have to imagine. The buzz going into this season with Alex Bregman, coming off of what they did a year ago. not just the player Bregman is, but the signal it sends to your fan base.
We're invested. We went to the playoffs last year, unexpected, but we went, and we've built on that.
And if they don't get Bregman, you think they just pivot to Vierling and Young? Because Harris has said that they are willing to trade prospects. They have a lot of them to upgrade. Do you feel like they've done enough to upgrade the bats with just adding Gleyber Torres? Because I don't.
I think people will be mad and they will not do anything significant. They'll just be a better version of last year's team.
That went to the playoffs.
Young players that improved, and see, that's the thing here is I think Harris, I'm making a presumption here. He analytically looks at this and says what he can get out of the two players that play there is good enough to win, but Bregman changes it on a day-by-day basis with more quality at bats and better defense consistently.
Yeah, again,
that is Moneyball.
Well,
in some ways, it's like you can do the same thing with two people almost that you can do with one. The drop off's not as dramatic when you look at the amount of money being paid to the two players versus the one.
Yeah, I do think though we reached a point deeper in the playoffs where you get into 5 and 7 game series and you need some guys who can deliver in back-to-back games, right? You can't platoon everybody. You only get so many players.
I still think the long-term plan will not be jeopardized for the short term.
Oh, that's probably true.
But I also think they're definitely approaching. They've approached this different than last offseason. You give them credit for that, right? That they're still in play for a player like this. When last year you were losing your mind over Matt Chapman.
Yeah, who ended up being a hell of a ball player.
And that's the thing. We'll never know. What would Matt Chapman have done to this team last year?
Yeah.
Would they have done, better? I think
unequivocally
they would have, but how much better? And that's the whole Moneyball argument, which it makes you furious in there.
Save a buck, win a couple less. 248-539-9797. You got a choice of what team you want to be. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, some grocery stores are cracking down on egg purchases. Apparently, people are hoarding eggs right now, and there's several stores like Trader Joe's and Costco that are putting limits on how many eggs you can purchase at one time. So at Trader Joe's, you can purchase 1 dozen per customer, and at Costco, you can purchase 3 cartons per customer. Most cartons are sold in either 2 or 4 dozens. So you can still get your hands on quite a few at Costco.
You just can't do the shopping cart full of eggs.
Right. And the reason they're doing this is to ensure that every customer or most of the customers that come shopping can still get their hands on eggs, because you've all seen it, I'm sure. Shelves are empty in the egg department.
Yeah.
Aldi, Whole Foods, and Kroger don't have like
hard
a
limits.
national limit taking place, but locations can decide for themselves. So perhaps it's the place you shop at might have a limit on how many you can purchase. So.
John, you have like a small army at home. How many eggs do you go through in like a week?
Oh, shoot.
2
we
dozen?
do go to Costco. Oh, we go through way more than that. We'll go through 2 dozen in 2 days.
Which is so
at a
crazy.
minimum.
But you have a big family.
Yeah, a lot of egg eaters.
A lot of egg.
But for the people who are buying 100 eggs at a time, like you're only going to make it worse.
Well, those people
the
have
shortage is going to be more dramatic. Are you running a bakery? What do you need 100 eggs for?
It's got to be people who have bakeries or
if
something.
You have a family of 7, and you're not going to be able to go back to the store on Thursday or Wednesday, and you're trying to make it through the week.
How long do eggs last?
A couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of eggs.
Well, that's
if you're
how
buying
long
like
they
a
last in
grocery
a
store,
fridge. How long they last before they're eaten, that's a different question.
I guess that's true. Hey, the Motown Museum is giving away tickets to see Smokey Robinson in Vegas. It's pretty cool. Not only will the winner get to go to Vegas, attend the concert, you'll get to do a meet and greet with the Motown legend. You're also going to get a tour of the Motown Museum, a whole bunch of special offers in Detroit. You're going to get a ton, right? Round trip airfare for 2, 2-night stay at the Venetian, premium tickets. The list goes on and on and on. Now, the sweepstakes goes through Monday, March 3rd. Winner will be announced on Friday, March 7th. But to enter, you must live in Detroit or within 120 miles of the Motown Museum.
That's one of my favorites.
This year's Daytona 500 will feature the first ever EV pace car.
You hear that, John?
Yeah. The 2025 Chevy Blazer EVSS is the quickest super sport ever for Chevy, reaching 60 miles per hour from 0 in 3.4 seconds. Also produces 615 horsepower and 650 pound-feet of torque.
Yeah. Arr, arr.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Say goodbye to the penny. President Trump announced Sunday he has ordered his administration to cease production of the 1-cent coin because the cost is too high.
Right.
Well, so Trump said, quote, for too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful. Let's rip the waste out of our great nation's budget, even if it's 1 penny at a time. Well, that is that is very true. According to the U.S. Mint, each penny costs 3.7 cents to make. But of course, the situation is more complicated than just getting rid of the penny. So if we get rid of the penny, experts say that this would cause us to need more nickels, which also we lose money making. Cost 13.8 cents to make a nickel, right? But we're going to need more of them, so we're going to spend more money there. And analysts also say that this
So
will
we'll
cause
have more nickels to rub together.
this
in
will
your pocket.
also cause the rise prices to rise for customers because companies will either round up, which they'll probably do, or they could round down by 5 cent amounts, right? So you're going to be paying. Well, it doesn't sound like a lot, right? 5 cents is 5 cents. But over time, it does add up. So in Canada, they got rid of the penny in 2012. So they no longer have the cent coin. In 2018, Canadians paid about $3.27 million more at grocery stores each year due to prices being rounded up by 5 cents.
It's a lot of math.
So I get it. A penny. What do you do with a penny?
I don't have cash on me. So
I don't either. Like if I have
change.
a penny, it's not with me. It's in like a little coin jar somewhere at home, or it's on the. I don't know. I don't have any pennies.
You throw them in those little fountains at the mall. That's what you do
instantly.
with
I
them.
think yes. Let's get rid of the penny.
Yeah, I have
Who
no
needs a
issue with
penny?
it.
I don't
Yeah.
want a penny. I don't want pennies laying around. But I think there's more to it than
Yes,
just
there's always
getting
more to
rid
it,
of
yeah.
It's the domino
penny.
effect.
I don't like change in general.
All right, we're going to talk about a potential change coming up next.
yes. She's only got dollar bills.
Oh, Heather
Wow.
Parker
Yeah.
flexing on him. All right.
Uh-huh.
So coming up next, we got a state in the Midwest that says they want to make the day after the Super Bowl a holiday. Where do you stand on it? We'll talk next. It's 97.1. It's a new year, talking about a new smile. If you put off seeing a dentist in 2024, make a plan to come and see Brightside Dental this year, especially if it's been longer or you're feeling self-conscious. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. They're not going to shame you. They're not going to wag a finger at you if you haven't been flossing 3 times a day. And I remember being in that spot. Post-college, I moved out to Grand Rapids, started doing radio out there. I didn't have a dentist for a while. It's easy to fall out of going every 6 months when you don't have a home base. And with Brightside Dental, they got 9 Metro Detroit locations. One's got to be near you. Make an appointment and start getting back to the dentist. They've got their newest location in Trenton. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. state of Indiana, the latest to make a push to give people the Monday after the Super Bowl off. It was in Heather's News today. 22 million employees planned to miss yesterday. I don't know how it turned out at your office, but 22.6 million planned to miss, and another 12.9 million said they would show up late. 4 out of every 10 said they would be distracted from the Super Bowl, which is why some have said, hey, you're throwing millions and billions away as a business. Just make it a holiday. John, where do you stand?
I would love to see it. I mean, who wouldn't love to see an extra holiday? It's the difference is if you were to do it, if you were going to add a sports holiday to the calendar. The argument for March Madness is that that's live sports. The argument for opening day is that it's live sports. The biggest difference in the argument for the day after the Super Bowl is so many more people are having Super Bowl parties or watching the Super Bowl. And I know it gets over at 10, right? It's you should be able to wake up the next morning and go to work. The ones that it really only affects are the 2 cities that have the franchises that play in this game. However, why not? If people are going to be taking that day off, I understand taking a vacation day, calling in sick, PTO, all of that stuff. Why not just make it a holiday?
So I know these numbers are in the news. I kind of don't believe it because for most people, their team didn't play in the Super Bowl. And the game ended earlier than most Sunday night football games.
Than all of them.
Right. If your team played in the game, I understand the euphoria of winning it. You are in no headspace to go into work the next day. If your team lost, you're a wreck. You're a shell of yourself. You're in the fetal position. I understand that game takes a toll. For everybody else, you go to work the next day. Look, my argument is everybody wants a free day off. Everybody wants a paid day off. But this isn't the best day to do it from a sports standpoint. It's opening day for your baseball team, or it's the Thursday or Friday for March Madness. Getting up the day after the Super Bowl, if your team didn't play and you didn't get belligerent the night before,
is
just another
you want
Monday.
a holiday for a much smaller group of individuals.
I don't know the numbers on this. I don't believe the numbers on this. You think 22 million people were planned to miss work because of what? Why did you need to miss the Monday after the Super Bowl?
Well, because they were celebrating the football season, we said you should, and you called it out. That all those people that said, well, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. Well, it set a record for ratings.
Are you not able to get up and work the next day?
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is,
not being able to work
if it gets
because
over
the
at
game's
10
going
and
on.
you clean up, it's 11 o'clock, or if you're watching the post game, which you should be able to do, right? You celebrate it all season long. Why not celebrate, watch the post game, and you don't get home or you don't get done cleaning up till midnight? Call in sick the next day. Have a holiday. It'll eventually happen because the NFL is going to go to 18 games. They will back the Super Bowl up. It's going to be played the Sunday before President's Day. So boom, there's your holiday.
Right. But I'm saying...
Or you could just move it to Saturday and make it easy on everybody.
Let us know. 248-539-9797. What I'm saying is we're all adults, okay? And this isn't even for blue-collar workers. Blue-collar workers got to show up and work regardless, even on the federal holidays. But for everybody who's just got an office job, just be an adult, show up to work the next day. You're not missing any games by showing up to work on Monday. You'd be missing games by showing up opening day for your baseball team or that wall-to-wall Thursday, Friday, March Madness fiesta. You'd be missing games. I get being distracted at work because the game's going on.
This one to draw the hard, tough guy line on.
I get it. I understand from a sports
doesn't come
fan.
across as tough guy.
I'm not trying to be tough guy. I just get it more from, hey, I'd be distracted at work because the games are currently going on while I'm at my cubicle. I don't understand. The game ended 8, 10, 12 hours ago, and I can't focus at work.
That's not what people are saying. They're not saying they can't focus. They're not saying they can't go to work. They're just saying they don't want to. Okay, welcome to every day.
I was say people don't want to go to. Hey, do you want a day off tomorrow? 248. The answer is yes. Yes, they want a day off. But if you get a day off from a sports standpoint, the Super Bowl Monday wouldn't be my priority. But you guys let us know. We got Henry up first. You're on 97.1.
Morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
I love the show. I enjoy the show. You two guys are a riot. I just wanted to comment on the day after the Super Bowl. I believe it should be a holiday, so there's no bickering. And my job for the last 3 years, we did have it as a holiday. And by the end of the year last year, when we came out with the new holiday schedule, the 25 year, we didn't have it. They took it away from us.
Oh. I don't like that.
Yeah, they took that day, and they took New Year's Eve day away from us.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They took New Year's Eve away? Do you get New Year's Day at least?
No, we get New Year's Day, but we don't get the Eve no more.
Oh, wow.
It's a tough one.
That's tough.
So did you go to work yesterday? Or did you call in sick?
No, as soon as the day after New Year's came out, we got our vacation days approved to us. I put in for that day off.
Okay.
So you
Well
took
done.
it off. Yeah. That's what we're asking. I mean, is this happening?
Yeah. And so
'Cause I
people
get it.
are automatically going to take it off.
Well, and from him, he's thinking Lions, right? You're always thinking, and we have people say school districts were going to have the day off, and you know, might be the whole week with the parade. I get it, if your team's in the game, you win, you lose, the fallout. If your team isn't in the game, it's a big football game, ends at 10 or 11 o'clock. You drive home, and it's another Monday at the office, right?
Sure.
All right. 248-539-9797. I'm not going to sell him.
No.
Ticket Texter says, no brainer. The Super Bowl should be either the Sunday before MLK Day or President's Day. Well, it'd have to be President's Day.
They're
We're not
gonna
going to play
move
in
it up.
January.
Yeah. So maybe we start the season in June?
Yeah. But it may end up getting
I'd
there.
be fine with that too.
Super Bowl Saturday. People echoing a Jansen opinion there. It says, why can't they have it on Saturday instead of Sunday?
Money.
This one says, Jim, you sound like a tool. This is one of your worst takes, hands down. This one says,
Sometimes I just let the people speak for me.
Your silence was deafening, John.
I just remain silent and let you read it yourself.
I'll have the unpopular take on this. That's fine. This one says, I just work Monday afternoons after the Super Bowl. My clients have a late start after too many Jack and Coke. Signed, Jack and Coke Jerry. All right.
Still doing that. We're holding tight to that bit.
That whole bit, huh? Tom, what do you think?
Look, this has been debated for years. Long time ago said they should move it to President's Day weekend. It just makes common sense to do that. But I'm with Jim to a degree here. It's like you don't have to have a holiday on this. Like most people go to bed still earlier than they do when the Lions played the Vikings on Sunday night. I know I did.
Yeah.
To John's side of it, though, I'm kind of like look, we have to be here for our job, you know.
Right.
But as an average person, like if I didn't do this for a living, I like to watch the celebration. I like to hear the post game interviews. If I go out, go somewhere, and I don't want to have I gotta leave. The game's over. You know, you want to casually just leave when you want to leave. I'm not saying you're staying up till 1 a.m. or something like that, but you know that clock's ticking in the back of your head. I think for so many people that I got to get up early and work tomorrow. That and the other thing too is I know you said something about opening day maybe being a sports holiday, and that's so complicated because everybody can't play at home. I mean, what when the Tigers I
said for your home opener.
You want to be off the Thursday or the day after, so you want to be off the Friday after the Tigers play at the Dodgers this year. That's because that's the opener. It's not the home opener.
Not the day after. He wants the day of.
Yeah, no, that's the difference. I'm saying for the regular guy, sports fan, our job's different. But for the average person who's a sports fan, what's the better use of the time off? Taking the Monday off when there's no games going on, or taking the day off when you can go to the ballpark or go to the bar or be with your buddies or watch the games together? That to me is the better use of this bonus mythical day off we're handing out.
But this is why John wins the argument. I
don't like this. Don't say it then. Go ahead.
Censor. All right. If opening day was, so you got that day off, and sometimes it's on the road, sometimes it's at home, whatever. I'm convinced most people wouldn't watch baseball.
They just use it for something else.
You'd watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm convinced, aren't you? Wouldn't you agree with that? I knew you wouldn't like that.
Silence is deafening.
So let's look at this from a different perspective. Why don't they just move President's Day?
We've already renamed the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, it is an honor day, you know, in terms of it's always on Mondays when they observe it. Isn't it actually the 12th? I think it is.
What do you
Like
mean?
the real day originally?
Oh,
Okay, yeah, he's right.
It
One of their
floats.
birthdays.
yeah, somebody's
One of
birthday,
those
right? Yeah.
presidents.
Which
Yeah,
president
yeah,
is it?
yeah.
Lincoln, Washington? I should know this. You think just move it?
Yeah, you just graduated high school. You should know this.
Well, I did more recently than anybody else on the show.
Should know your state capitals.
John, do you know every state capital?
I think he does.
Because I'm learning with every 2 Grand Slam that you know every single one of these state capitals.
Well, I think it is something that you should know.
Why?
I do. Well, I just that's one of the things that makes me unique.
Certainly.
Evan, who does our digital,
Yeah.
he didn't know the 4 oceans, John.
What do you mean you didn't know the 4 oceans?
That doesn't surprise me. Not surprising
What
me.
school district did he go to? Where did he grow up?
Is he from the east side?
Oh, no. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness. And we always ask, why should we go work out? Sometimes it's weight loss. Sometimes it's I just want to be healthier. I want to be in better condition. To share something about my life, I want to be able to do things that my kids are doing. So I go to Planet Fitness, and whether the reasoning is to be able to play with Teddy, who's 3 years old, get on the ground with him, be able to get up off the ground with him, or it's Ruby's in basketball, Ellie and Jack softball and baseball. I want to be a participant in my kids' lives. And I want to continue that way, even when I have grandkids, which hopefully that's a ways down the road. But I want to be able to do all of those different things. For $1 down and $15 a month, you can get in the door at Planet Fitness. If you want a little bit more, they've got their Black Card membership, which includes unlimited guest privileges. It includes access to every location that they have. And so you got to find what it is that you want to work out, why you want to work out, and the place to work out is Planet Fitness. You can find your nearest club and join today because they update their equipment all the time. They're always keeping their clubs clean. You could do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
Apparently, we have egg on our face. The ticket texters are always quick to point out if we screw something up. Tom said, digital producer Evan Jenkins doesn't even know the 4 oceans. And we all laughed. Ticket texters are claiming there are 5 oceans.
So you got the Pacific, the Atlantic.
Yeah, 2 for 2.
The Indian, and the Arctic.
That's, as far as I was aware, the 4 oceans on planet Earth. However, this is from Thomas Google. We Googled it. Historically, the 4 are the ones John named. However, most countries, including the United States, now recognize the southern, parentheses, Antarctic, as the 5th ocean. The southern is the newest named ocean.
So I Googled it as well. The Southern Ocean was not recognized until after the year 2000. It's sometimes called the Antarctic Ocean.
But that would make them 5 oceans.
Yes.
Is this what they're teaching in schools now?
Well,
indoctrinating our kids in 5 ocean theory.
This was officially recognized in June 8th, 2021. I never heard that.
The last few years.
Now, it was coming off of COVID, so maybe that's why I didn't get it.
Well, yeah, but it also, okay, Google says it was recognized after 2000. So, as I mentioned, someone here didn't graduate high school until after the year 2000.
Graduated 2011.
So I would think.
So you think I should? Livonia
that
school
should
system
have been taught.
Yeah, Livonia school system let me down.
Yeah, because I graduated high school in '94, long before they had the Southern Ocean. Heather, when did you graduate high school?
2002.
Oh,
yeah.
Junior, senior year, you might have been
known,
exposed to this
I
information.
slacked off those years.
Yeah, senioritis.
I hardly went to class. No.
We'll soon have 6 oceans when the American Ocean, formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, when do we get the American Ocean?
I actually think American Ocean sounds better than Gulf of America.
Yeah, but it's not an ocean.
Well, he can make it one. He can do anything he wants.
Make the Southern Ocean the American Ocean. I didn't even know the Southern Ocean existed until today. If you guys knew this is Doug walked in to get ready for the show, and we told him this was like major news. I don't think Doug knew either.
No. Well, Doug, I mentioned I graduated in '94. He graduated long before that.
He's got kids. Maybe help them with their homework.
That would be his wife.
Oh, okay.
She's the teacher.
Is that your excuse too? You're not helping the kids with their schoolwork?
No, they're on their own.
Okay. Those guys will be in here.
Self-taught.
Those guys will be in here in a second. If you missed any of the show, Odyssey Rewind, you can go back and listen. We compared the Lions to the Eagles. We opened the show talking about a member who wasn't here on time, overslept. Talked about how we try to avoid that on this show.
Yeah, different precautions that we take. I still think you're dancing with the devil. Because you don't set your alarm until the night before instead of having repeating alarms that just happen every day.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, but especially with modern technology, like you don't have to sit there and go through your phone and go, alarms.
No, but it's part of my ritual.
One day you'll forget that ritual.
But it's always part of, okay, what are we doing the next day on the show? Send the email. Then at the end of the night, I set 2 alarms. My wife has a backup alarm. I have not had an issue in coming up on a year doing the morning show. I think the system works.
No, I'm not saying your system doesn't work. I'm just saying you could make it better.
Yeah, more efficient.
Have you ever gotten to the point where your wife's alarm goes off?
A handful of times.
Okay.
And that's not how it's supposed to
She loves that, I'm sure.
I'm sure she does. Yes.
Get up! Get out!
What the worst is, though, if I get up, turn off my alarm, and then start the process of getting ready. And
when you forget to turn hers off?
So now she's not even the hero. I'm just a jerk.
Yep. Yep. What's today? Tuesday?
Gator, we had a member of the show oversleep today, so we were going over how we avoid that.
Oh.
John has never, as far as I know.
Nope.
Not as long as I've been on the show.
No.
Oh, it wasn't me, but I have definitely.
It's not me.
And it will happen to him.
I've got this locked. They keep telling me that.
John's never missed the show, but he has
I did
slept
show
through
up.
an alarm.
Yeah. I showed up 2 minutes before, but
yeah.
So, Greg or
Tom for the second time in a week.
Oh, Tom.
This guy.
Second time, within 7 days.
I'm trying to think because I did the morning show for 6 months back in 2006, and I never overslept. We did, however, we were on a remote in Lakeland for spring training at the time, and we had gotten up at the hotel and we were going to drive over to the stadium to do the show at 6 a.m, and we left at plenty of time, like 5:20, and it's literally a 5-minute drive. But our producer, who was driving the car, got confused where we were and got lost on the way.
You're going the wrong way.
Right.
Was it Stoney?
No.
Just circling the destination.
Just kept and was getting, and we're like, dude, we gotta be there. Like, they're expecting us, and, and they're like, yeah, we know we're trying to. And now I'm starting to get nervous because now it's 5:45 and we still haven't gotten there. I'm like, dude, where are you? What are we doing here? Why can't you find the stadium? I mean, how tough is it going to be to find the stadium?
Could have walked there faster.
Right. And now it's right before 6 o'clock, and we realize we're not going to make it in time. We had to do the show on our phones, on our cell phones.
Oh my gosh!
For the first segment of the show.
Is this before you were with Doug?
Yes, this was a year before Doug and I were put together. So it was. I was with John Lund, was the other morning host, and our producer. It got us lost, and we missed the first segment of the show. We did it, but it was over the phone, and program director was not very happy about that. And I'm like, nothing I can do. I wasn't driving. Not my fault.
Start pointing fingers.
Yeah,
maybe that's where you learn that you don't like fingers being pointed.
Perhaps. So the answer is no. I don't think I've ever overslept for a show. I've been late, but always because of a traffic situation or getting lost situation. I remember we did a St. Patrick's Day show one time out in Utica, and I could not for the life of me find the freaking bar that we were supposed to be at. And I think I was a good 10 minutes late for that. But otherwise, I don't think you've ever overslept for the show.
No, I have not.
Starts at 10.
I was going to say, it'd be hard to oversleep for your show, but.
Yeah, a hell of a night.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not really.
Yeah.
Not a thing.
I saw you guys tweet something about Bregman.
Yeah, I'm the response. Gator, you're surprised by the response?
I was initially, yeah. I haven't looked at it since, but yeah.
We'll get to that at 10:18.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
You know, at some point, the cops could have been called on Kang yesterday.
This is true.
I don't know if this is straight up thievery or how he would describe this, but an interesting challenge after the show, and the police did not get involved.
This is true. I don't think it was thievery, and it certainly wasn't even attempted. However, it could have been perceived.
Could it be considered as thievery when you're trying to pay for something? Explain, Kang, what happened after the show yesterday.
Well, I did not get arrested. I'm here right now.
Yep.
So, and if I
You
did,
could have been arrested at least, yeah.
Well, the crime I did, who knows, man?
Yeah.
Might have needed a lawyer, and this could have been a drawn-out process, but it wasn't.
You, yesterday, made a decision on your drive home.
Yeah. So, as you guys know, and Doug, I'm sure you know the most, that we're supposed to get snow this week.
Yep.
And it's going to be a pretty decent dump, right? So I'm trying to get ahead of it. I do not have
a couple of dumps.
Exactly. It's I do not have any salt. Ran out of salt, and so hey, I heard there's a lot of places don't have salt, sold out. On my way home, I know of a Meijer and a Walmart located right next to each other. So I figured I'd hit both up. I get at least 2 shots at this, right? Go to the Walmart, sold out of salt. That's cool, fine. I know there's a Meijer next door. Go there. Go to Meijer. And you know those outdoor areas they have for like soil and pots and things like that?
They have pallets.
Yep, pallets. I go out there and I see a pallet and it's got a bunch of bags of salt. Bam, jackpot. Score. I grab a bag of salt, throw it in a cart, head myself over to the self-scan, wait in line, get it to the front. And there's usually one, person there working the entire self-scan that works at the Meijer, and she looks at me and she goes, "You can't buy that." And I said, "I can't buy this bag of salt?" She said, "No, you can't buy that." I go, No, it's okay. I'm not going to put it on the self-scan. Can you just scan it for me with your scan gun or whatever? That way it won't mess up the machine.
Right, sure. That's fine. Makes sense. That's a heavy bag.
Because I don't want to go to a cashier. I will if you want me to, but because she looked like, don't bring that through here. Not up in here.
Not up in here.
Yeah. And she goes, "No, literally, you can't buy that. That's our salt." It's like, this is Meijer's salt? Like, no, I'm trying to buy it. I'm trying to buy your salt. No.
Meijer's salt for the store so that they don't have people suing them because people are slipping and falling on the ice outside on the sidewalk.
That's their salt for their sidewalk. And so...
So I can't say you tried to steal it because you were trying to pay for it.
Yes, I was.
But you tried to buy something that wasn't for sale.
I guess I was.
Yep.
I said, "Lady, look at me."
Kane trying to flex.
What's your price?
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's got a price. $1 Million Man said so.
So, did you explain? Hey, they were on the pallet outside where.
No, she thinks I was trying to steal this, or not steal it, but like just I don't know what she thought. She was like shook that I actually took the salt of theirs and brought it to the front.
What else is interesting is that that person knew that that was salt from their own personal stash. Like, how did they know?
I wonder if someone else had done it before that day too, or whatever. Yeah, yep. Or that because it didn't say like it looked like it's a regular brand of salt. I didn't check what brand it was.
Well, that's amusing. Boy, is my face red or what, huh?
Right. So I guess I'll just leave it here then.
So did you look at the other guy who was?
Yeah, there was another guy too. Thing? Yeah, he took off. He saw what had happened, and did
he drop the salt and just left?
He just left
in handcuffs.
So
I said, go warm up the car. Hurry.
Go.
You do have to start to question, though, if there is a salt shortage and one is responsible for one sidewalk, what is one to do?
Well, you don't use like regular salt.
No.
I had to say that for the people that think.
Right.
No, you have to use flaky sea salt.
No, Hawaiian sea salt.
The Himalayan sea salt.
Yeah, exactly.
Or here's one thing you do. You just get sued.
Right, there's that.
All right, well, I guess I'm going to get sued.
Well, if you're going to use regular salt, you got to use pepper too, because you can't,
season it properly.
Yeah, exactly.
But not cinnamon. I heard that because I knew some other people were trying to get salt over the weekend and they were having issues with it, and everybody kept telling them like we should have it by Tuesday. So maybe today is the day that everybody gets their shipment.
Salt delivery.
Yeah, or not. We'll find out as people continue to try to shop for salt and eggs.
Yeah.
Salted eggs?
Well, you got to throw salt on your eggs. Got to season them.
Do you guys have salt? You guys good?
Hey, we've got some ice melt. It is not technically salt. It is.
Oh, that's the good stuff, I think.
Ice melt.
That is the good stuff.
That's expensive.
But we are running low, and we don't have a particularly long sidewalk in front of the house, so could get the job done.
I don't have sidewalks, so I don't have to worry about that. So I don't use salt. However, I was going to pick up a bag for my mother and go over to her house. And
That's what a good son would do.
It is what a good son would do.
You might have some problems.
I might have some issues from
Be
trying
some
to
challenges.
do that. Yeah.
Well, value your salt, people. Ration the salt moving forward, unless new shipments come in today.
I did something really dumb this morning.
Okay. I am intrigued.
So I told you guys before that at some point last night I lost power. And I'm like, great. It's the middle of winter. It's going to be freezing. Awesome. And I kept checking my phone every couple hours. You know, this was after midnight that I lost power. Like, when going to update, whatever. And the update basically is not until after the show when I come home that will the power be restored. So when the power is out, got to get out of the garage door.
Right.
So, and it was also garbage day. And I heard a garbage truck, and I'm scrambling to get the garbage out. So I lifted the garage door. I take the garbage out, and I come back, and as I turned around and came back, or I should say when I was walking out, I banged my head against the garage door because it was hanging lower than it normally does because it didn't roll all the way up. That hurt, Doug.
I did it once. With the hit the button and sprint.
Yeah.
But jump over the laser, but duck at the same time. It was unsuccessful.
No.
I cleared the laser successfully. I did not duck enough.
That's hilarious. Is there a Nest video of this or anything? Or
There's not. I
My
really
first
wish there
thought
was.
if anybody got me on their video, is me ramming my head into the top of the garage door.
I gotta tell you, I had a hat that I wore all the time. That it was a trucker hat, so the back was white. I had the hat on backwards as I jumped over the laser and ducked under the garage door and banged my head. And that hat forever had a black mark across the back mesh.
How was the dismount?
Well, I immediately gave "Are you blanking kidding me?" And then I noticed I was starting to bleed.
Oh.
We were on our way out too, and I'm like, okay, everybody's gonna have to chill for a second. Yeah, but it was a bad, not a good moment for Doug. Kang, you couldn't be smiling any bigger back there.
No, I love those stories because it's like our chance to be Indiana Jones.
It kind of is.
Like,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah. As an adult and a parent, you don't get these moments, and that's one of them. The leap and duck over the laser under the moving garage door.
Have you done it since?
Have I hit my head or
No,
have I
have you
attempted
tried to do the Indiana Jones leap? since?
I do it 20 times a year. I love the Indiana Jones leap.
You still do it?
Still do it.
Okay. All right.
I do it better.
I would
Have you ever done it?
I haven't done that run in probably 10 years.
Have you ever done it, Kang?
Oh, yeah. I did it. I recently, I think at least 2 or 3 times last summer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, man. It was
because
it's still fun.
There's still adrenaline there, man. It's a thrill. It's a thrill.
Yeah.
I have a keypad on the outside where I can punch in the code and the door will shut rather than trying to show off my lack of athletic ability.
So do I.
Oh,
I
you
have the
just,
keypad.
that is a flex.
Yep. I have the keypad. I have the thing in the car. I mean, I programmed the 3 buttons in the car.
You got clotheslined once.
Clotheslined once. Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes the
by the
keypad
way-
doesnll work as well.
Here come the helmet jokes. All right.
Well, if you had a helmet.
Alex Bregman. Baseball insiders are saying this is the week. Will it be Detroit? We had a question for the Detroit audience. We will get to that next. If you haven't seen it yet, it is available on Twitter. You can go vote and comment there. We'll read many of the comments for people who responded, and we will get to it. It's a bold. Should they get bold right now? Tigers. Hey, look, let's go ahead and heat up the winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevy in Sterling Heights. This month, get into a 2025 Chevy Trax LS for just $259 a month for 36 months with no money down. Pay only $259 a month with 0 down and with approved credit and your GM employee discount. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Huge inventory, Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, EVs, hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. Remember this, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where it's the lowest price or it's free. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive.
That's it. So, if you're on Twitter and you don't follow Kang's account, you should. It's at Kang Collects, Khang. And Kang posted a video. Should we retweet it, Doug?
Just did.
Okay. Yep. So we just reposted it on our Twitter account at Doug and Gator 971. Where it's apparently there's actual footage of you trying to do this, Doug.
Yeah, you can go check it out at Doug and Gator 971 or at Kang Collects.
You trying to beat the garage door.
The Indiana Jones ninja hit the garage door, run for the opening, leap over the laser beam, but duck under the moving garage door. Successfully done by me almost every time. But once, and it was actually at our place up north. And there might have been a witness. We were up there with another family, and I'm pretty sure it was a good friend of mine, Michael O'Brien, was sitting in the car waiting, and he might have witnessed the whole thing.
Was it during the wintertime?
Yes, it was.
I think I remember you telling me.
I might have told this.
Yeah, because I remember there was a blood story with you in the winter.
Crouching tiger, hidden homeowner.
Hidden Doug.
And they say it's not dangerous in these streets out here in the suburbs.
Dude,
man.
it
Come
can
on,
get
man.
rough, yeah.
Right.
You know.
Up in
The people warned me about Petoskey.
But you win
We went anyway.
Yeah. Do what
Remember
you
the
gotta
new
do.
Doug? Dangerous. All right. So go check out the video.
Please.
So, yeah, Alex Bregman. So a couple things. I mean, we're day infinity here of Bregman Watch, and Buster Olney today is saying we're close. He thinks something's going to happen any minute now, but for sure by the end of the week. The Cubs on Monday had their pitchers and catchers report, and USA Today's Bob Nightingale was there in Mesa, and he said that, their opening press conference, pretty much every other question seemed to be directly or tangentially about Alex Bregman. And there is some pressure on them to spend. They are the favorite in the division, but everybody in the National League is trying to keep up with the Dodgers. In Boston, they're really balking at a long-term deal, according to insiders there. They seem to be standing firm on what shorter-term deal, they're standing firm on a shorter-term deal, according, again, to what I'm reading out of Boston. There's Houston. That kind of started to there were some smoke signals coming out of Houston last week. Although there are reports today that Houston's officially out. And then there's this. ESPN Bet came out with their odds in the division.
Okay.
Tigers are to win the World Series 35-1. To win the American League, they're 12-1.
All right. There's a chance there.
To win the American League Central, the favorite is Cleveland at plus 230. The Tigers are plus 260.
Okay.
Minnesota's plus 240. So the Tigers are third in the division, according to ESPN Bet.
But it's tight.
It is tight. It's actually the tightest, expected to be the tightest race in the American League. Now, I mean, they could in one fell swoop, however, change that and go ahead and sign Alex Bregman. One would imagine if it's that tight, Bregman could push the Tigers over the top of the American League Central if this is going to go the way Vegas thinks it's going to go. Vegas is not perfect, but Vegas has proven over the years to be a reasonable barometer of how things can play out, but nothing's in stone. Sports are great because of that. So here's the question. Right now, would you endorse the Tigers? Just saying, F it. Whatever you want, Alex. 6 years, 180. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 years, 200. Whatever it is, would you do it? And I mean, the responses are interesting. We'll get to what the responses were on our Twitter poll. But would you say don't give him 6 years, 200? Because this is an organization that has had a common narrative said about him. They're never going to spend the money. They're not going to spend the money. Tigers are cheap. They're trying to do it on the cheap. Well, they could do this. And yet, 57.4% of our listening audience says no, stand firm. Don't give him what he wants just to bring this thing to an end. So Look, I realize that the 57.4 might not be the same people saying they're cheap. Chris Ilitch won't spend the money. But it's kind of an interesting juxtaposition. Do you want him to spend the money? Do you want him to do this kind of deal to just bring this let's wrap it up and become the favorite in the American League Central? Or do you want him to not spend the money because you think it's dumb money?
Well, that's interesting that the people are looking at this in that way, because I would have thought that majority of people are just like, hey, screw it, let's just get him. But I think that the reason that it's a number like what we have here on the other side of it is because there's fatigue. Fans are tired, right? We read some of that stuff late last week of the Houston Astros fans that have grown tired and said, screw it, let them walk, and all this stuff.
There was a story about, just so people didn't miss it, just to update them, there was a post about Bregman, and we didn't say where it was from. We just read the response. It was a post about where things stood with Bregman, and we read all the responses, or many of the responses, and they were like, screw it, let him walk. This ship has sailed.
Yep.
Don't want the guy anyway. And then we pointed out that it came from a Houston account. It was Houston fans saying the same thing.
Yes, and it was reported about that Houston may have upped their offer to Alex Bregman in recent days. So I just think this is where we're at as a whole as fans. Fans are tired, man. Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow, at least for the Tigers they do. People are like, let's get this. It should have been done a long time ago. So even if it gets done, I think it gets off on the wrong foot with fans, and maybe by the start of this season, I think people would forget about it and like, okay, whatever, he's in the lineup if they do sign him. But I do think it's interesting how people are reacting now compared to how they would have reacted a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, if you had said, hey, get it done for 6 years, $180 million, would you do it? And everybody would be, yeah. Not everybody, but there'd be a number of people that would say yes.
Couple weeks, couple months. I don't know when some people reached a tipping point where they're sick of waiting on Alex Bregman. It's hard to shake a feeling that Alex Bregman doesn't want to be here. But he doesn't apparently want to be anywhere yet. It may or may not be true. What we don't know is that the Tigers' offer is better than everybody else's. If somebody else has a better offer out there and he's still waiting, I don't make this offer to him because I think there's two reasons why. One is I still think they're going to get him. I still think that you don't have to up the ante. He eventually has to decide. He's not going to sit out the year. And I think he will take Detroit's money because I do believe Detroit is the best team. But there's another reason why, and I'll get to that today at 1:30. But we'll read many of these responses at 248-539-9797. If you want to get in on it and text, you can answer the Twitter poll. Do you just give Bregman what he wants? Say, F it, let's go. Let's win this thing. Here's 6 years, 180, 6 years, 200. Whatever that Boris number is that he'd say yes. And just wrap it up and go win the American League Central. It is Carson Anderson, 97-1, the ticket.
So maybe like Doug or like myself, you've tried to run out of your garage and you've hit your head on the garage door, and maybe it's
only once,
right? Well, fair enough. Maybe it's just not working the way that it was, right? You can clearly tell it's a problem. It's not going down as quickly, or it's going down much quicker than you want it to. You might need some maintenance on that garage door, and if you do, you got to call the right people. Those right people are amazing because they belong to Precision Garage Door. I've called them a couple of occasions. They come out to my house right away, assess the problem, and fix the problem. In fact, right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. Now, that's a $499 value, and the sale ends on March 31st of this year. So call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. And, oh, by the way, you schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for you. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive that service fee. So that's awesome. And if you're looking for a career, Precision Garage Door is always hiring. So call now, fix today. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or precisiondoormi.com.
Is it time just to say F it and give Alex Bregman what he wants? Here you go, 6 years, $180 million. Let's go win the American League Central. Tigers, depending on what sportsbook, but I just saw on ESPN Bet today that they were the third favorite in the American League Central behind the Guardians, and the Minnesota Guardians. Tigers third. 57.4% of the vote. People say nope, stand firm. 42.6% people say yes. Let's roll. Sign him. Give him what he wants. Kind of caught in between, hey, this ownership group and this president don't want to spend, and wait, I don't want to spend that money. But the bottom line here is I wouldn't do it, I said, because A, I think they're going to get him anyway. But B, you know what I find fascinating is every time Scott Harris speaks, he mentions something else that I'm pretty sure hasn't happened yet. Pretty confident. He always talks about improving the roster through trade.
Right.
And when I start thinking about that, I'm like, ooh, what's he talking about? What is plan B? They're clearly comfortable waiting out Alex Bregman on plan A. They're clearly comfortable with whatever amount of money that they've offered. But he always brings up trade. We don't hear trade talk. We don't hear trade rumors. What's he got brewing over here? What's this other plan? Is there another plan?
Yeah, it's interesting to think about because he's mentioned it for months about the possibility of adding through trade. And does that mean in the offseason or does that mean during the season? Don't know. But the guy is here. He's here for the taking. And you're asking, should the Tigers say, screw it, just go for it? I think you do on one number, not on the other number. I think most people are like, look, it's not my money, whatever. Yep. But you also understand that even if you say that, you have to know there's a responsibility that the owner has and the GM has to the owner about, okay, there's a threshold. And we don't know what that threshold is. And we also know that at the end of the contract, it's likely to look bad because if you're going for a 6-year deal for somebody who's 31 or going to be 31, that they're not going to be performing at the end of the contract like they would a beginning contract. We all know this. We've seen it with every free agent basically that gets that contract in the 30s. And we've seen it with Miguel Cabrera for sure. The biggest factor with Miggy was his health.
Yeah.
That was the number one thing that turned his numbers south was his health. He wasn't able to swing like he had been. He was swinging with pain and still find a way to hit, just not hit home runs. Now, Alex Bregman, you don't know what the health is going to be like of any player moving forward. But he's still playing at a very high level defensively and also at the plate. Even though he got off to a slow start last year, he finished very strong over the last 4 months of the season. And he's a very good player. Would I give him the 6 years and $180 million? Yeah, I probably would, but I don't think I'd go any more than that. And I'd love to see if you can get for less. The problem is you don't want to bid against yourself.
Well,
and you don't know what that number is. Like, you know that there's a baseline of 156. That was the report that Houston had offered. Then there was another report that Houston may have offered, upped it by another $1 million a year. So add 6 to that, and now you've got 6 and 162. Can the Tigers get it done for like 6 and 175 or something like that? Did it not have to go to 180?
I don't want you to start dropping the number and making it easier. Like the point is, it's clearly a tough decision.
So this is why I'm going to put out why I say my top is 180 because I don't think anybody's coming close to that. I don't think the Red Sox are doing that. I think the Red Sox are exploring other options. I mean, frankly, they already have a third baseman in Devers. So they'd have to, move things around or move Bregman to another position, maybe over at second base. And there's rumors that they're interested in Nolan Arenado that would put him at third and move Devers around. So we'll see if the Red Sox fall out because they're going to trade for Arenado. That'd be great. It seems like Houston's out. So now you're looking at, Toronto as the other team?
I don't know if Toronto's in it anymore.
Or the Cubs.
Only said it's Detroit, Boston, and the Cubs.
And the Cubs apparently want a much shorter term deal. So are they going to be out on this? And I don't know. I think you're right in that it definitely looks like he doesn't want to go anywhere. He wants to stay in Houston. But we don't know this because Alex Bregman hasn't said a word.
Scott Boras hasn't said too much either. But there are reports that leak out that he wants this or he wants this, and you just don't know. I think Bregman's being smart by just staying out of sight, because this is why you hire an agent. You let them do the work. But at the same time, if I'm the Tigers, I'm putting a best and final offer. And out of the two numbers you threw, 180 or 200, I would say, okay, I'm not going past 180.
You do the 180 thing.
I do the 180, and I'd say, here it is, best and final. I'm not bidding against myself anymore.
248-539-9797. All right. Again, 57.4% of the people say stand firm. 42.4% say just give him what he wants. We're at 600 votes this morning. From Ghost Malone, I'm at a point of I don't want to start begging a guy who's on the downside of his career to come play for us. Time to move on. 7JP says, yes, the Tigers are better with him, but I'm leaning out on Bregman. His walk rate suddenly dropping by 50%, resulting in his lowest career OPS in 24, scares me away from committing long term. Plus, I fear it may keep Illich from spending on extensions for Green and others. Tommy Cavanaugh says, I don't think the back end is really going to feel that painful. I know there's not a salary cap, but just look at what the NHL and NBA are doing. Players are just going to cost more and more. Little Buzz on Twitter says, give him what he wants. He wants a second-year buyout good. We owners get a buyout after the third year. Every club could do this. I imagine the Players Union will claim collusion. Larry, I don't want to change the deal. Like, if you start changing the deal, this becomes a very easy question to answer. Yeah, I want to sign him on our terms. No, the point is, you can get him today, but it's got to be on his terms. Ken, he's not the home run upgrade people think. He improves home runs, but everything else is pretty even. Not sure overpaying for him wins us anything but long-term viability. And he's got a stat head baseball comparison between Bregman and Matt Vierling attached. Matt Wheeler says front load the deal so the back end years when he's terrible won't hurt to cut him or bench him. I just don't think he's that special. Why would I bend over backwards for him? That's from Raymond. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Dominic, you're on 97.1 a ticket. Hi, Dominic.
Hey, guys. So I want to bring up a quick point here. Look at the stats between Matt Vierling and Bregman. Okay, I think this might have been from last year. They are not too far off as far as like OBP, slugging percentage, average. Like last year, Bregman hit 260, and then Vierling hit 257. So, I mean, take a look at it. I know, he has more power and he's probably better at defense, but is it really worth it? We're going to spend a tenth of the cost on Vierling as opposed to signing this guy to a monster contract. So I don't know if you guys have, looked into this or not.
I've taken a look at it. What it really comes down to, Dominic, to me is if you've got this money to spend, I have no issue with you passing on Alex Bregman. What else are you going to do to try and improve this team? That's why the talk of trade fascinates me, because he brings it up all the time. Scott Harris, we're talking about here, brings it up all the time. Amongst American League third basemen, for people who care, Alex Bregman's WAR was third best in Major League Baseball last year at 4.1, and Vierling is
3.0.
3.0. He didn't qualify. I guess he didn't have enough. I mean, is Vierling a little bit benefiting from being sort of a platoon player?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So he's being put in the lineup in advantageous situations, good matchups for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he can't play third. We've seen him play third, and
Jace Young is still in the organization.
Yeah, I like Vierling as in the role that he's at. He's kind of a jack of all trades. You put him wherever you got. He's a super sub type guy, and if they don't land Bregman, can they live with a platoon of Jace Young and Matt Vierling? Sure, they can live with that, but I just don't like the comparison. If you're going to compare the player to the player, I don't think that's fair, because I think we've seen what Matt Vierling is, which is fine. Mm-hmm. But Alex Bregman can be special. That's different.
Okay. No, I get that. I was looking over some of these stats, like slugging percentage last year. Bregman hit 453 slugging percentage. Vierling was 423. So they're not that far off in a lot of the categories. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and it was also because of a bad. It's a bad start for Bregman on this season. That's what killed him. The last 4 months of the year, he was very good.
And Vierling did play way more often than not. It wasn't like he played in 80 games last year.
No, because as I said, he was a super sub. He played everywhere. Played 144 games.
He did play.
He had 567 plate appearances. Yeah, he played a lot. Played a lot of outfield.
He just didn't play a ton of third base. I mean, well, he played third base plenty, but he also played center, right field, left field, first base, DH, all on his resume last year.
Yeah, he had 51 games at third base. He had 57 games in center field. Or how about just 98 games in the outfield? I mean, he's an outfielder, third baseman. He's fine.
It's easy to see passing on Bregman, playing Veerling at third some of the time, and maybe Jace Young, but I kind of want to see if they have this kind of commitment to this kind of spending this kind of money, where else could it go? 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up.
You know what's interesting is you say, where else can it go? I bet you they have a plan right away where else it can go. Or maybe they don't, but you go back a few years, more than a few years, when they offered all the money at Max Scherzer, and he turned it down. And right away, they gave it to Cabrera,
yeah,
right?
So there's a common thought that Pete Alonso and Alex Bregman were holding up the market. Mm-hmm. Alonso signed. Everybody's waiting on Bregman. If Bregman decides today on the Cubs, I don't think the Tigers don't have – I don't think they'll be like, oh, well, we have nothing else brewing.
Right.
I get the sense that they're kind of just like everybody else, waiting for this domino to drop, and then everything else starts to fall.
So I guess the way I look at it is, if they're willing to go 160 plus on Bregman and he turns it down, is it easy just to give that money to Tarek Skubal?
I mean, it could be. It could be we see them making a trade where they move some prospects for a veteran player who comes with some money and some term. 248-539-9797. Hey, March is almost here, and college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. And right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, even who's cutting down the nets. So, if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Go there. And the workaround with the $5 bet thing is just go find some heavy favorite, some blowout. Some team is favored by 30 and bet them on the money line. You won't get much back on your $5, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Ray is in Romulus, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Ray.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay, Ray.
Yeah, how you doing? The previous caller and you guys kind of stole some of my thunder, but the biggest issue I have with this is that this is turning out potentially to be another Javier Baez situation. In terms of Alex playing in a small ballpark, okay, he's a dead pull hitter, and he took full advantage of that short porch in left field. I don't see him hitting 26, 30 home runs at Comerica Park. Our third baseman needs to bring some pop if we're going to go out there and spend some money. And Alex is not going to do that at Comerica Park. And additionally, I don't remember us losing too many games because of errors at third base. I do remember us losing a lot of games because we couldn't hit no home runs. So the person I wish we would have gotten was Christian Walker or Pete Alonso, where no matter where they hit the ball at, it's going to go out. But having a dead pull hitter at Comerica Park, he's not going to give us the same numbers that he produced at Houston. I think it's a waste of money, and we should put it towards Tarek Skubal.
You might be surprised to learn that he was actually more productive on the road than he was at home.
I still do not think he's going to do it at Comerica Park.
That's fine, but your assertion that he was dead pull hitter and only put up the numbers at home it's incorrect. He put up better numbers on the road in terms of OPS. It's a better record in his career. And
what were the home run splits? Home run
splits. He hit more home runs away from Houston than he did at Houston
last year.
His entire career.
His entire career. I find that hard to believe because he's a dead pull. But my
I'm just saying, he has 97 home runs away, 94 home runs at home.
And guess what? Javier Baez is a dead pull hitter as well.
Yeah, Javier Baez has a problem with swinging at everything. Alex Bregman doesn't.
So I guess, Ray, here's one thing I bring up.
Different players. It's unfair to bring up that comparison.
I think a lot of what you say, I have the exact same concerns. Let me be clear on this. Same concerns. But what I can't escape is that Alex Bregman would, next year, be their best option at third base.
But at $180 million, come on, guys.
I get it.
Come on,
I
seriously.
get it.
That's Tarek Skubal money.
I get
Period. He's young. You lock him in, and we won't be having any of these concerns about him being 35 and 36 and being another Miguel Cabrera. We don't need to go down that road again.
Okay,
guys.
but think about this, Ray. And they could still pay Skubal. Just because they get Bregman doesn't mean they can't pay Skubal. But I don't love everything about Alex Bregman coming to Detroit, but I cannot escape he'd make him better next year. And I think that if they're going to go for it, you only have accessibility to the players that you have accessibility to. And right now, they don't have accessibility to a lot of other veteran third basemen that can come fill a position of need.
I still don't think the guy brought up the Matt Beerley numbers. They're not too far off from Alex.
No, they're not.
I don't think we lost because of the third baseman. We lost because we didn't have any pop in the bat. No pop. None at all.
Yeah. Bregman has more pop in the bat than Beerley.
He does, and he'll go back to the amount of money. I'm with him on a lot of what he had to say, but I think both things can be true. Is he going to be worth that kind of money? No. I don't think he will be over the course of the contract. I don't think he will. However, he makes them better next year.
Yeah.
And that is something that is kind of the challenge of this whole thing. He wants the kind of money he wants the term and money that make us uncomfortable. We're just trying to actually have a team that's trying to win now.
But he brought up the buzzword. He said Baez, right? And that means that you're scared that you're going to spend money on a guy that's going to turn out to be a total dud like Javi Baez was. There is a massive difference between Javi Baez and Alex Bregman. Javi Baez would swing at everything. You knew you were getting a guy who's going to strike out 150 times a year. Alex Bregman has not struck out more than 87 times since 2017.
Well, I don't know that he's saying, and when I made the comparison between Baez and Bregman, it wasn't about the strikeouts. It was about years on the contract that were going to be painful and regrettable, and you couldn't wait till it expired. And we're there with Baez, and I don't want to jump into another contract that I am very suspicious will be that way. And yet, we're trying to win now? Okay. Who do we have accessibility to that can make us better? It's Alex Bregman. So that's why I'm for getting him. I would not do the 6 years, 180. I would say no if that was the you can have him now price for two reasons. One is the trade stuff, and two is because Harris keeps bringing it up. I have to feel like there's a plan B. But two is that I think they're going to get him anyway without having to say, yeah, we'll take your offer now. Just keep waiting and waiting and waiting. There are teams reporting for spring training. Maybe somebody gets hurt, and that's his best case scenario to get another deal. But does it feel like Detroit has the best offer on the table? Does it feel like insiders seem to think Detroit's still going to get him? Seems that way.
It does. It does. The only thing that changes that is if he pivots and says, okay, I'll take a shorter term deal.
Look,
and then that's going to open it up to more teams.
Yes. And
the Tigers can still be one of those teams.
What's
as
clear,
I imagine they would be.
Yeah, I would think if he goes shorter term, he's going to want a place where he can put a more hitter-friendly park. But with that said, I mean, why are we still sitting here talking about this when teams are reporting for spring training? Because it's a really difficult decision. So what's making it difficult? It feels like the ask from the Bregman camp is more than anybody wants to spend, and the Tigers are waiting this one out. So are others. But I'm amazed that the Tigers are in this mix and are trying to win now. They're trying to give some fuel to this team. 248-539-9797. Here's a quote from a story that Birchie Kid did on our website regarding trades. And this is from Scott Greenberg, who's technically the GM. Detroit can trade from a position of strength, basically up and down the organization. Its farm system is one of the best in baseball. Given where they are in competitive timeline, Scott Harris was asked, are the Tigers more open to moves that would send out prospects than they have been in the past? Okay. So making that trade to win now, to give up your prospects. Here's what Harris said back at the winter meetings. Undoubtedly, the nature of these conversations we're having now are wildly different than they were my first winter in the organization. The tone and substance of the conversations are much different. We are much more open-minded than we were in recent winters. We still have to be responsible and focused on what we have right now and how we can win this year, but also every year moving forward, because we're trying to build a window in which we are a mainstay in October, not just a flash in 2024 and then never get back. So, it's an acknowledgement that, yeah, a deal could be done. He always brings it up. He always brings up trades. We haven't seen one yet. Plan B to me is very, very intriguing on this whole Bregman story.
Yeah, and we don't know what the plan B is.
We don't.
But one thing we know is definitely part of plan B would be to split time with Chase Young and Matt Vierling. And that is quite possibly what could happen. That's the fallback. At the very least, they have that in place, and that's not a bad place to be.
Daniel says, pay him whatever he wants in terms of money. I just don't want him past 3 or 4 years. Well, look, got it. If they agree to a shorter-term contract, I think almost everybody would say yes, including the Tigers. Why haven't it happened? Because they won't agree to that contract.
I would love to see a structure on a deal, that goes heavy in the first 3 and then tapers off. That would be fantastic, and I would imagine the Tigers would want to do something like that.
Do whatever it takes to get Bregman. I don't care if it's 6 and 200. Get it done. From Maverick in Myrtle Beach, got to get Bregman. Spend the money. It's not ours. I'll buy a Little Caesars once a week if they do it. Don't be cheap like the Correa situation. Next text, I wouldn't give Bregman 6 years, 180, but I would give him $100 million for 2 years. Look, all of these people changing the parameters, I think the Tigers would do all of that. Why haven't they done it? Because Bregman's camp won't agree to it yet.
Yeah, and as far as Correa is concerned, Correa would have been better than Baez, but Correa's been hurt a ton with Minnesota. I don't think they've gotten their money's worth.
If you could get Correa for Baez straight up right now, I'd do it.
Oh, 100%. I'm just saying that let's not think that that Carlos Correa has been fantastic, because he hasn't.
It'd be better than what they got in Baez, but yes.
Well, it's hard not to do that.
Bregman is choosing the last team he'll ever play for. Give him a break. That's from Blake in St. Clair. 248-539-9797. It's Karsch Anderson. Coming up next hour, fascinating NFL power rankings. We'll get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tom Izzo in line to make history in the Big Ten, currently tied for the most Big Ten victories in history. He would surpass Bob Knight if the Spartans win tonight, coincidentally against Indiana. That's going to be a 9 o'clock start at Breslin Center for the clash against the Hoosiers. Before that, Michigan Hoops is going to tip off in Ann Arbor at 7 o'clock. A possible revenge game against number 7 Purdue, who beat U of M by almost 30 back on January 24th. The Wolverines are looking for a 5th straight win. Brian Bush's play-by-play will be over on WWJ. And just 2 more contests before the All-Star break for the Pistons, trying to stay over 500. They get 2 straight games at the United Center tonight and tomorrow. They'll clash with the Bulls at 8 o'clock, and then they'll have a rematch 24 hours later in the same building. You can hear the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'll have your pregame at 7:35. And while the Red Wings are off for 2 straight weeks, Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond will be playing in the Four Nations tournament, which replaces the All-Star game this year. Larkin for USA, Raymond for Sweden. Games begin tomorrow up in Canada and continue through next week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming in on the Alex Bregman question we asked on Twitter. We'll get to that in a moment. Tommy did send us the following tweet. Tomorrow at a local Meijer, Kang tries to buy a fluorescent light tube. Consequently, looks like visibility in aisle 12 is poor.
Oh, removing a light tube. I see what he's saying.
Well, don't make it accessible. Is there a ladder to it or something?
He Kang couldn't find any salt for ice, and he found some at a Meijer only to discover that he was taking it off the pallet that belongs to the store that they use to salt their sidewalks.
Just trying to buy the display, that's all.
I'm pretty sure this had a barcode on it. So I mean, you could scan it, you could buy it. That's the words I live by.
And where do they buy it from? That's my question.
Exactly.
All right, feedback coming in regarding Bregman and from Nubs Get Dubs. The American League Comedy Central is winnable. Go for it. Chris getting divorced helps. Let's tie up some funds. Return of the Bad Boys. I say move on. This is getting to be Monty Williams BS. If he wanted to be here, he would be here already. No need to overpay someone who doesn't want to be here. From Timo, F him. We don't need another old washed up contract burden player. This team is fine without him.
How is he old and washed up?
Well, he probably would be at some point in a 6-year deal at Detroit. Right now, though, what I keep saying to these people is, tell me what accessibility they have to getting better at third. Or really any player. Like, are there other free agents that are on Bregman's level that they can get that make him better next year? From Elon sucks, trash, not worth a fraction of what he is demanding. No surprise he's still unemployed. From Eleonora, bro, he turned down 4 for $200. Blank this guy. Did he turn down 4 for $200?
I don't know if he turned 4 for $200, unless it was offered last year that I don't know about. But what the report is that he turned down 6 for $156. I think a previous texter before the break had it right. He's ready to sign the last contract of his career. That's what he wants to do. He wants it to be the last one he has to sign.
Yeah.
Hold out for as much money as you can, get your final offers, and then make it. And his agent is doing just that. His agent is trying to stretch it out as long as possible, and then to the point where right at the brink where teams might say, all right, screw it, we're done, we're out. Get your best and final in and have it done by the end of the week.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Tigers are in a good spot to compete already. One of the things that compelled this question was seeing that they were the 3rd favorite in the American League Central, which is a little surprising, but, I thought they'd be higher than that. They're not right now. That's okay. So they're behind Minnesota and Cleveland, according to ESPN Bet. I mean, I know there are others that think the Tigers are going to win the division, but is it time just to say F it and give him what he wants? And this is a question for a fan base that has been begging the owner to spend. Here's a chance to spend.
Yeah, in this offseason, they've added a little bit to the bullpen, to the rotation. They certainly brought in Jack Flaherty and Gleyber Torres. They've added some pieces to this team. This team on paper looks better than what they were a year ago, and they went to the playoffs. I didn't want to say a year ago. Just go a few months ago when we were in the playoffs. This team is better now. You've got Flaherty back in the rotation. Gleyber Torres at second base is going to be more productive, I imagine, than what you got out of second base last year from Colt Keith. And you're hoping that this is the unknown is Colt Keith going to first base.
Yep.
is how productive is Colt Keith going to be in year 2? Hopefully he takes a big step forward because got his feet wet in his first year in the majors, and you're counting on him to be a star.
248-539-9797. Please stop with the Matt Vierling nonsense. Absolutely cannot be an everyday starter. Utility player, yes. His hitting in the postseason says it all. Bregman is a way better player. I think Bregman's a better player. I think Vierling did some really nice things last year. I think Vierling is perfectly cast. And sometimes when you take these perfectly cast utility guys and decide you're going to make them full-time, you end up with, like, remember how uncomfortable it got with Brandon Inge and Ryan Rayburn and guys that were, when they were utility guys, everybody loved them, but when they were asked to do more.
Well, and I guess in Inge's case, he was asked to do something different than he didn't want it to. But with Vierling, he played almost every day last year. 144 games is a lot. Does he need to do that this year? I hope not. First of all, I hope that they sign Bregman. But even if they don't sign Bregman, I would hope that there's enough of a split that he's not playing 144 games for this team. I think they'll have options in outfield, even though it looks like Vierling would be a pretty good option out there. But they've got other players waiting for their opportunities.
Bregman versus Vierling is like a Ferrari versus a Focus. Sure, they are both road ready, but one will win a race for you. Frank writes in, Bregman is asking too much for too long for a player who is likely on the downside of his career. That's obviously why nobody's biting. Address the matter some other way. Well, they can, and that's that's something that I'm intrigued at what plan B is. He keeps talking about trades. So what trades is he? What does he mean? Are they going to trade for Arenado? Are they, with Bregman signs in Boston?
Good.
Do they go for Devers? What is the plan?
I don't know if Boston wants to get rid of Devers.
Oh. I just figured, does somebody have a cast-off then that becomes a spare part? I'm just trying to figure out who it might be. But 248-539-9797 if you want to continue down that road. In the meantime, ESPN came out with some NFL power rankings I want to get to today at 11:20. Did you see the headline on Sean Windsor's story today?
Yes.
For people who didn't, it was the following.
In the Free Press.
Yes. Let's relax. A healthy Lions team absolutely could have beaten the Eagles. Now, to be fair, I didn't read the story because I don't have that subscription. But I love the headline, and I agree with the headline.
Well, because there's a key word in there. Could.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, and I thought the key word was healthy. But yes,
well,
could. You know what's funny is what people want is assurances. They want as sure as they could possibly be that your team is going to win. And there's no such thing as a perfect team. You try and strive for perfection, but there's always going to be doubt. It's one of the things that makes sports great is that there is a degree of unpredictability. If they just bring back their own guys and show up next year with a healthy roster, I'm not going to have less of an expectation.
No, I think the expectation, if the Lions do, just bring back the same team. They sign Carlton Davis. They don't go out and make a trade for one of the defensive ends that's rumored to be available. They go into the draft, they hang on to the draft pick, and they take a rookie defensive end and get another couple players that look like they have potential in the draft and start the season. I'm still thinking this is one of the best teams in the NFC. I mean, but now you've got now there's a team to knock off. It's the Philadelphia Eagles because they just won the Super Bowl. Whereas this past season, I thought the Lions were the best team in the NFC. At some point during the year, I'm like, that's the best team in the NFC. And they were doing that with some injuries at the time. And then as the season progressed, it got worse and worse and worse with the injury front. But it's an excellent football team.
These power rankings we'll get to today at 11:20. It's an intriguing where the Lions fit. That is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, all our female sports fans, Tuesdays are the day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday of Twin Peaks for Ladies' Night. $4 Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Islands, margaritas, and sangria. $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, green and white and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20-ounce off all food, half off all wine. Be sure to check out the awesome mimosa flights or buckets of bubbly. They will be sure to turn some heads. Those great specials run all day, so take advantage at lunch or come after work. And don't forget, it's Sweetheart Week. There's a costume party at Twin Peaks from now until Friday. Take advantage of their awesome drink specials and see your favorite Twin Peaks girls. Turn up the heat with the Jack Daniel's Fire Jose Cuervo Devil's Reserve shots for less than $4. Or treat yourself to something sweet like the Twin Peaks Brownie Sundae for $6. They got Detroit basketball action at 8 o'clock, so grab the crew and enjoy a night out. The best sports bar in the state. College basketball, both local teams in action. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. If you missed the beginning of the show, Kang told a story that was rather comical, that he couldn't find salt anywhere for ice in the pending storms coming in this week, and he wanted to be prepared. And he finally found a pallet full of salt at Meijer, grabbed it, carried it up to the U-Scan, and the woman came up and said, "You can't buy that." And he said, "Oh, just,
I'm not going to scan it myself on there. You could scan it for me.
Are you worried about me breaking the U-Scanner?" And she's like, "No, that's our salt. It was on a pallet outside in like the garden area, but it was what they use to salt their walkways at Meijer. They were sold out. So there's a lot of feedback coming in on this. From Alan Dearborn. Kang at Meijer, sir, you cannot buy the sugar packets from the break room.
Why not? It's not being used. This is a store, right?
Can I just take
my money here?
$1 or something?
Well, my money is no good here, huh?
Next text, Kang will be arrested for taking a police car to run errands. Quote, my taxes paid for that car, so hence I can use it if I want. It's my car.
That's solid rationale right there.
John in Lake Orion, in July, in the heat, Kang will be next to buy an air conditioning unit off the Meijer roof.
That's commercial grade, my friend. That probably works really well.
Really well.
Probably does.
Strong, but quite strong.
Oh.
Sometimes. Hey, man.
Do you have a pickup truck?
No.
Oh.
I wish. No, actually, I don't wish. You don't. The thing is, you want to know someone with a pickup truck.
Right, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
We've all learned. If you get a pickup truck, you also need to have a policy.
Oh, true.
It's still fascinating.
It's my policy
that we all bought it. Everybody in high school, beyond high school. I have a policy. I don't help people move. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, okay.
With your buddy.
Yeah. It's like,
It's
I
a
have
ridiculous
a policy.
policy.
And
Well,
everybody
they fell
just,
for it, Gator.
We all
Yeah.
just accepted it, though.
Yeah.
We're like, we don't even bother asking Tony. He's got a policy.
My neighbor, across the street, which I know, pretty well. We have each other's number and stuff like that. He all of a sudden I saw a pickup truck in his driveway a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And it was there for like the entire week. So I finally texted him like, dude, did you get a pickup truck? Because I was super excited because you just want to know someone with a pickup truck
Right.
in case you got to move something or pick something up. And he let me down. He goes, no, it's just a rental right now. My car's in the shop. And I told him, dude, I got really excited for us right there for a moment.
For us.
I had a pickup truck for 3 weeks years ago, doing one of these promotional things for one of the car companies, car dealerships. And I think within those 3 weeks, I was asked 4 or 5 times from friends, hey, dude, can I, hey, you gotta.
Is it that bad?
Can you help me?
Is it just impossible just to own a pickup truck and nobody asks you to do anything?
That's John.
I kind of think they want to. Half the people that have the pickup trucks, that's what they want.
You think?
Yeah.
You might be right.
There's a little bit of hero complex there. You know? I'm the guy.
Oh, shots fired.
No, it's fine. It's just I think it is what part of it is they want to help. It's good.
Jansen, you're asking for it, huh?
Saving a day.
Yep, I'll bring my truck. Sure, what do you need?
My brother's got one.
Does he?
Thank God.
See?
Well, I haven't overused it. Yeah. He's driven a pickup truck for probably like 15 years. I think I've asked him a favor with that truck maybe 3 or 4 times.
Has a friend ever asked you to ask your brother?
No, thank God.
You know what I
That
mean?
would be
The
awkward.
go-through guy, the middleman?
Yeah. No.
That's an aggressive ask.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
well,
we-
I mean, you get desperate.
We also don't, I mean, we live like a half an hour apart from each other, so.
Okay. Well, they do. They have enough gas to drive a half an hour.
This is true. Your brother's got a pickup truck there, right? Yeah. He does. You think he'd like to? No, I don't. I don't think he would. I think he's out of town.
There's a really good chance he would. It does not. He has a policy.
Yeah, he's got a policy. He doesn't
Okay.
help people.
Power rankings. NFL early power rankings for next year. These things, let's be clear here. They mean absolutely nothing, but they're interesting to look at nonetheless. Who do you think ranks as the number 1 team in the NFL power rankings put out by ESPN?
It should be the Eagles, but we'll see what it says here.
Okay, I'm just going to take you go Eagles 1. Who do you got 2?
2 would be, I would say Buffalo.
Okay. 3?
Baltimore.
4?
Detroit.
5?
Kansas City.
Okay, we'll stop there. We won't do all 32.
Okay, I thought you wanted Gators power rankings. No, that's not what the segment's for.
Okay, so I've got Gators. Kang, who do you think ranks number 1?
I would go with the Eagles, defending champs.
Okay. Number 2?
Number 2, I am going to go with. I go with the Chiefs or not? I mean, this is recency bias, right? I'll go with the Chiefs.
Okay.
The two teams that were just there.
Number 3.
Number 3, I've got the Lions.
Okay. 4.
The Bills.
And 5.
Ravens.
Okay. So you got the same 5, different order. All right. So ESPN recently updated power rankings as of 9:44 this morning. Gator said number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles. Kang said number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles. ESPN says the Kansas City Chiefs.
All right. I got to go. What? How? What?
Yeah, here's what they say. Yes, the Chiefs lost the Super Bowl, but they still have a loaded roster. GM Brett Veach said, our free agency will be our draft in the offseason with regard to key player acquisitions because of a tight salary cap situation and a long list of the Chiefs' own potential free agents that they would like to re-sign. Kansas City will still have 4 picks in the first 3 rounds, having acquired an additional pick early in the 3rd round by trading cornerback L'Jarius Sneed to the Titans last offseason.
All right, so I saw yesterday somebody had tweeted out the different free agents for each team, unrestricted free agents. And the list was lengthy for both teams, but it looked like it was way more impactful to the Chiefs than it was for Philadelphia.
The reasoning here makes zero sense.
Nonsense.
I don't get it. It's a reason why you would drop
nonsense.
the Chiefs.
It's nonsense stuff.
Number 2, Gator, you said Buffalo. Kang, you said Kansas City. Number 2 on the ESPN list is Buffalo.
Still no love for the team that just won the Super Bowl. They've got a quarterback who's signed. They've got a running back who's signed. That's along with the 2 receivers that are outstanding. They've got an offensive line that's still really good. I think they have one guy on the offensive line who's a free agent. They've got their defensive line intact. Their secondary is intact. But this jackass is already doesn't even have Philadelphia first or second. Okay.
Number 3, Gator, you said Baltimore. Kang, you said Detroit.
This better be Philadelphia.
Number 3 is the Detroit Lions.
I mean, I like having Detroit at 3, but Detroit ahead of Philadelphia?
In the aftermath of the loss to the Commanders, Coach Dan Campbell's star-studded staff took a major hit and will have to adjust in a short window to compete for a Super Bowl. For offensive coordinator, they brought back John Morton, who was the Broncos passing game coordinator the previous 2 seasons. They also promoted linebacker coach Calvin Shepard to DC. Detroit still lost other key assistants. Aaron Glenn hired Tanner Engstrand to the Jets. Former offensive coordinator Ben Johnson took receivers coach Antoine Randall and assistant QB coach JT Barrett to the Bears. That's all he writes. Here's everything they lost.
Yeah, it's just a ton of coaches.
Number 4. Gator, you said Detroit. Kang, you said Buffalo. At 4 is Philadelphia.
What does it say about Philadelphia?
General Manager Howie Roseman has had a good batting average in recent off seasons, as evidenced by the Eagles' Super Bowl winning roster. The additions of running back Saquon Barkley and linebacker Zach Bond in free agency, as well as the drafting of cornerbacks Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in 2024, speak to his hot hand. Roseman has a few key decisions in front of him, including whether to re-sign Bond to a lucrative contract, but the main goal is to continue the sound roster decisions supporting the current nucleus and extending the team's title contending window.
So the only thing they have to worry about is whether or not to bring the linebacker back. And he's a linebacker. He's not a linebacker who gets a bunch of sacks. He's a linebacker, an off-ball linebacker, and they don't make like $25 million a year.
Nope.
So that's the criticism.
Yep.
Let me just understand that. The criticism of the Eagles is that they have to re-sign Zach Bond.
Yep.
And that drops them to 4. The team that completely and utterly dismantled the Kansas City Chiefs on a national stage, on a record-setting, apparently a Fox projected record-setting stage. More people watch this than ever.
Yep.
We all saw it.
Yep.
But apparently, that's just, what is it, a fluke?
I have a ton of respect for people that don't just regurgitate all the common belief that will go against the grain and piece together a sound argument and do something that's a little off the radar.
If you present a sound argument, yeah, sure.
This list sucks. There's
no logic.
There's no logic. There's none.
Like, and this isn't even homerism. I didn't have the Lions at first or second.
No.
What did I have at fourth or third?
Yeah, the Lions at fourth.
And Kang had them at 3, and they were 3.
You had the Lions behind the Eagles, Buffalo, Baltimore, and you had them fourth. Kang had Philly and Kansas City and Detroit third.
Hey, by the way, are there reports that, or maybe it's just rumors, I guess, that Travis Kelce might retire?
Yep.
Would that change things at all in Kansas City?
Yep. They still have Spags.
That's probably why. That's a great point, Doug.
You guys.
That's a great point. Doug, you know what? I got Kansas City 1. I forgot about Spags coming back.
Good call. This is interesting. So the top 5, we give a top 5, and then you reveal the top 5 from who is this from ESPN that wrote this?
It just says ESPN NFL Nation.
I wouldn't put my name to it either. No Washington. Washington was the hotness after they beat the Lions. They were all the rage after they beat the Lions. But then they got dismantled by that Philadelphia team. They got undressed by the Eagles.
Well, they're 6th.
I can see them at 6, but isn't it interesting that they're not even up there? All the hype about them, and the hype got doused because the Eagles took care of business. But the Eagles, I'm sorry, where are the Eagles in this one? 4th?
Yeah. I mean,
Hysterical.
it's ESPN. The real question we should be asking
Are we sure this isn't Sports Illustrated?
Why isn't Dallas number 1?
Or Sporting News or one of the other? Did it turn into just blogs with no real
They don't even have Dallas
reporting?
This is ESPN. They don't even have Dallas in the top 10.
Did they have some kid named Mitch just go ahead and, send the kid out there and let him do a...
No. They had an intern from Kansas City named Rob put it together.
There you go. Well, yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
That's just horrific.
I found it fascinating. 248-539-9797. All right, is this change going to be worth it? We'll get to that at 11:35 on 97.1.
Hey, it wasn't that long ago. I think it was 2 years ago now that I needed new garage doors because they just weren't working properly. It was time. I called Precision Garage Door, and these guys were amazing. They came out right away. Jeff and his crew walked me through all my options, and then Daryl's team came out and they installed the garage doors, and I could not be happier. It was so easy to work with. And right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. Now, that's a $499 value. The sale ends March 31st. Plus, we mentioned 97 on the ticket, and they're going to waive your service fee. Now, this is awesome. Cold weather as it is right now can really wreak havoc on those moving parts, and they can break and freeze up, and it's no good. So make sure that you give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and get things done. They're available weekends at no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty, and all calls are answered 24/7. So again, give them a call today. You need a new garage door or just some repairs, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Next hour, we're actually going to open up the big old tub of pretzels. Question of the day. It's been a minute. Also going to talk a little college basketball. Interesting night in the B1G, both Michigan and Michigan State. Maybe a historic moment for Tom Izzo. Huge showdown in Ann Arbor. We'll get to that in the noon hour as well. But want to bring this up. Gator, Buddy's Pizza.
Yes.
Forever. Home of the square pizza.
Yeah, the birthplace of Detroit-style pizza, yeah.
79 years. Nothing but square pizzas.
That's right.
They're testing round pizzas.
Interesting.
Only on the west side of the state, apparently.
The west side of the state?
Yes.
Not here in Detroit or Metro Detroit.
No.
But the west side of the state, even though it's from, Buddy's is originally from
Correct.
Detroit or Metro Detroit.
Correct.
Okay.
So here's the question. Will it make a difference? Is this what we've all been waiting for?
Well, I love having options. And Doug, I love pizza.
Yep.
I think the great thing about pizza is that it's all subjective. There are so many different kinds of pizza, different styles of pizza, and you can feel one way one day and another way the next. Some days maybe you want a deep dish pizza, and not Detroit style, but deep dish. You get Pizza Populous or Andy's or whatever. There's a bunch of different places here that you can get a deep dish style pizza, but that's like a full meal. You get a big slice of that. That's like lasagna pizza. I mean, that's heavy and it's really good, but I have to be in a specific mood for it. And I get in that mood. Sometimes you want the thin crust, almost like cracker consistency, but you feel like you want to eat that. Maybe you feel like you're eating lighter if you do that. That's cool. Any number of ways that way. You have some places that offer, 3 different kinds. You got a hand tossed, or you get the big New York style, or you have the thin crust. You got places that offer round and square. And I'm surprised it's taken Buddy's this long to get on board with trying out a round pizza. Now, obviously, they have been a pioneer in the Detroit-style pizza game, and if you're in a mood for Detroit-style pizza, it's really typically where you gravitate towards, and eating it at a restaurant is infinitely better than carrying it out. It's great when it's fresh and right on your table. It's awesome. But there have been a number of other companies that throw the Detroit-style pizza out there, Jets and others. It's great. I love the idea of having those options, and if Buddy's wants to try it, I'm going to be all for it. I'll try it out, and if it's good, okay, it's another option. If it's not, I can get my round pizza elsewhere. But like even Pizza Populous, for instance, known for the Chicago-style Greek deep dish pizza, they have a Detroit-style pizza, and it's really good. You go to Green Lantern, known for their square pizzas. They're really good, but they also have the round pizzas, which are also really good. You can do both. It's not out of the realm of possibility to do both really well.
You might find this surprising, but I don't eat a lot of pizza.
What?
But help me out in what the real difference is.
Well, between round and square? I mean,
yeah.
The Detroit style is done in a pan, right? A square pan, rectangular pan.
Yeah.
And the crust goes up the side. I think it's a different crust, and it's heavily buttered. It's really crispy. It's a different crust altogether, and the sauce goes on top of the pizza, as opposed to you put cheese first and then toppings. And then
the shape is inherent to the style, is it? Like I can get a pan pizza from a lot of different places.
It's not the same. It really isn't. And I'm not sure how many. I mean, there's Pizza Hut. Domino's tried doing a pan pizza. Sometime, I'm not sure they still have it.
I'm pretty sure they do.
It's not the same. The crust is completely different. Buddy's crust is unique the way that they do it, and I think other companies have kind of followed suit with that when they make their Detroit style pizza. The crust is different.
I'm still not hearing what difference the shape actually makes. The crust might be different, but does the shape of the pan that it's cooked in make any inherent difference?
I mean, just how it was done 80 years ago.
Well, Detroit style Gator it's thicker. That's one thing than a round pizza.
Yeah,
the
crust
the
So
square
you cannot do the same pizza, just make it round.
You could. I suppose you could, but I mean,
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I know
Like,
what you're saying.
yeah.
You're saying just do the same recipe, same everything. It's just instead of putting it in a square pan, you throw it in a round pan.
Yeah,
is what you're
I was
saying.
trying to figure out does the square pizza mean there's more crust?
It's a thicker crust, like King says. But I suppose you could throw it into a round. I don't know if it cooks differently if it's round or square.
That's what I'm getting at.
I
Is
understand.
does the shape actually make a tangible difference?
See, but I
Because
don't.
if you take the exact same recipe, and do it in a round pan, will it be? Oh yeah, this isn't as
All
good.
right, but I don't think that's what they're doing here. I think what they're doing here is creating a different round pizza, like a traditional round
Yeah,
pizza.
traditional.
Not
all the way
not
to
a
the
deep dish or
know where the
Detroit style crust.
like the sauce and the cheese goes all the way to the end in a deep
Yeah.
dish, like a square pizza.
Okay, gotcha.
There's actual like that ring of crust on a round pizza.
Yeah, I guess there. I mean, here's the quote from the story in today's. It's not today's. It's yesterday's Detroit News. Rendezvous rounds are being sold at the Grand Rapids and Portage Buddies pizza restaurants due to demand from its customers. Quote: Pizza should make people happy, and we're hearing and seeing in the feedback from our customers in West Michigan, many of whom may not have grown up with our Detroit-style square pizza, that they would enjoy more style options, sizes, and price points in their pizza experience with us here at Buddies. We're responding to that input, and we hope that the addition of the Rendezvous Round is giving people just that, more to love about dining at Buddies. So if it's a completely different pizza, then I guess that would make sense. If it's the same pizza, just done round instead of square or rectangular, I was interested in whether there was any difference there.
Because I think they do a thin crust square pizza at Buddies. I think they have one of those. But I think there's my interpretation of this story was that they were going to do a completely different. They were just going to do a traditional round pizza.
Yeah, just a traditional round pizza.
That everybody else has their traditional round pizza.
But their version, I guess.
Yes.
Because every round pizza is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's not with the crust creeping up the sides of a round pan. It's not a pan pizza in a round form, like say what Pizza Hut was famous for.
It's not really clear in the story whether
I
that's
saw
the
a
case. But I'm
picture, and
looking
it
at the
didn't look
picture. The picture looks like it might be. It almost looks like a New York style if you go by the picture. But
Right, which
John,
is just traditional round.
John in Lake Orion. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I was an employee at the Buddy's Pizza up on Northwestern Highway in Farmington Hills. I worked there for like 4 years. The pans that Gator was talking about, those were actually, they started off as being
automotive industry
for automotive parts. Yeah. And what it is that they use a special brick cheese from Wisconsin, and it caramelizes. That's one of the big differences. It caramelizes when it hits the edge of the pan, and they put the pepperoni underneath the cheese, which the pepperoni actually kind of burns for Buddies. It's almost got like a burnt consistency, and I don't know why people like that for some reason. And then the sauce actually goes on top of the cheese. So that's what makes Buddy's square pizza different from just a regular pan pizza that they do. Nobody really tries to get it right. I've been to New York and had like Buddy's style pizza, and it's still not even the same. But we actually used to make round pizzas as test pizzas for years. This was back in like the late 90s. The first pizzas that we'd have come out in the morning were like margarita pizzas. So it's not a new thing. They've been trying round pizzas for years, and they just can never quite get them right. So I don't know why they're deciding to do them now.
Interesting. Well, Gator, you think you're going to try one of these?
Yeah, I mean, if it comes out, absolutely I would.
If it makes it over here to the east side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the picture from the Free Press story, and they look fantastic. I mean, it just looks like a great pizza. Absolutely. I mean, I'd try just about any pizza. I love trying new pizzas.
Gang, you in?
If it was free, because here's the thing for me. If I'm going to Buddy's, I'm getting a square pizza. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not going to sit down and order a round pizza. I wouldn't. That's me. Same thing when I go to Jets. I order a square pizza. Now, if I go to like a Hungry Howie's, a Little Caesars, a Cottage Inn, whatever, I'll probably order a round pizza there. But for me, if I go to Buddy's, I'm getting a square.
You know what
Detroit
you're getting. You like what
pizza.
you're getting. You don't need.
But I'm not against it. I love all pizza. Like, I don't know everybody except for Doug, I guess.
Well, I'm not anti-pizza. I just don't eat it a ton.
I know. But I can't believe we're explaining to you the difference between square and round.
Well, no. I understand. I've had a full grasp of shapes since I was like 5.
I understand what Doug was saying. Are they just going to do the same recipe, the same everything, but just put it in a round pan instead of a square pan?
Didn't differentiate whether or not the pizza was going to be actually a different style, or they just said it would be a different shape.
This doesn't look like it's cooked in a pan. I guess maybe that's the easiest way to put it. This just looks like it's one of these things that you would put on a pizza peel, stick it in the oven, and pull the pizza peel out, and it cooks either in the oven or on the conveyor belt. It's not in a pan itself.
Kang thinks he's going to be over in the corner showing, this is a triangle, Doug.
Oh, no, not even the shape, but like a Detroit style. You know what a Detroit style pizza is.
I do, but again, since the story didn't differentiate, I thought, okay, what's the big deal? If they do the exact same pizza square around, who cares what shape it comes in?
I guess I was just going like with you, Gator, by the picture. It looked like a traditional,
it just
regular
looks like a normal,
pizza.
Yeah, and it looks good.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, got the winter blues and need a spark to get you through this? Well, Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield can give you the jolt that you need. The deals on a 2024 Chevy Blazer all-wheel drive EVs are absolutely incredible. So much so that Sarah Chevrolet bought out every 2024 in the county that they could find. So you can now lease an all-wheel drive Blazer EV for just $199 a month with only $999 down. That's taxes and fees included, my friends, and these are shockingly low payments. The 2024 Chevy Blazer EV comes standard with heated seats, heated steering wheel, and all-wheel drive, all help your winter drive go smooth. Bolt into Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield before they're gone. And believe me, at these low payments, these Blazer EVs are going to be gone soon. Not only does Sarah Chevrolet Southfield have late nights, they're also open on Saturdays for sales and service with loaner vehicles available. Shop online at sarahchevrolet.com or give them a call at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're generating excitement. Together, let's drive.
At this hour, we have breaking news from the National Football League. According to Tom Pelissaro.
Everybody.
Yeah, well, I've just got a Pelissaro in front of me. The Saints are finalizing a deal with Kellen Moore as their new head coach. Sources tell the insiders. GM Mickey Loomis called all the other candidates to deliver the news at age 36, coming off a Super Bowl win with the Eagles. Moore gets his shot to run the show. So, look, and this is what I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to mean it. Ben Johnson, this is how it's done.
Win the Super Bowl, then take the head coach's job.
Win the Super Bowl, then take a head coach.
Out of division.
Out of division.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
This is the perfect departure, Ben. This is how it was supposed to be done.
Yeah. Whoops.
Hey, man, look. Kellen Moore was taking interviews. I don't know how. I thought the rule was you couldn't, but he was taking interviews during game week. Maybe it was because they never had a bye. Is that why he never had a bye?
Might be.
And so,
but he literally took him like 2 days before they were playing in the NFC Championship.
It can be done. You can interview for a job without dropping the ball with your current position. And I mean, I'm obviously joking about Ben Johnson. This is how it's done. But in some ways, it can be done. You can interview for a job and go on to have the ultimate success. We've seen it before. And here is a young, exciting offensive coordinator who is coming off, a hell of a season, great success, and he's getting a head coaching position. We always talk about True Serum, how great True Serum would be in the world of sports. Does anybody in that building down there in Elm Park think that Ben Johnson was distracted? Because I don't want to be dismissive of any fans' opinions, because fans believe it. But I'd be dismissive of any media member that's just kind of making it up, saying, I think Ben Johnson was distracted. Well, why do you think that? Because they were so bad. Yeah, but do you have any evidence? Like, did anybody in the building tell you anything? Yeah, we couldn't get a hold of him. We have this Thursday routine. He blew it off. Like, what is? It would only be the people in the building that know. True Serum. Do you think anybody?
No, I mean, look, we think I've put this game and the season kind of behind me. But if you want to, rip open the scab again, Ben Johnson didn't throw the interceptions.
No.
Ben Johnson didn't give up the 38 points that the defense gave up. That was on. It's a team effort of why they lost the game. Now, people would say, well, they didn't run the ball enough. They got down. And when they got down by 17 points or whatever it was, that's when they started to throw the football at an abnormally high rate. Prior to that, they were trying to run, and it just wasn't as successful in the second half as much as it was in the first half. But like I said, they got down. So I don't think he was distracted, and I don't even want to entertain that thought. At this point, he's done. He's gone. He's in Chicago, and now he's the enemy because he's coaching the Bears, and I'm comfortable with feeling that way.
It's interesting because one thing we've noticed in the wake of that terrible moment in time that they lost that game to the Washington Commanders, the play call that has taken the most second guessing and scrutiny is the 3rd and 1 call where Goff dropped back to pass. Amon-Ra slipped. Goff didn't get rid of the ball right away, just throw it away, live to play another down, because they would have gone for it on 4th down, and they probably would have handed it off and probably would have got a first down. He ends up taking a sack. Ball pops out, fumble, recovery. That call is the call that people bitch about the most. Shouldn't have been thrown on 3rd and 1.
Even though they ran it a bunch of times.
And it's perfectly fine to throw it on 3rd and 1. Hell, they threw it on 3rd and 1 all season long. Yeah. They did a lot of off-schedule stuff to keep people off balance. It was what made Ben Johnson great until he does it in the playoffs, and it's a disastrous result, and they never should have done that in the eyes of many of the critics. I was okay with the play call. But is there any way that play call was impacted by Ben Johnson interviewing for head coaching positions? That is where there's the only people that know that are the people that are in the building, and there has been no credible reporting on that front. But man, if you had told us weeks ago that a young, exciting offensive coordinator was going to get a head coaching position after his team won the Super Bowl, we would have been very encouraged.
Yeah, I suppose. I wonder if
I feel like they stole everything.
At 36 years old, is Kellen Moore going to still try to be quarterback too? Remember, all the Lions fans wanted to give Kellen Moore a shot. Kellen Moore should play.
Yep.
And now he's not there. There is some news on the Lions front, though. Dave Burkett has reposted this. This is a report from Max Zenitz, who is a national college football reporter for CBS Sports. He says the Detroit Lions are expected to hire Iowa State assistant head coach and running backs coach Tyler Roll as an offensive assistant coach, sources tell CBS Sports. Before Iowa State, he was the offensive coordinator at North Dakota State. So here's a guy who's 39 years old from North Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
This is where he's got some experience. Played in the NFL for 1 year in 2009 with Seattle, and then went right into coaching after that. And was the like we said, the offensive coordinator at North Dakota State for 4 seasons, from 2019 to 2023, and then last year was the assistant head coach and running backs coach with Iowa State.
Interesting. I immediately have a question about this guy.
He's a pretty good running back. His last 2 years at Notak State, he ran for almost 2,500 yards, over a 6-yard per carry average, and had 34 touchdowns in the last 4 years.
So when was he the offensive coordinator there?
2019 to 2023.
So he was Trey Lance's offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Intriguing. Greg's in Detroit, 997 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, you guys are the greatest. I love you guys.
Thank you.
I don't think Ben was distracted at all. Because here's the thing: if you hadn't watched that game and I came and told you, I said, "Hey man, Garrett threw for 500 yards, attributed to 500 yards, and scored 31 points," you'd be like, "Oh wow, okay." So I don't see anybody distracted at all. And my only thing about the Super Bowl is that C.J. Gardner got a doggone ring.
Yeah, I had to admit, I was not disappointed when I found out his pick six wouldn't count because the Eagles had jumped off sides. Now, did it look like Kansas City had given up? Yeah, it kind of looked like Kansas City at that point said, F it. But I was not, but good for him, I guess. I have no hard feelings. He had that weird quote about how, what it was, a year in Detroit was hell.
Well, was it hell because he was hurt the whole time?
You were hurt, dude.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why I didn't read this story. I saw the quote, and I immediately thought it's probably being taken out of context because for him, and being any player in the National Football League, you want to play, you want to contribute, and you were unable to because you were hurt.
248-539-9797. So there's speculation something's going to go down soon with Alex Bregman coming from MLB insiders, not just random hunches from Detroit Talk Radio hosts. It's coming from insiders. What do you want to have happen? Well, we have an interesting Twitter poll out there. We'll revisit at 12:05. Open up the big old tub of pretzels at 12:35. We got a mock draft. We got some college basketball talk ahead. It's open lines, however, on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Big night of basketball, and we'll get to that a little bit later on. Michigan playing host to Purdue. They played once before. It did not go well for the Wolverines. Can they get a dub over the Big Ten's first-place team? And, of course, the Wolverines and Spartans tied for second place. Spartans playing host to Indiana up at the Jack Breslin Student Event Center. That is a 7 o'clock start in Ann Arbor and a 9 o'clock start in East Lansing.
Chance for Tom Izzo to pass Bobby Knight, the all-time Big Ten win list.
We will get to all that coming up. Meanwhile, you got the Pistons, as you heard there in the update, on the road against Chicago.
That's cool. Looking forward to that.
Cool. Yep.
Back-to-back at Chicago.
Yep. Weird scheduling anomalation.
Nice.
Yeah, as we like to say. So, see how it goes. Quick 2-game series. Best of 2.
Best of 2. Take them. Take both of them. Let's
go.
Should
the NBA bring back the doubleheader?
2-4-8.
Should the NBA bring back the best of 2 series?
I mean, this is an opportunity for the Pistons to start to put some distance here, right? Start to sock away a bunch of wins against teams you got to beat and show that you're a better than 500 team. Show that you're a good team, not just an average team. Be good. And I feel like we're rushing this thing along a little bit as fans because we weren't expecting much this year. And lo and behold, they're past the halfway marker and they're above 500. And they added at the trade deadline to get a pretty good piece.
Mm-hmm.
And, this is what, a month now, 6 weeks after Jaden Ivey's horrific injury. And the team has responded very well to that injury. And now they add a piece to this team in Schroeder and just get it done. They're fun to watch right now. Keep playing the style.
Okay. We started the show talking about the Buster Olney report. He came out and discussed, here's what he wrote today on ESPN. The question was, which player who changed teams this winter are you most interested in seeing in his new uniform? Buster Olney says Alex Bregman, who's likely to land with the Red Sox, Cubs, or Tigers soon. Sources in the Astros organization are skeptical he'll return to Houston. If he goes to Fenway Park, he could pepper the Green Monster while relearning the nuances of playing in the middle infield. If he goes to Chicago, likely a short-term Cody Bellinger-type deal, he will have pressure to produce. And if he signs with the Tigers, it would be Detroit's de facto announcement that with Tarek Skubal 2 years from free agency, the team's window to win is now. And the expensive signing of Bregman would be an all-in move. Like the sound of that, we have had a fan base begging for this organization to spend money. Begging. And does it not feel like if the Tigers just said, fine, F it. What do you want? 6 years, 180, 6 years, 200, whatever it is that he and Boris are holding out for, he would sign here? And you could say, all right, here you go. Here's exactly what you want. Let's roll. The Tigers, as of today on ESPN Bet, were the third team listed as the third most likely team to win the American League Central. It's tight.
A very tight race.
Cleveland's at plus 230. Minnesota's at plus 240. Detroit's at plus 260. For those that don't understand, that's $100 to win 260. But there are better odds, meaning more. They think it's more likely that Cleveland or Minnesota will win the division. But again, it's tight. You go sign Alex Bregman, you'd have to think that would change these odds in Detroit's favor.
I would imagine it would.
Now, I'm not trying to make a signing just to get Vegas on our side. But would you say F it and give him exactly what he wants? 6 years, 180, 6 years, 200. Doesn't really matter. Let's roll. Right now, yes, let's roll. 42.4%. Nope, stand firm. 57.6%. So in spite of a fan base that's been begging, and these could be completely different people voting on this Twitter poll, but begging for the Tigers to spend money, they don't want to spend money on this.
I think that people that don't want the Tigers to spend are afraid that it will prevent them from spending in the future. That if you do this, then they can't sign Tarek Skubal to an extension. If you do this, then you're damned because of what happened with Javi Baez. This is going to go the same route that he's just going to peter out at the end. And, well, Javi petered out from the get-go, which is unfair.
Yep.
Because he's not Javi Baez. Completely different players. Javi Baez.
You're saying it's unfair to compare
unfair
him
to
to
make the
Baez.
comparisons to Baez as a player because they're totally different players. And Javi Baez would swing and miss at everything, was striking out 150 times a year, whereas Alex Bregman strikes out 80 times a year. It's half as much. And then there are people that say, well, he had a bad year last year. No, he had a bad month last year. That's what he had. A bad month to start the season, and then his OPS was just fine the rest of the way. It corrected. And it was well above 800 for the rest of the season, which is well above average in Major League Baseball. Not to mention he still plays a really good third base. He's a really good player who perennially gets off to slow starts. So I understand apprehension to giving him that much money, and I am too. I don't want to give him $200 million. I think it's ridiculous. I think you give him north of what the contract offer was from Houston, but you have to make it worth his while too, because it doesn't seem like he'd want to leave Houston. But if you're going to lure him away, you're going to have to give him more money. So to me, my threshold is 180. And I would front load the contract for the first few years, pay him $40 million a year for each of the first 3 years. So that takes care of $120 million, and then you got to take care of the, $60 million over the next 3, which is down to $20 million a year, which would be a heck of a lot easier to take if once you get to year 5 of that contract or year 6 of that contract, and you're like, I don't know, this isn't working out, then it's easier to cut at that point.
Well, the question I have is, given where he is in his career, was a slow start something significant? I don't want to give him what he wants. I don't. I think it's perfectly fine waiting this thing out. I think they're likely going to get him anyway at a price that they're more likely to agree to. I don't make the comparison to Javi Baez because of the strikeouts. I make the comparison to Javi Baez because I think that there is a probability that there will be painful years on the end of this contract. I personally believe that. The question is how many, and how many would make it worth it. If you're going to tell me it's only 2 years, I do this pretty happily. If you're going to tell me it's 4 years, I'm pretty pissed. I don't know what is next for Alex Bregman. The one thing that makes me in favor and hoping that they get him at their price is I don't think there's any question that getting Bregman makes them better next year. And I like the idea of a Tiger team that's trying to win now. It's trying to win now. And so I have changed my tune on this one. I originally on Alex Bregman was no. When he first hit free agency, the number that was associated was 6 years, 180. I said, not a chance in hell. 6 years, 180. No, thank you. But as we get closer and you start thinking about the true accessibility you have to productive players, the Tigers don't get into bidding wars with the Dodgers. They don't get into bidding wars with the Yankees. Here they are kind of in a bidding war with the Cubs. And I guess what I really want out of this is them to have a chance to win next year, to win the division and go into the postseason with a stronger team. And if the price is a couple of bad years on the end of the contract, I guess I'll take it. Because I think they're better with Alex Bregman at third base than with a Vierling, Jace Young platoon. So 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Jason in Grosse Ile, you're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. Doug, I'm where you are, but I have been a no from the beginning, and that's because it's going to take 4, 5, or 6 years, and we have something that we haven't had in the past, and that's depth. We are ranked second amongst most prospect rankings, and we have the extra pitching and prospects to go get someone. So I do not want to overpay for someone who's already 31 years old and looks to be on the decline. And I do not want to be paying them until age 35 or 36. And one thing, this may sound a little crazy, but I don't know how the garbage can banging, helped his offensive statistics for those few years. So I just really don't want to touch a guy when we finally have depth and a guy who can make some deals and, improve us at the corner.
Are you okay with the manager?
Yeah, because he's not up there hitting. He didn't get extra hits because of the banging on the trash
Well,
cans.
he actually had some pretty damn good years after that I think.
No, he did.
So I'm not
He's
not
actually
concerned about that.
He had his highest home run total last year since 2019 when he hit 26 home runs last year. The last 3 years, he's hit 23, 25, and 26 home runs. Now, would he hit a bunch of home runs at Comerica Park? Not likely, but I don't think there's any reason to panic to think it would drop down to like 15. Alex Bregman can still hit. And again, it was a bad month. And if you look at his last like 4 seasons that he's played, the month of April is a tough month for him. It always has been. It's always been a low productive month for him.
Wasn't it 2 months last year?
I can
believe
back
it was
up.
his first 2 months that were bad, and then the question is why? Why? Because I got to tell you, for a guy who historically has slow starts, I don't know if I want him missing a ton of spring training.
Yeah, May was rough for him too, but he improved from 577 OPS in April, March to 719, and then it jumped up another 100 points to 817, and then was 779, 947, 810. So after that first month, it's over 800 OPS.
They need him to win now. They don't need him to get off to a slow start next year. If they sign him, the best I think you're gonna get out of him is right away. And I wouldn't wait too deep into spring training, honestly, before I pulled the offer and moved on to Plan B.
Yeah, and I agree with it. The report makes all the sense in the world. With teams reporting this week or basically by Monday, you're gonna have the everyday players are gonna have to come in on Monday. I think something does get done this week. It makes logical sense that it gets done. And teams are ready to get their rosters settled. And now that you've got other players that have signed, other free agents have signed, there's a small market for you. Take it or not. If you're not going to take it, that's fine. We've got Plan B to work at.
Hey, Detroit, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping your grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. You're not happy, they'll come back and visit between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Beard writes in, yo, Doug and Gator, all this talk of what the Tigers need, go sign. Who's this? Go sign Trevor Bauer. Yeah, I don't know if they want to take that on and given I'm not sure that I kind of like where their pitching's at right now. Let's get back to your phone calls. Arthur in Southfield, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Arthur.
Yes, good afternoon, Cars. I've been a Lions fan since the 60s when they drafted Nick Eddy and Mel Farr. And my comment is that I don't think they're going to get back to the Super Bowl. You know, I hate to say it, but I think last year was their year. This year they, possibly had a crack at it with the record. But that North division is going to be real tight. I doubt if they beat Green Bay and Minnesota 2 games like they did this year. And then I don't know what the Bears are going to look like.
Why do you say that? What makes you think that they're not going to be as good?
Well, because they, the coordinators are gone, number one. The 2 main coordinators. And that I don't know if even McNeil, his injuries, he's going to be able to come back. And I doubt if Hutchinson's going to be 100%. Because when you have a break like that, he's going to be good, but I don't think he's going to be as good because of the fact he's going to be what they call gun shy. He's going to be probably, afraid that, it might happen again.
I know Aiden Hutchinson reasonably well. I don't know him close and personal. Arthur, I would not worry about him being gun shy.
Okay.
I would not worry about that.
I wouldn't worry about him being 100% either because
a clean break actually isn't that.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Okay, but my main thing is that North Division is going to be a lot more competitive. Now, I like our quarterback, but I think he got to be a little bit more mobile. If he can't find nobody to throw to, run.
It's a good thing he finds people to throw to then.
He's not ever going to be particularly mobile.
Well, I don't want to. Yeah, well, I don't want him to be completely mobile because that's not the way he's been trained. But if there's nobody in front of you and you can get the first down, take it. That's
all right, so you don't think you're worried about the coordinators, which is a legitimate concern. We don't know how they're going to respond to having different coordinators this year as what they had this past season.
But having first-year coordinators doesn't doom you. Philly just won a Super Bowl, both with first-year coordinators.
This is true. This is true. I mean, I think the number one reason why I would say RELAX on this, or at least be more confident, I'm going to tell you relax, but be more confident about it, is they suffered an inordinate amount of injuries last season. And yet they still went 15-2 and won the division and won an incredibly important game in the last day of the season to beat one of those teams that you say that you don't think you think they're gonna struggle with next year in Minnesota. When everything was on the line, the Lions housed them.
Do we really think Minnesota's going to be better next year?
I would say this. I think if Minnesota goes out and signs Aaron Rodgers to replace I mean, we can joke about Aaron Rodgers. I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but I think Aaron Rodgers still has talent there. And that's an incredible situation for any quarterback to walk into, is to play with that offense and those weapons and that head coach. You throw Aaron Rodgers there, and I think I think he'll do just fine. I don't think you lose anything from what you had this past season.
I could not disagree more. I think Aaron Rodgers is done.
Okay. Well, we've said this before, haven't we?
Yeah, and I still think he's been done. I think
we said it before, and he won like back-to-back MVPs.
Yeah, but he's done. This is not at next year. He turns 42. Aaron Rodgers.
If he ends up signing with the Raiders, I would say it's a horrific decision by him, and even a worse decision by the Raiders because they don't have anything to work with. Minnesota, you've got everything to work with. Sam Darnold looked like he was all-world playing for in that offense.
I think he'll have problems having a Sam Darnold type of year.
Okay.
But, I think there's a really good chance that the Lions' record isn't as good, and the team might be better. In fact, I expect them to be better because I expect them to have everybody back.
That's the number one thing for me is that I don't think and knocking on wood here because I don't want to test it, but the number of injuries they went through last year, I just don't think that happens 2 years in a row. I hope the hell it doesn't happen 2 years.
It seems so improbable.
Yeah, and I agree with you that I don't think they're going to have as good as record next year. I sure wouldn't predict them to go 15-2. The schedule is going to be difficult, and the road to get to the division championship will be difficult. But you know what? It's difficult on every team in the division. So I think they're all in the same boat. Green Bay is, they took a step back from what I thought they were going to be. And Chicago, I think, is going to take a step forward from where they were. Things are going to get tighter in the division. I think it's still a really good division. But I think the wild card in the division is what does Minnesota do? I think the Lions are just fine.
Yeah, I think given the uncertainty in Minnesota, I would not yet expect them to be better. Depends how super aggressive they get at quarterback, or do they hand the car keys to a virtual rookie in J.J. McCarthy, who unfortunately had to have another procedure, man. That sounds like a bit of a bummer of an injury and maybe another setback. We shall see how it plays itself out. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Marty in Canton. You're next. Hi, Marty.
Hey, Doug Gator, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think the Lions are going to take a step back, and for one main reason. I think the strength of the team, the offensive line, is going to take a step back. Decker, he's getting a little bit long in the tooth. Glasgow and Kevin Zeter are, they're getting up in age. So I think that line is going to take a step backwards, actually.
I mean, isn't Decker, I get that he still might be taking a step back. He's coming off a Pro Bowl season, which I guess doesn't mean what it used to. He is 31. I suppose he could take a step back. I don't think Zeitler's going to be here. I think it's going to be Christian Mahogany. He showed enough that my guess is Zeitler's gone. And then we'll see what else they decide to do. Look, the offensive line played at a very high level. They don't have to be as good to still be damn effective.
Yeah, and Ragnow, I mean, who knows how he's going to hold up. He had a lot of injuries over the last couple of years. And every year we're wondering if he's going to retire or not.
Well, apparently he's not. Apparently he's not. He is going to be back next year. So there is that. And how many games did he play this year? Did he play? I think he might have played more games this year than he's played in previous years.
Who's that?
Frank Ragnow. I might be wrong on that, but I thought, and they didn't have their whole offensive line for many games this year and still had a pretty damn good offensive line. Yeah, he started 16 regular season games and the postseason game. So he missed one game all season long. Last year, the year prior to that, it was 15. The year prior to that, it was 16.
Yeah, he's just played through pain.
Yep.
He doesn't practice much.
But he has missed 4 games in the last 3 years.
Guy's such a warrior.
And for what it's worth, at the end of the year when he held his, exit meetings with the media, he said he feels good. He feels really healthy. And as far as right now, I mean, he's probably as healthy as he's ever been ending a season in a long time. So I think Ragnow is going to be back. And what happens during the season, I don't know. But he'll enter the season and he should be healthy and ready to go.
Big Old Tub of Pretzels coming up today at 12:35, 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, here's a simple question. Is keeping your house warm important to you this winter? I know it's kind of dumb, right? But of course it is. Lucky for you, the red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. You call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm this winter. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, interestingly, there's a report out there from a Philadelphia beat writer by the name of Zach Berman that covers the Phillies. He says the leading candidate to replace Kellen Moore, who was leaving the Eagles to become head coach of the Saints, the leading internal candidate is Kevin Patullo, who has served as their pass game coordinator. He has not been an offensive coordinator anywhere. Now, what does that mean? What it means is, hey, Philly's dealing with something Detroit's dealing with too, right? Uncertainty, although our offensive coordinator has been an offensive coordinator in this league before. But whenever, we think of all the things that have befell that could potentially be trapdoors for the Lions, Philly's going to be replacing. And now Philly is the team to beat in the NFC, one would think. They're going to be replacing their offensive coordinator and very well could be replacing him with a first-time offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but their head coach is an offensive coach in Sirianni. And frankly, this is nothing new for Philadelphia. They go through coordinators and play callers every year. So Jalen Hurts has run the offense, and he's had to do this for actually, you go back to college. When he was at Alabama, they've changed up. And then going to Oklahoma and then coming to the Eagles. It's amazing how many different coaches and play callers he's had to go through.
Well,
and yet he's played at such a high level this past season.
There are challenges that aren't unique to Detroit that other teams that Detroit is competing with are going to have to figure out. So, replacing the coordinators, yep, got it. We'd love to have them back, but hey, they're not the only ones that are replacing coordinator. Brad Gallagher just tweeted out the Tigers announced their 2025 promotions calendar. The first bobblehead game of the season is Saturday, May 26th. It'll be Kerry Carpenter bobblehead day.
Oh, there you go.
And it looks like they're mimicking his home run trot from the massive home run he hit in Cleveland.
Was that big?
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yes, it was.
God, that was so much fun.
Yes, it was. Could they get back there?
Unfortunately, didn't finish off Cleveland, but
no, they didn't. All right, you ready for Big Old Tub Pretzels?
I am.
All right. These are random questions that many times listeners send in, and most of the time have nothing to do with sports. If you want to send one in right now, text it to Kang at 248-539-9797. And we enter these questions into this giant tub. Kang will pull them out and read them on occasion. Today is one of those days. Big Old Tub of Pretzels, question of the day.
You boys ready? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Your girlfriend and your mom switch bodies. The only way to get them to switch back is to hook up with one of them.
Oh, come on.
Which one are you hooking up with?
What are you doing?
What are you doing is the question.
No.
Who are you doing is the question. All right, Gator wants to go first. Doug, go ahead and gather yourself.
Wait a sec.
Would you like me to repeat the question? Your girlfriend and your mom switch bodies. The only way to get them to switch back is to hook up with one of them.
So it's the same body, but it's what? The personality and voice of
the brain? I don't know.
The answer.
Hold on. Can we veto this one?
I mean, I'd like to veto.
I don't want to answer this.
Dude, which one? Come on, who's going to step up?
Which one of you sickos?
Who's going to step up?
Who's going to step up?
That's right, I'll step up.
Yeah, Gator's stepping up. All right, Gator, who are you hooking up with to get him back?
The younger body.
All right, so the girlfriend. Even though that's your mom. Doug?
It's what I see is my girlfriend.
Yeah, you see your girlfriend. But
yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh, Scott. Doug?
I guess. Yeah.
Did you make nummies? Mommy make nummies?
Doug? You going with the girlfriend? Girlfriend's body, I mean?
I guess.
You know it's your mom?
What would you do?
Who wrote this question?
Yeah. What would you do?
Who came up with this?
You got to go with the girlfriend's body. Come on, this is obvious, guys.
Is this you, Evan? Is this listener? Who came up with this?
It sounds like an Evan question.
I know, but Kane keeps laughing. I feel like it's Kane's question.
All right, well, we got the answers that we.
Who came up with the question?
I don't know, man. Some of these are old. This could have been some from COVID. I don't know. Things got
I
dark
gotta
then.
tell you, you win the award. This segment will win the award for the most uncomfortable version of.
Well, there was another one. Remember, we don't want to revisit that.
Oh, that's
question.
true.
No, we don't do that.
All right, you want to cleanse the palate a little bit with another question?
Yeah, let's get something relatively light.
All right, I don't know what's coming next. I don't know.
Man, if you want to see us struggle with this, you can always go to twitch.tv or you can go to youtube.com, search 971 The Ticket and watch us struggle with this. That's horrible.
That is.
All right, this is the easy one, I think.
Oh,
Here we go. If you were a billionaire, but the only way to ever get married was no prenup, would you just stay single forever, even if it means losing the love of your life forever? Like she won't even be with you.
Okay.
The only way she'll be with you is marry you, but you get no prenup.
So if things don't work out, I have $500 million?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm doing that.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, this could end very, very badly.
Of
Like,
course.
where you can't stand, like,
and
this
my
is-
consolation is I have $500 million, and I realized that the girl that I thought I was in love with is just a money grubbing whore.
Your enemy gets $500 million.
Yeah. I think I would.
I'll take my
marry her.
chances
Yeah,
with my
take my
charm.
chances. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it's the single life for me, boys. All right. Next question.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not giving her $500 million.
You getting $500 million.
Yeah, whatever, man. All right. You have 24 hours to make a hole-in-one at number 7 on Pebble Beach. No wind, perfect conditions.
That's at 100-yard hole.
Yes,
That's the
yeah,
one
this is
down
the
towards
100-yard
water,
hole. Yes,
right? The famous one.
Yep, the whole plays 100 yards.
And what'd you say? There's no wind?
No wind, perfect conditions.
I have 24 hours to get a hole in one.
Okay, I'm not done.
Okay.
You make it, $10 million tax-free. Fail, prison 1 month.
Wow.
Hardcore prison too, man. Not like that white-collar business prison where they send
we have a choice. Do we want this challenge or not?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
You think you can get a hole-in-one, huh? In one day?
I think it's worth a shot. 24 hours.
Look, what makes that hole tough is the wind. So you're taking that out of it, and it's a
taking it
100-yard
out.
shot.
Yep.
Look, it's tough for me to answer this quickly because I feel like I've lived my life for the last 30 years of doing everything I can not to be in prison. I'm terrified of doing something stupid to put me there. So I don't do stupid things like that. I do some stupid things, just nothing that's going to be illegal. That being said, I'm confident that in 24 hours, launching even 50 shots an hour, I can get one to go in from 100 yards out.
Dude, you're only going to get weaker, though. I mean,
I
fatigue
understand.
is going to set in.
I understand, but it's
I am not
not like the
confident.
hole is getting longer. It's staying at 100 yards.
I am not confident. However, I think that would probably be the best chance in my life to get $10 million. Like, I'd rather do this than buy some sort of lottery ticket. I'd rather do this than
No
go,
parlay?
Yeah, no parlays. Yeah, I think we talk about accessibility to better players for the Tigers. I think this would be the only accessibility I would have at $10 million. Do I think I would make it? Actually, I don't. But on the off chance that I did, set for life money, yeah, I'd do it, and I'd go to prison.
You know what? You'd be away from your family, Doug, for a month.
The
No
problem
kids'
is,
games or anything like that.
Yeah, I know. And well, we're near the end anyway. The problem is that Gator's going to have to do the show alone for a month.
I just Googled it. So what are the odds to make a hole-in-one on a 100-yard hole?
Yeah.
And Google says, according to most golf statistics, the odds of making a hole-in-one on a 100-yard hole are roughly 1 in 12,500 for an average golfer.
Could I get 12,500 swings
in 24
in 24
hours?
hours? I don't think so.
Probably not. I still like my chances.
I don't like my chances, but this is an investment.
Better to do it in a day. Yeah, I'm okay. And King, you said you get weaker. Yeah, of course you do, but then you change clubs. So if I'm
change
starting
arms,
start swinging left-handed,
just throw it,
You're right.
kick it. No, but you switch up clubs and you swing lighter with something else.
I tell you what, if I get to choose the month, it sure will make dry January easier. No accessibility, no temptation.
So is it the Kenny and Kang show for a month? Is this what happened?
Both of us are going to prison. All right, thank you very much for the questions.
No, don't do that.
Don't do what?
Don't thank you for that. The first question.
Yeah, I'd like you to use some discretion moving forward with which questions you.
It's just cruel and disgusting. What's the matter with you? And what is the matter with you?
Straight ahead, let's talk some college basketball. Michigan and Michigan State, both interesting points in their season, and both having very good seasons. And they're both playing tonight. We'll get to that at 12:50. Hey, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you even combine your bets for same-game parlays, give you a bigger payout, however you want to do it. Now's the perfect time to join FanDuel. Get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So you know the workaround, right? Find a heavy favorite, bet them on the money line. You get nothing back on your $5 bet, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
guys still thinking about question number 1?
Yeah, you can get lost. Did you stay up and watch Luka debut with the Lakers?
Well, I tried. Then the power went out at like 12:15 or whatever. I started to watch the end of the first half.
Yeah.
And then had the TV on, was ready to watch for maybe another half an hour or so. Then the power went out in my house. So,
Kang, did you stay up and watch it?
Yeah, I stayed up until about midway through the third quarter, I think, is when I bowed out because the game was out of hand, and he was on a minutes restriction anyways. But, yeah, I watched a lot of it.
Yeah. And any thoughts?
It was weird at first to see, a player that good in his prime in a different jersey.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's been a few days and a week or so now since the trade happened. But, yeah, I mean, you just want to see how – I mean, this is one of those, I guess – I don't want to call it iconic moments, but it's a big moment in sports history. It's one of the biggest trades ever in our lifetime.
It really is.
And I just wanted to kind of witness it, I guess, and see, the first time on the court with him and LeBron together. It's weird.
Yeah, I saw early in the game he threw an alley-oop pass to one of the other players. It was nice. And then one of the last plays I saw him make, he was backing down a player, and the player wasn't backing down. And so he did this turnaround jump shot from like 18 feet out, totally falling back and just drained it. I mean, it's sickening how good he is. And now he's a Laker.
Can you imagine?
Makes it sickening.
That the legacy you leave, the fact that you were a Nike executive meeting with Steph Curry and you called him Steven and then did a PowerPoint with accidentally a picture of Kevin Durant instead of him, that it goes down in history as the second worst screw up of your professional career? Because he's now the GM of the Dallas Mavericks.
Is it Nico Harrison?
Nico Harrison.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. That story of the meeting with Steph Curry is unbelievable.
Yep.
And now that guy actually somehow parlayed that into a general manager job.
Yep.
And then constructs this trade. And to make it worse, the guy you coveted, Anthony Davis, is out indefinitely with an adductor injury. So that doesn't look very good. And now you've got fans that show up at the Mavericks game the other night, and they're booing the GM. They have Fire Nico signs and T-shirts and chants, and they start kicking people out of the game because they didn't want to deal with that. Whether it was just as simple as somebody who was chanting Fire Nico or wearing a shirt like that, or if they said more unsavory things and got liquored up and got out of hand. But they had multiple ejections from the game. But one was clear that was somebody was ejected because they mouthed Fire Nico up on the big screen at the same time while they held a sign that said Fire Nico. And the Mavericks hide behind the language of that allows them to do that because it was derogatory language towards a person, which I don't know how Fire Nico is derogatory. It's just an opinion. It's not like saying that it's making a personal attack on a guy.
I'm still open-minded to the possibility that they can do something. Like it looks terrible when Anthony Davis gets hurt. I'm fascinated because I think that the long-term thing is, does he know that Luka's never going to be committed enough and his career is going to be over soon because of his lifestyle? But even so, it feels like you could have got more. I'm willing to give it a chance, but the fact that Anthony Davis got hurt already bodes terribly for him.
You get the Mavericks who are in 8th place, but they are only a half game from being in 10th place. They are a full game from being in 11th place. We talk about how tight the things are in the Eastern Conference. They're tight in the Western Conference too. But this is that's not good because you've got this horrible relationship with your fans. Your star player that you just traded for is now out indefinitely. This thing is going to go badly. Like if they don't make the playoffs and Anthony Davis doesn't come back this year, it's going to go very badly.
Okay, Big Ten basketball tonight. Look, this coming Saturday is the NCAA's first bracket reveal. They do a snapshot in time bracket reveal. Here's what it would look like if the brackets came out today. They do the top 4 seeds in each region. And at this point, it looks like Michigan State's kind of a lock to be a 3rd or a 4th seed. Michigan seems to be on the 5 line, but maybe if they beat Purdue tonight, they could get into the 4 line. But look, they're both having really good years. Purdue's in first in the Big Ten at 11-2. Michigan State and Michigan are both 10-2, tied for second. Starting in East Lansing at 9:00 tonight, they take on Indiana, and Indiana isn't void of talent. They've got some talent there. They don't have walk into the Breslin Center, beat Michigan State talent, but Mike Woodson's had his share of late game screw ups, maybe none bigger than the Maryland game, but he that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back.
And he's also on the way out.
Yep, he's resigned, and Izzo has a chance to move past Bobby Knight into the. If Woodson was doing well, this could be an interesting protect Bobby Knight's legacy,
right.
but he's not, and. The whole thing feels like tonight's the night that Izzo will break the record.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they're not there already. The back-to-back losses out in Los Angeles, that wasn't good. But, they fell behind to Oregon big time and then came back in the second half and outscored them by 26 points or whatever it was to win that game going away. Chase Richardson had a heck of a game in that one. We'll see if he builds off that. And is this the kind of player we're going to see? Is he a star or not? Or is that just an anomalation, Doug?
Well,
because Michigan State doesn't – it's such a team-oriented scheme that they run there.
Yeah, they haven't had a star.
No.
Not this team.
Right, exactly. So was that just a flare-up, or is this what you're expecting? Is he going to get more minutes now and dedicate that to? Because they just – they've got one guy on the team that averages 25 minutes or more. That's Jaden Akins, who's the leading scorer and only 13.4 points a game. They don't shoot well from three-point land, although they've gotten much better at it. But what Michigan State does, they smother you with defense. It's a typical Tom Izzo team that had a bad couple games out in L.A. It's a good night to get a win for Michigan State against a team from Indiana that is maybe reeling a little bit because they know that the coach is gone. Is this, just kind of a...
Do you think they're a typical Izzo team? Are they a typical Izzo defensive team? Because offensively and the way that things are spread around, I don't know if I would describe them that way, but hey, if you think they are, I guess they might be. There seems to be lack of star power, but not to their detriment. Like the balance is really something with this group.
Well, that's the thing. I think that's what Tom Izzo has always strived for, is to have that. And typically they'll have a senior that might rise up. And I think it's safe to say that Akins is still their best player, and he is a senior, but he's not having that crazy year statistically, or not even crazy, but just a better year offensively. So they're a deep team. They've got big players. They've got guards, multiple guards that can handle the ball. They've got athletic players, and they all like to play defense. And I think that's what makes Izzo happiest, is when this team can be as good as they can be defensively, that they're in every single game and they do enough offensively to win it.
Both Michigan and Michigan State tonight are on Peacock. You get Peacock, right?
Yeah.
You just don't like using it.
Nope. So I will. Pistons come on at 7:00 tonight, 7:30.
I think it's 8:00.
Or 8:00 because they're in Chicago. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Michigan's at 7:00. Pistons at 8. Michigan State at 9. Wolverines taking on Purdue. We'll get to that next. If you want to get into college basketball, open lines 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. it's quite possible that the number that Tom Izzo puts out there for Big Ten wins will never be matched. In an era where it's so hard to have anything last for a long time anymore in terms of coaching and longevity and all that, and they take on Indiana tonight. On the other end of the spectrum, in his first year at Michigan is Dusty May, and he is off to a pretty good start. They won 8 games last year. They are 18-5 this year going into tonight's game against Purdue. Big for a couple of reasons. There's a slow brewing story about Indiana's pursuit of Dusty May, which could be a real thing. The Wolverine was reporting today that Michigan's already looking into sweetening May's contract to make sure that they don't lose him. He was a well-respected mid-major guy who took a Florida Atlantic team to a Final Four. And, that's a hell of an accomplishment for Dusty May. And he's got, a team that's still being molded because there were so many guys he brought out of the portal. But the first time they played Purdue, it was ugly. I mean, it was ugly. Braden Smith had an incredible game where he had, I think, 27 points, 10 assists, 4 steals, 7 rebounds. He was just a dominant player. And Trey Donaldson's going to have a big game against him tonight. Trey Donaldson and Michigan all together since that Purdue game, which was it was a disaster from beginning to end. They've been better ever since. They still a big lead against Oregon. Oregon came back, cut it to 4, I believe. But Michigan went on to win that game. And then Indiana, they had a 18-point lead, whatever it was. Indiana came back and tied it, and Michigan fended them off. And blowing big leads is a frustrating thing in the college game. But, with the 3-point shot, the shorter shot clock, this stuff happens more than it used to, is one. 2 is the most recent leads that dwindled, they won both games. So it wasn't like a repeat of the Arkansas game or the Oklahoma game or those games that they lost earlier in the year. But a big one for them tonight against Purdue to try and win this Big Ten regular season title.
Well, it's tough to win at Purdue, right?
Yes, it is.
So having him at home is going to be a benefit for them. And Michigan's a very good offensive basketball team. They shoot the ball well. As a team, their team field goal percentage is 49.2. They shoot over 36% from the 3, and they make their free throws at a 73% rate. Those are all really, really good numbers. Plus, you know what you're getting. They've got a solid rotation of 5 guys that play a lot of minutes, and they're used to playing with each other all season long. So it's a pretty good team and a very well-coached team. I don't know if they'll win tonight, but they should have a better chance of it because they're playing at home.
Yeah, so the Dusty May to Indiana thing, I don't think Michigan needs to panic. He being a current head coach, there are other guys that they can go talk to. He was a manager there for Bob Knight, if people don't know the tie-in. So that's just something to keep in mind. And
he's also said he's very happy at Michigan.
He has said that, and
means maybe nothing, maybe a lot.
Yeah, I think it's true. I think he is very happy at Michigan, but you need to be careful because A, things can change, and B, you can sweeten your own offer by, if he comes out and commits to Michigan full time, the chances of him being able to renegotiate a contract are less, but that's sort of on the side burner. It's going to be interesting to see if the addition of moving Reuben Jones into the starting lineup and moving Roddy Gale out of the starting lineup makes a difference, because Jones is not a ball dominant, necessarily needs a ton of shots kind of guy to impact the game. It's been a weird year for him in that when he was at North Texas, he was a great 3-point shooter, and he hasn't been a great 3-point shooter for Michigan this year. But if you look at like the difference between him and Gale, he's a 3-shot a game kind of guy. Roddy Gale was getting 6, 7, 8 shots. And so maybe they just haven't, all right, let's bring the guy off the bench to be the offensive spark plug off the bench and have more of a role player that can impact the game, set screens, and do some of those things. Whether or not that's going to work long term, whether they stick with that lineup, we'll see. But they're going to have to play much, much, much better defensively and be much better on the glass tonight against Purdue.
You going to have the command center going tonight?
No. We'll see. I may, but there's a chance that I might go.
So if you don't, let's say you don't go. Let's say you stay home.
Yes, then I will have the command center fired up.
Now, will the Michigan State game, will they wait to start that one till after the Michigan game's done on Peacock, or are they going to, it doesn't matter, it's just a 9 o'clock tip?
Well, I don't know how they do it in college basketball. I do know in college football, given my role, that there's something called the slide, and that is a game can get, it could tip off 9:05, but there's a slide, which means it can be at 9:10 if the game before goes long. So I think my guess is that Peacock could have a separate stream. I'm almost sure you can stream it separately if there's a conflict. So take it for what it's worth.
All right.
Yep. But in the Big Ten, this is a huge game because Purdue, Michigan, and Michigan State are battling it out. And they've kind of got a little bit of separation. 2 games in the loss column ahead of, I think UCLA is next. UCLA and Wisconsin, are next. And the schedule the rest of the way, look, if you're Michigan and you want one of those top 4 seeds, these are the kinds of games that allow you to earn it, is beating a Purdue team who's ranked in the top 10 in the NET rankings, which are one of the primary metrics used by the NCAA selection committee. You don't beat Penn State, with all respect due, and that puts you as a top 4 seed. You got to win games like this, and their schedule is tough the rest of the way. So they need to take care of business tonight if they have hopes of being one of those top four seeds in a region. So something to pay attention to. 248-539-9797. Again, if it makes you feel any better, Peacock will not have access to March Madness games.
I feel a lot better.
No.
I feel a lot better. What do they get? The Dayton games?
No, they don't have. I don't think they have any of the March Madness games. They might have some Big Ten tournament games.
No, don't. Why? Why would you say that?
Because it might be true. All right. You haven't fully adjusted yet, huh?
No. I don't like the spinning and waiting to get out of one app and get into the next. I like just flipping. I like instantly.
Given that I chumped Fox for the lack of obvious availability of a 4K broadcast of the Super Bowl, we're talking about first world problems.
Mm-hmm.
Because, getting in and out of the Peacock app is, instead of hitting one button, you hit 3.
But it's time, too. It's not just hitting button, here I'm at. That's not what it is. Getting out of the app is easy. Mm-hmm. That's the easy part. Getting back into it, that takes time.
It can take as much as, 12 to 13 seconds?
No, or more. I've never gotten into that app that quickly.
Haven't you?
Never.
I've had some success, but I've gotten pretty used to it. But
spinning. Account holder.
Where you put in your password every time? Do you have to do that?
No, fortunately, I don't have to do that. But good God.
One of the things that was kind of unfortunate about the first Purdue game for Michigan is they wore their throwback maize uniforms, the kind that they had. They actually didn't wear them in '89, but they're the '89 jersey from when they won the national championship with Glenn Rice in them, but they did them in maize. And they wore them. I think they debuted them in that game. They got absolutely temple kicked, and I suppose that those probably get packed away and don't come out again the rest of the year.
So what, back to highlighter yellow?
No, they'll just wear their normal home jerseys, but those were they mimicked the '89 jerseys with the big M panel on the side, the block M on the front, and then Michigan and the number underneath. I thought it was a cool look, but when you get destroyed by a team, you probably pack those uniforms away and don't wear them again. Anyway, interesting night of college basketball here locally. 248-539-9797. We'll get to some NFL stuff coming up. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States and Canada. Also be eligible for that big prize come March. Get a chance to go to Vegas. But you have to be on the app, so get the app, Odyssey app, download it for your mobile device today. Streaming to our website as well, where Champ and Chump are posted. We also linked the story that the Birchie kid did on the possibility of the Tigers making some trades. It's all available on our website, streaming there as well. Streaming with video, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing on youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accidents attorneys. They care more, you win more. Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. They call it white glove service as well. They take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do it on purpose. This means they have more time for your case. That leads to faster and larger settlements. Many people call Michigan Auto because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Michigan Auto Law returns all calls within 24 hours. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Still nothing to report on Alex Bregman, but the voting continues. Not for much longer, though, if you want to get your 2 cents in. Question today, 30-year-old free agent third baseman Alex Bregman. The wait continues in Detroit, Boston, Houston, and Chicago, though it sounds like Houston's out. Meanwhile, ESPN bet today has the Tigers behind Cleveland and Minnesota in the American League Central chase. Odds-wise, it's tight, but those teams are ahead of Detroit. Question, is it time just to say F it and give him what he wants? Here you go. 6 years, $180 million, or 6 years, $200 million. Let's go win this thing. You can vote yep, let it roll. Nope, stand firm. Go vote. Get your 2 cents in. We've read many of your tweets on the air. 248-539-9797. If you want to call and discuss it. Andy just tweeted us, I don't understand what the fascination is with this guy at all.
He's an all-star third baseman?
Yeah, I think the my fascination is trying to win now. I'm willing to accept bad years on the end of the contract, which, I guess aren't a given. I think they're probable, but they aren't a given. But I'm willing to accept bad years on the end of the contract to try and win now, because I think they're better with him than without him. In the snapshot in time, that'll be the 2025 season.
Yeah, I think it makes the team absolutely better now. It's better in every way. He's a better fielder than the options they would have at third base, for sure. And he's a better hitter. Got off to a rough start in April last year and then picked things up significantly. He's fine. He's not Javi Baez. He doesn't swing and miss like Javi does. Javi strikes out 150 times a year. This guy strikes out less than 90 times a year. He's a good run producer. I think he'd fit in well on this team. And no, you probably wouldn't see as many home runs, but I'm okay with that because I think he'd probably have more doubles and perhaps some triples. Not only that, but apparently he's got this incredible baseball mind everybody talks about. So add that to a team that has A.J. Hinch atop things, and I think he could be a good mentor to some of the younger players and show by example how to be a major league player. This team doesn't have a whole lot of veteran players, veteran position players. So adding someone like this to this team, I think it makes them very competitive for the next few years, if they were to do that.
Well, they did add Gleyber Torres, so that helps a little bit on that front. But, the bottom line is it is World Series experience. It is tons of playoff experience. If he wants to win, it feels like this is a great opportunity with, Tarek Skubal and Jack Flaherty at the front end of the rotation, rising stars like Riley Green, who, is just feels like, could be due for a breakout season. And other guys that are awfully intriguing, like Kerry Carpenter, Parker Meadows, that really could be just young, dynamic players to get to be a part of the excitement here. I think they're going to be exciting either way, but if they add Bregman, I don't think they're the third favorite in the American League Central. More feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox. Matt tweeted us, I'd like to see Bregman, but the way some people talk about him, you'd think he's Juan Soto. I'm not sure Gleyber Torres is enough for the offense, but hopefully Kerry Carpenter is healthy all season and Parker Meadows is better than he was in the first half. And Cole Keith improves. Well, certainly, I don't know that anybody even comes remotely close to mentioning him in the same breath as Juan Soto.
No. Here's what I'm curious about. When the dust settles by the end of the week, if Alex Bregman is not a Tiger, let's say he agrees to a deal with Boston, somebody other than Detroit, right? Or just stays in Houston. What do the Tigers do then? Are they going to be aggressive in trying to get that third baseman and try to make a deal for Nolan Arenado with St. Louis? Or are they going to simply go with what they have, which is Veerling and Jace Young? But will they use the money that they had earmarked in the offer for Alex Bregman and then simply pick up the phone and call Scott Boras again and say, hey, Tarek Skubal, let's get it done?
I think the probability, I think their first thing to do, you'd see him, I bet you they make a trade. I think they make a trade. And I think the way that Harris has talked about it, he's got plan B ready to go.
Yeah, and a trade would seem like it would be a short-term addition to the team, because you're trading for somebody from somebody else's team. It's already under contract, whether they have a year left before they hit free agency or a couple years left. It's not like you're going to be trading for somebody that has 10 years left.
Gator, this morning ESPN posted what they call a mock draft. This is from Field Yates. Field Yates, who's moving up the totem pole of important draft analysts there over at ESPN.
I hope he didn't have anything to do with that power ranking.
That I cannot attest to. But what we'd like to do is kind of run down these things. These are scenarios that could play itself out. What would you do if you are Brad Holmes? With the first pick, the Tennessee Titans take Travis Hunter, quarterback, wide receiver out of Colorado.
Yep.
At 2, the Cleveland Browns take Abdul Carter.
Makes all the sense because
edge
they're
rusher, Penn State.
likely to trade Myles Garrett. So
Seems possible.
Yeah.
At 3, a quarterback goes to the Giants, Cam Ward.
Yep, there you go.
Yep. At 4, offensive tackle Will Campbell goes to the New England Patriots. And at 5, Mason Graham, defensive tackle Michigan, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is here, Gator, where I will just go with the picks that might be interesting to Detroit fans. 6, Shedeur Sanders, quarterback from Colorado, goes to the Vegas Raiders. Mikael Williams, the edge rusher from Georgia, and Jalen Walker, the edge rusher from Georgia, go to the Jets in Carolina at 7 and 8. Other interesting picks. Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, goes 13 to Miami. Will Johnson was 12, by the way. Mike Green, edge rusher Marshall, goes to Atlanta at 15.
Whoa.
15.
Well, they need help on defense for sure.
Lions might be interested in an edge rusher, but according to this mock, it won't be Shamar Stewart either. The edge rusher from Texas A&M goes to Arizona. They might want a defensive tackle, but it won't be Walter Nolan.
No.
Defensive tackle Ole Miss goes to Cincinnati at 17. Other names interesting for Lions fans. James Pierce Jr., edge rusher Tennessee, goes to Tampa at 19. This guy won't end up in Detroit, but I think people are always interested in seeing Ashton Genty. He goes to Denver at 20.
Wow, it'd be a great pick for Denver.
Quarterback Jackson Dart goes to Pittsburgh at 21. I like Jackson Dart. Colston Loveland, tight end Michigan, to the Chargers at 22. Other picks that could be interesting. Josh Connerly, tackle from Oregon, goes to the Rams at 26.
Okay.
The Lions are on the clock.
Who goes at 27? Just right before him, just so I know.
Malachi Stark, safety,
come on.
Georgia.
Sorry, I just want to give that reaction. That's
Okay.
always the player. He's not actually a player that they would need. So,
So
28.
here's who's on the board. One of these guys is the pick. 5 players. Tackle Ariante Ursere from Minnesota. Guard Gray Zabel, North Dakota State. Edge rusher Nick Scorton, Texas A&M. Cornerback Siobhan Rebel Jr., East Carolina. Defensive tackle Kenneth Grant, Michigan. One of those guys is the pick. You can make a case for all of those positions.
Sure, yeah, you can. That's why you brought him up.
Of the remainder of players that are on the board at 28, I will start with this. I actually really like this field of players. Because when we put these things together, I have to come up, all right, who's still on the board? I think this is the toughest to choose out of all of the mock drafts we have done as far as who's still on the board. Any thoughts before we get to your pick?
I like that there's a wide span of positions to pick from, because I agree with you. I think you could go a number of different directions. Obviously, edge rusher, defensive tackle, and corner makes sense on defense, and offensive line makes sense on the offensive side. So I like the wide array.
So what we want right now from the people is, what will you do? If this scenario plays itself out, who do you take? 248-539-9797. Do you take the tackle, Ariante Ursere from Minnesota? You take the guard, Gray Zabel from North Dakota State? Do you take the edge rusher, Nick Scorton from Texas A&M? Do you take the corner, Siobhan Rebel Jr. from East Carolina? Or do you take the defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant from Michigan? 248-539-9797. Send your picks over. We'll get Gator your pick. We'll get Kang's pick. We'll have the people's pick. And then we'll tell you who the pick is in Field Yates mock draft, which they're coming fast and furious with the Super Bowl wrapping up this week and the final order now being solidified. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket. Hey, do you know what your water score is in your home? If you're dealing with water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin, your water score needs to improve. CDC Water will test your water, survey your home, and recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. They did it for us. This month, save $500 on a Connecticut Premier Softener and get a free Kinex salt monitor with purchase. Contact our friends at CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com today. All right, so we got this mock draft from Field Yates. Let's get to some of what the people wanted. Actually, Gator, is your pick in?
My pick is in.
All right.
And with the 28th pick of the mock draft, I select for the Detroit Lions Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Okay.
Now, my reasoning is that I do think they're going to address edge rusher in the offseason with free agency or through trade. I think they're going to address that. So then I thought I need to replace Levi Enzarike, and I think this is a good draft for defensive tackles, and I think Kenneth Grant is really good. He's a massive individual. He's like 6'3", 330, 340 pounds. He's strong as hell. He gets pressure on the quarterback. Are they getting like a younger version of DJ Reader with him? And I like his potential. I think it's there. You can make a case for any of these other players you mentioned, for sure. But I think this might be the biggest bang for your buck at the 28.
Yeah, he's a funny kid. Not that that's really relevant, but in the media, he could be fun here in Detroit because he has got a great sense of humor. He tracked down Katron Allen that game at Penn State a couple years ago where I actually had my cousin Mikey was spotting for me in that game. He lives in Toronto and he's a Michigan fan, and I needed a spotter, and he came down and was up in the booth, and he was pointing out who made tackles. And Katron Allen, breaks through the line out near midfield, gets tracked down from behind, and Mikey points at Kenneth Grant. And I just thought, oh, Mikey, that's cute. You think it was Kenneth Grant downfield. And then I'm like, wait a sec, that is Kenneth Grant getting up. I couldn't believe that. I told you. So, yeah, he's an incredible athlete. Kang, is your pick in? You got a pick?
The pick is in, Doug. And with the 28th overall pick, the Detroit Lions select defensive tackle Michigan, Kenneth Grant. Now, I took a long and strong look at defensive end Nick Gordon from Texas A&M. He's got good size, athleticism. He's only 20 years old, so there's room to grow there. But Kenneth Grant's too good to pass up at a position of need. And I say that loosely because, they have DJ Reader and Lee McNeil, but Reader's getting older. He's more of a run stuffer. Lee McNeil's coming off a big injury. I think Kenneth Grant's perfect to put right in the middle of that defensive line that helps the outside guys. By the way, you still have Hutchins, Zadarius Smith. You can go get free agency with depth help there, or you can go with someone else in the draft later in the draft. So right now, though, if Kenneth Grant is there at 28, I don't think you can pass on him.
All right, the pick is in for me. With the 28th pick, the Detroit Lions select tackle Ariante Ursere from Minnesota. I feel like they are going to address the edge rusher in free agency. I do think healthy, the defensive tackle position looks great, and I'm a big fan of Kenneth Grant. What I don't see is I see the next in line at the interior offensive line position in Christian Mahogany. I don't know that I see the next in line outside, with all respect due to Giovanni Manu. And so if Ursere is as good as some of the people out there think he is, I'd like to see them add that next tackle as a great insurance policy for the strength of this team. But I think the bulk, and I'm worried about, I've talked about this, the guys that I want at the edge rusher spot are gone. And I can make a great case for Grant, too. It's not a bad pick at all. But what I want to counter what I think is an incredible group of pass rushers that are coming into the league this year.
Yeah, I understand. I think that with the offensive linemen, I've seen a bunch of mock drafts, and I think those guys could be second-round guys that you mentioned.
Yeah.
You might lose one of those, but I think one of those guys would be available to them in the second round of that position. But Colby Sorsdahl is another guy the Lions have right now that they drafted an offensive tackle and are trying to develop. Is he made strides to make you think that, okay, I can wait on a tackle, I don't have to take one this early? These are questions the Lions can answer themselves. And, of course, everything's going to depend on what they do in free agency in the offseason anyway.
All right, so there is a trend with the people. Will in Detroit says Kenneth Grant or Josiah Stewart at 28. Well, he wasn't on didn't do the Stewart thing. Rich says Grant, dude's a beast. Dave in Royal Oak says Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle. Chris says taking Grant at 28, keeping adding defensive lineman. McNeil might not be ready. Only have Reader for one more year. Perfect fit next to McNeil and Hutch. Strong case. Next one from unnamed texter. Not a homer pick, but Kenneth Grant is a freak of nature. I can't get past him jumping up those stairs. Bob in Trenton says take Grant, strengthen the interior defensive line from The coach in Warren says, I'm choosing Kenneth Grant and have to play same side as Hutch. If he's not there, I like the kid from Ohio State. I don't know who that. Are you talking about? JT Tuimoloau.
Maybe Sawyer he's talking about.
Edge rusher.
Unnamed texter, Nick Scorton, defensive end. I could see a great case for Scorton. Jamie in Ann Arbor, I'd take Kenneth Grant. Aleem will not be ready for the season. Levi is likely gone. I don't have faith in Broderick Martin. Give me Kenneth Grant and keep building in the trenches. Matt W. says Kenneth Grant. A lot of love for Kenneth Grant. All right, I saw a headline today. Kind of caught me off guard. It's about the landing spots for this guy who might be available in a trade. I thought, well, wait a sec. Why would he be available in a trade? The name is Matthew Stafford.
Dun, dun, dun.
Where Stafford could be playing in 25, if not Los Angeles.
Been a while.
It has been a while. If you've ever seen The Shining, late in that movie, when Jack Torrance starts to lose it, that last Stafford blast, that is, if you said Danny,
all right,
in that voice, that is Jack Torrance from late in the movie The Shining. That is from the soul.
That was
a deeply demented soul. But
that was guttural.
Yes, it was.
That's what that was.
So the Rams could be facing a bit of a roster crunch already. Might be looking at a rebuild. Cooper Kupp is not likely to be at LA. They got a decision to make with Stafford. Veteran signal caller technically has 2 more years remaining on his contract, but there's just $4 million guaranteed of his $49.6 million cap hit. Then in 2026, there's no guaranteed money, so they could cut him and save a ton of money. Of course, then they wouldn't have a quarterback. But there's some talk that they may trade him. The places he could go.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of these places important to us? Number one?
It's one I can think of.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Don't worry about it.
Number 2, the New York Giants.
Don't care. Go to the Giants if you want to.
Number 3, the Vegas Raiders.
Enjoy it.
Number 4, the Tennessee Titans.
I think that sounds like a great place for Matthew Stafford and Kelly Stafford.
Yep. And the final
they're
one.
awful children.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget about the kids, man.
Kidding.
Yeah, we got to make sure people understand that you are kidding.
You booed them, Gator.
Right. Yeah, so did everybody else in Detroit. They were booing the kids. Come on, Kelly. We're booing you.
And the final of
It was you.
When Matthew calls you boo, now you know why.
Yep.
Final team is the Minnesota Vikings.
Don't want that.
Aaron Rodgers in Minnesota doesn't scare me. Matthew Stafford in Minnesota makes me queasy.
Yeah, that'd be because he's better right now.
Yep.
I think Aaron Rodgers can still get it done, but if Matthew Stafford were to take that starting quarterback job over in Minnesota, that's trouble. Because he would click with that crew.
I think so. Aaron Rodgers, story came out today that Aaron Rodgers was told he couldn't go on the Pat McAfee show anymore if he were to return to the Jets. The thing about Aaron Rodgers is distractions, total lack of professionalism, not showing up for OT. Stafford is none of that.
No,
Stafford is none of that. We know firsthand. But he still has a live arm, man.
He does. It was on display in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He can still get it done. The team. Think about the team he had with the Rams. Offensive weapons, good running back, a couple of really good receivers, a decent tight end, and he still put up some pretty good numbers. If he goes to the Vikings with the receivers that they have, in addition to a better tight end in Hawkinson, really good running back. I mean, that's formidable. Now, you're hanging another year on all those people, including Matthew Stafford, and he has been banged up in his career over the last several years. He's taken a lot of hits. He's missed a little bit of time. But I still think it'd be a better option for the Vikings over bringing Sam Darnold back.
Okay, and by the way, the pick is in. Field Yates thing. I didn't.
Oh,
I never landed the plane, which is not like me.
Wow.
Like today's day one. Hi, I'm Doug.
It's hard to land planes these days.
Sorry, I'm new. With the pick at 28, the Detroit Lions select Gray Zabel, interior offensive lineman, North Dakota State. He writes, Zabel had a great week at the Senior Bowl that had me thinking about cornerback Quinyon Mitchell in 2024. Yeah, that good of a week, huh? Like Mitchell did before the 2024 draft, Zabel dominated at a lower college level and then looked every bit the part against top competition at the All-Star event. Zabel projects as an interior offensive lineman in the NFL, which is the only part of the Lions offense that looks vulnerable on paper going into 2025. He is powerful, marries quick feet with active hands and pass protection, and is ridiculously tough. He plays like a Lion. Regarding the defense, yes, I thought about bringing in some help on that side of the ball here. Maybe Ohio State's JT Tuimoloau or Boston College's Donovan Azarique could fit opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. But he goes with Gray Zabel.
Well, now that the Lions have hired Tyler Roll, reportedly, who was the former offensive coordinator at North Dakota State and last year spent a year with Iowa State as the assistant head coach and running backs, and now will come to the Lions as an assistant. It all makes sense.
It's all part of
part of a master plan.
It's the Gray Zabel recruitment plan.
Yeah. Look, I considered him, and I'd be excited about him. But I think that's a player to maybe get in the second round.
And this again, out of all the mock drafts we've seen, this is my favorite field of players put together by Field Yates.
The thing, but
for the Lions to choose from.
Now, because I think it's safe to say we know Brad Holmes better than Field Yates.
Yep.
It would feel a little underwhelming to do that because Brad Holmes is the best player available kind of guy, and it feels like the best player available is the player that Kang and I were mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, Kenneth Grant, sure. Kenneth Grant, right now, we're in the wake of the Senior Bowl hype. And that tends to lend to Senior Bowl players getting some preferential treatment in my dress.
Well, this is absolutely
And who is guilty of that? This guy right here is guilty of falling in love with Senior Bowl players. So I can attest to that. Hey, warm up your winter with these hot deals from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for just $379 a month. That's $379 a month for 36 months with no money down. Unlock the savings with approved credit and the GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. They guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Stay warm and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. See dealer for details. Get there fast. All offers end March 3rd. Together, let's drive. It's a final. Actually, it's not a final. It's almost a final. It's going to be a final before the show is done. 7 minutes left to vote on whether or not you would give Alex Bregman today, right now, what he wants. Screw it. Here's 6 years, 180. Here's 6 years, 200. Whatever it is. Now, I'm a no on giving him what he wants. I think they still are likely to get him based upon the insider's belief that they will get him. But I also am fascinated to know what Scott Harris's plan B is. I do like that the team seems to be more committed. They've added, if they add Bregman, they'll have added close to $100 million in payroll in one off season. But there's got to be a plan B. And since Harris always talks about trades, I want to know what trigger might be pulled on a trade. He has admitted in a story we tweeted out earlier that it's been a different offseason because he knows they've got a pool of prospects that could fetch them a major league ready player, somebody that could help them win now. The good news is, Gator, that there is apparently more of a commitment to win now. They are trying to win now. They brought in Gleyber Torres, who I think Detroiters are really going to like. We already know about Jack Flaherty, who had some of the best production, one of his best seasons in recent memory here. So let's go.
Yeah, I think they are. I think they're a better team right now than what they were to finish the season, what they finished within the playoffs. I love the addition of bringing Flaherty back. I really enjoy that I think the move to get Gleyber Torres is definitely one that makes him better. The big risk to me is, flipping second base to first base with Colt Keith.
Yep.
And what that means for Spencer Torkelson. Obviously, the writing's on the wall for Tork. Spring training is awfully important to you. You need to show that you can hit and hit for massive power. Otherwise, there's just not a spot for you here. I think the Tigers really want to have him, but it's clear that they don't think he's the starter that he was because they've moved things around. And so that puts a little bit of pressure on Colt Keith as well. He's going to have to produce more. And I suspect he'll be better his second year in the league than what he was as a rookie. So excited about that. But the idea that you could add a third baseman like Alex Bregman certainly makes this team better in the immediate future. I think they're already better. But if you add Bregman to the mix, I think the Tigers become the odds-on favorite to win the division, which would be nice, and we'll see how far that can take him when he gets to the playoffs.
What's really probably hurt Bregman here, and I was reading an analysis of this on Jeff Passan wrote, all the teams pursuing Bregman, none of them are desperate for a third baseman. The Tigers were very happy with Matt Vierling and have a top 100 prospect in Jace Young at third. The Astros got Isaac Paredes to play third. The Red Sox best hitter is Rafael Devers at third. And they've got two high-ceiling infield prospects on the way. The Cubs' best prospects, Matt Shaw, plays second and third. So everybody who's offered are like, yeah, we're interested, but we have other options.
Yeah, well, yeah, these other teams, they have to shuffle things around or even shuffle Bregman around. Does Bregman want to play third base? Or in Boston, you have to go to second base. Another team might have to go to second base as well. So even if he wants to stay in Houston, it sounds like there's the most shuffling going on because Altuve is like, look, I'll move to the outfield to save Alex Bregman in the infield, but they just got Paredes, and Paredes is going to play third base. So lots of shuffling. Or do you want to come to Detroit and just simply you're in a third?
Yep. And with a chance to win here, he had to see what happened here last year. Look, we don't have like Dan Campbell type of recruiting power now, but Detroit doesn't look like a baseball wasteland anymore.
No.
And they were the little engine that could.
Well, and this is
last
where
postseason.
Fans want to hold Chris Ilitch's feet to the fire. You want to spend money when the team gets good. Well, they just made the playoffs. And what has he done? He's gone out and he spent some money. Go out and spend some more. We're all behind it.
Yep.
Well, maybe not all of us, but
well, the voting's about to close, but right now more than half people aren't wanting Alex Bregman. 56.6% say stand firm. 43.4% says, yep, give him what he wants. Let's roll. It's funny. I mentioned that Stafford thing before the break. Deebo Samuel's got a trade request in. There was a story you had yesterday about the 4 defensive linemen that all could be moved. Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett. This could be a wild NFL offseason.
Oh, it could be real wild. I mean, these are top players in the league at their position. You don't see, I don't think I can remember where you've seen this many players at one position this good as potential trade targets. You look at it, and Cleveland kind of has to do something because Myles is asked to be moved. And, it'd be a massive cap hit for Cleveland, but they'd be getting some massive draft capital in return and perhaps some NFL-ready players in return as well. And they're rebuilding. There's no question Cleveland's rebuilding. So they're going to have to suck up the $30 million cap hit or whatever it is. That's just what they're going to have to do. Micah Parsons with Dallas, it's hard to think that Jerry's going to lose one of his star players. I have a hard time buying that that's going to happen. But if Micah Parsons is available, my God, I mean, that's pass rush is extraordinaire. That guy's a ridiculously high motor. He's as fast as a running back and just flies around the field with incredible violence, making plays. He'd be great. And then, of course, we know about Max Crosby. It's like a kind of a pipe dream here in Detroit. We love Max Crosby, a local guy. You want him to be here. I think it's smart for the Raiders to consider trading him because they're not anywhere near ready to make a playoff push. I don't see. I mean, who's their quarterback? What are they doing there? They need more pieces on offense. Why not trade him and get a bunch of draft capital and rebuild yourself for a new coach that you have? But that new coach in Pete Carroll loves his defensive guys, and maybe Max doesn't want to leave. And then it leaves Trey Hendrickson. He'd be fantastic for this team. Obviously, the coaching staff is familiar with him and from the time spent in New Orleans. But is Cincinnati going to be able to afford to bring him back and T. Higgins? Not sure. So would it behoove Cincinnati to move him? I don't think it would, because if you're Cincinnati, you have problems on defense. Why not hang on to your best defensive player and just say sayonara to your offensive player in T. Higgins?
We welcome Enrico Beard, who has sauntered into the studio and joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Rico.
What's going on, guys? Gator, I caught the tail end of that, but I saw that Burrow basically said, I'll work with you guys. Let's make it happen. Let's keep everybody here. So kudos to him because he's going to come out looking like the good guy no matter what. Hey, I said I'll take a pay cut. But, okay, not often do you guys do something that I have to turn the radio up and say, what did you just say? But your tub of pretzels topic.
Oh, God.
Don't even start. It's not our fault.
It's not our fault.
We didn't ask for the question. Not that question.
Did you come up with that question?
Rico, they ask for questions. I just read them, man.
Yeah. Did you write the question, Kang?
I mean, physically, yes, but I don't know if I thought about it.
Because, I'm sitting there like I'm sure everybody else listening like, wow.
Yeah, you chose girlfriend, right?
No. No, because I could no.
You don't even explain yourself.
No.
You don't need to do it.
There's no right answer. I didn't want to answer.
There's no reason to answer that question.
Why did they end up switching? Maybe you know what? You just need to learn your lesson, and you two have to live out your lives that way.
Can't we flip the overtime contingency plan or something and return them back to where they were? Where's the Glasgow override? Sorry.
I was just like, I had. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, it was terrible.
It's terrible.
Could you repeat that again? Could you use it in the form of a sentence?
Can we not repeat it again?
Yeah. What do you got planned coming up next?
We're starting off. I always love it when Mike's like, "Hey, I got a question for you." It's I guess it's regarding a television show that he wants to know about. He wouldn't tell me the show or anything like that. We'll get into a little bit of the this Bregman talk because I'm to the point where if he doesn't come here, I'm okay because Scott Harris did everything we asked him to do. You were in all the rumors, you did your homework, and hopefully you just said, you know what? Contract's too big, and I'm going to make a smart business decision. And actually get into a little college hoop since it's kind of a big night in the Big Ten, and it's another big game down in Kentucky.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. According to Matt Zenitz, the Lions are expected to hire Iowa State assistant head football coach Tyler Roll as an offensive assistant. He also worked with the Cyclones running backs. It's a Michigan College basketball doubleheader on Peacock tonight. First at 7, the Purdue Boilermakers invade Ann Arbor, looking to sweep the season series. Michigan has done a great job defending their home floor this season, holding an 11-0 record. Here if they can uphold that tonight over on WWJ News Radio 950. MSU basketball coach Tom Izzo has a chance to pass Bobby Knight tonight for the most wins in Big Ten history. Fitting that Izzo may break the record against Indiana tonight. The Hoosiers have lost 7 of their last 8. Head coach Mike Woodson has already informed Indiana he's stepping down at the end of the year as well. Tip at 9. Tigers single-game tickets will go on sale Friday. The team also released their promotional schedule. It includes bobbleheads for Kerry Carpenter, Tyler Holton, and Tarek Skubal. The Pistons begin their back-to-back in Chicago tonight. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8. Longtime Dodger Kenley Jansen has inked a deal with the Angels for 1 year at $10 million. Jansen spent the last 2 seasons with Boston. Last year, he logged a .329 ERA, along with 27 saves. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. Yes, we will get to Alex Bregman, but we got to do something different to start the show today. I'm going to do something I rarely do. I have just kept Rico and the guys in mystery. I will only tell you I am starting with something non-sports. I am starting from something on a personal level, and I am seeking the counsel of the people in this room, but also you, the listener. And yes, at 2:45, we'll get some football, and 3 o'clock, we're going to talk Bregman. But I got to do this because I have to tell you, I have reached a point with something where I'm told something is really good. And every time I watch this show I'm watching, trying to get into, I end up looking at my wife going, what the F are we watching? What is this? So allow me this space as we start on a Tuesday. And yes,
no,
the Bregman talk can wait. We'll get there.
It's always bad when something comes highly recommended because now there's no wiggle room.
I have been told that as I round the bend here and try to finish the first season of this show, that the second season is generationally good television. And I'm like, okay, slow it down. I will tell you it is bar none the weirdest TV series, program, whatever you want to call it, I've ever watched. It is, I don't know what I'm watching. Have any of you heard of the show called Severance? Anyone?
Yes.
On Apple TV?
Yes.
Okay. Now look, I'm trying to be a good sport about it. I want to punch everyone in the face watching this show. I don't want to give away too much. The general premise is severance refers to what they do to these people when they sign their employment agreement. Now, there are days I wish we offered severance and I just wouldn't remember anything about this place.
Yeah.
But my point is, they go down the elevator and who they are outside of the building, they don't have recollection of it. Then they work all day. They don't know they're outie.
Right.
Then they go back up the elevator and they don't remember. This is the part of the severance I would enjoy. You don't remember anything about this place. And you go back to your life. But never the two shall meet.
Right.
That's all I'll give away. I just need to understand, people. I'm like 6 episodes in. When football season ends, TV season starts. I do try to reacclimate into having a life and spending a little bit more time with my lovely wife. And like, I try to balance things out a little bit. I don't know what the F I'm watching. I'm told this is one of the greatest shows ever made. Doug Karsh is a super fan. Doug listens to a podcast about this show. I can't tell you what I'm watching. I have no grasp on anything. And I needed to know, have any, now I know Kenny wouldn't. This show requires thought. But maybe David, maybe you, because you're Mr. Sci-Fi.
Right.
I've
watched it.
So have you gone through both seasons?
No, I haven't because I got started with it and then football started. But I put a pin in and said, you know what? Okay. Potential. I'm going to come back to this.
I also struggle that the lead character is the mean brother from Step Brothers. And I can't get it out of my head of him like bragging about selling helicopters and saying it's the Catalina wine mixer.
See, the funny thing, because I remember when I told you about this, and I'm like, Mike, you'll like the premise because they can't remember anything that happens at work. Like work and home life are two separate things. When you go through the elevator, it's like a little portal you go through and you don't remember anything.
I do. Listen, I am
So
living,
you were like, I would love that.
No, I'm living severance. Is I basically do everything to forget about this place when I go home, and I live my life.
But it's it would be a stretch because I don't think you're a big sci-fi type of person.
But I'm trying.
So
this.
I wouldn't recommend this show to you. I just thought it was funny.
But it's too
because
late.
I know you.
It's too late. I've already learned about the waffle parties. It's too late. God, listen, if you have seen Severance, I just need to know, is it worth it? Because I am trying, and none of my regular shows come back for a few more weeks. Yeah. I'm waiting on the Yellowstone prequel to come back with Harrison Ford. I'm going to be all over it. I'm waiting for Reacher to come back. Guys, help me. I am so confused at how this is an all-time good show, and there are episodes you're sitting there, and you will look at your loved one, or if you watch it alone, you will look at the ceiling and go, what am I doing with my life? This can't be it.
I got 3 episodes in, and I was like, okay, I like this. I'm going to come back to finish this later. But yeah, I was like, it was kind of cool.
But
because,
football started.
Right. And it was just like, okay, So I'm like, great, I'll just binge this later. So yes, it's probably.
And I'm
in the
sorry
next
to
couple
put
weeks.
this on you. I know the Bregman stuff is big today, but we're going to get to it at 3. I needed to ask because last night I tried to watch another episode, and we got to this point where I'm like, all right, maybe this is starting to pick up a little bit. Maybe I got to stick with it. And the fact is, it's Apple TV. It's not like you're paying for it. It's not like you're buying episodes. It's right there. You just hit the button. But it's the Catalina wine mixer guy. I can't get away from it.
But see, I think for you, it's going to be difficult because it's not what you're into. So that's why it's like, yeah, because it's science fiction and it's a bunch of what if type of scenarios.
Bro, the hallways of that place look like the hallways of this place.
And you, Mike, from the time that I've known you, you are a logical. It has to make sense person. You don't get into the whole, okay, take me on a ride and finish it at the end. I'll just sit in the back and be quiet. That's not you.
I'm just rounding the bend here of season 1.
Because, you're probably asking a ton of questions, and I need to know now.
No, but I
need to know now.
I have to ask them silently.
Right. But I'm saying, because you can't suspend logic. And
I'm trying.
And I know, and you are. And this is personal growth. But that's why I would have never recommended this show because I know it's why I never said, Mike, you got to watch the Marvel movies. Now, we did it during the pandemic, but it was like, I know that's not you. So
some of those were okay, though.
Yeah, it's funny because, you identified with like certain characters. Like,
yes.
I was like, okay, yeah, I can see you in Iron Man. And no, you was
Tony Stark's a good dude.
No, it was Thor. I was shocked.
It was sarcasm. I liked it. It was funny.
Okay.
Look. No spoilers, I'm asking. I understand Severance came out 3 years ago, but season 2 just came out. And when I tell you this has like a 99% on Rotten Tomatoes, that this is one of the TV critics are saying it is generational. You know what's not generational? Alex Bregman. We'll get to him at 3. I need your help.
But real quick, David, also remember sometimes when people get behind things and they tell you how great it is, you end up with Sharknado 6.
Truth.
So,
truth. David, have you heard of this show, watched this show, plan to watch it?
I have heard of this show, and I'm a very stubborn individual. And because the ratings were so great and everyone was saying how it's so good, I decided I'm not going to watch it.
That makes no sense.
I don't like being forced to do things because, it's great. You got to do this. I'm good. I watch my own thing. Like, I'm going to start Landman this weekend.
But see,
absolutely fabulous show.
It makes
fabulous.
But see, Mike, this makes sense. I've been around you guys long enough to know. Yes, never tell David this is something you need to watch.
Oh yeah, I'm never going to do it.
David won't do it.
But then I saw the preview for it. I'm like, you know what?
You got to almost downplay and be like, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. David will watch it.
Yeah.
But if you're like David, I'm telling. Okay, well, I'll see if I can get to that.
I'll start.
Just
Landman
answer the question this way for me,
Severance.
people. If you've seen Severance, is it overrated? I'm going to stick this out. I'm too far into season 1 not to. TV season has started now. And I'm trying like hell. But, the critics talk this show. I'll tell you one thing. I'm pretty sure Doug Karsh loves this show more than his kids. The way Doug talked about this show, you would have thought that this thing reinvented the wheel.
Yeah, he keeps telling me, hurry up and finish the first season. Like, he rewatched the entire first season.
How?
And it's like,
how? I can barely get through the episodes.
I saw new things that I haven't seen before. But yeah, I like it. I like the premise. I want to see where this journey takes me. So,
okay.
But you're a lot further along than I am right now.
248-539-9797. We're going to get to Alex Bregman. We're going to get to a football today in about 25 minutes. I'm stuck on this Stafford rumor. And we are going to talk about Rico's dance party. This is going to be Soul Train tonight, College Hoops edition. Rico has a College Hoops dance party for everybody at 4. You're pumped up about tonight. Don't lie. You are bricked up. Don't lie. You're excited, and you want the people to be excited in a post-football world. Yeah. Also, by the way,
I'm offering you here's something to eat tonight. is college basketball.
Also, we're going to slander the NHL later because we've just found out something about the Four Nations face-off that is quintessential NHL. We are loaded today.
You know what? Real quick,
Yeah.
think of Severance as kind of an adult version of Stranger Things. Because when I first started watching Stranger Things, I was saying, everybody's telling me this is a great show. What the hell am I watching?
Yeah, I didn't love it.
So
I didn't love it. Sorry. Okay, good talk. We're off and running. We'll get to the people next. I just need your help with it. I just need to understand, is this thing going to pay off? It's TV season. And then we get to Bregman. Rico, tell him about it.
All right, Mike, let's be curious. Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, graphics design. You want to sit there and you want to talk about your favorite television shows or sports or whatever it is. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your journey. First step, be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means we're not going to get your time. Your time won't be wasted. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in your new field that you're working on. So go be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So after you're curious, go make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Starting out with something way off the reservation. And then I've got a Bregman stat. I don't know. It's going to be like Maury Povich when he would scare people straight. He'd have the drill sergeant yelling in a kid's face. This stat hit me like that. We're going to get to Bregman at 3, football 2:45. I've just asked the question. Look, football season's done. TV season begins. I was told you just got to watch this show. I started watching Severance. I don't know what the F I'm watching. Is this show overrated or is this going to pay off? Because this is one of the most bizarre shows I've ever watched. And I'm 6 episodes deep, and it's not getting better. And I'm getting angrier. And I need to know. So that's it. And by the way, Doug Harsh says it's the greatest television show in history. So far, I don't know. Doug may need a brain procedure because I don't know what the hell I'm watching. David, ticket text coming in quickly.
If Mike doesn't like the show yet, see, episode 6 is pretty far, but there is a big reveal at the end of episode 7.
Okay.
Try one more episode.
Okay.
You won't regret it.
All right. Yeah, I'll get to it before I watch mediocre college hoops tonight. It's going to be exciting.
Mike, I hate to inform you, but the second season takes a huge step back. Feels slow.
Wait a minute.
they're dragging their feet.
The reviews on season 2 have said this is one of the singular best seasons of any show ever. What am I missing?
I got through 2 episodes of Severance and it was so weird, but I kept telling myself I'll go back. But I'm just afraid I'll be wasting my time. That is from Tom.
That's what Rico did in the summer, but Rico's about to start the program because, well, football's dead. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, I was expecting you to say White Lotus on HBO.
I love that show.
Because that's how I felt about the show. So weird and so overrated.
I like season 1 better than season 2.
Armand.
I know. I don't want to give anything away if people haven't watched it, but season 1 was far superior to
season
season
2 was... Season 2 was... They were contractually obligated, yes.
Severance is one of the best shows, in all caps he says, I've ever seen. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Is that from Doug in his car? in his little EV?
This one, maybe you agree with this or not. Someone says, for me, I think the hardest thing about watching Severance is there's no music.
Nothing.
Absolutely no soundtrack makes it a lot tougher to watch.
All the white walls. And everyone, it's... All right, let's go to the people. We'll get to Bregman in a bit. Let's go to... Kenny, did you misspell this person's name? How do you pronounce this?
I don't think I did.
Is it Colleen?
Kenny, your spelling worries me. I just don't want to mispronounce the name.
I think it's Colleen.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Colleen, how are you?
I'm great. The legends, Mike and Rico. What's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
Good. So I know you're talking about Severance. David, I just wanted a quick thing. Landman's great. It's basically Billy Bob being Billy Bob,
yes.
But that's always good to me. So
it's a great show.
So definitely give that a chance. Yeah. So about Severance, Mike, I listen to you guys a lot. So I pretty much think that you and I have a similar taste in shows, because I know way back when you were talking about Westworld and Yellowstone and stuff like that. I like those. I like those shows, right?
Yeah.
So, but Severance reminds me of Westworld, not necessarily the premise and stuff, but that slow burn, you watch it again and you see something different and stuff like that. It's really one of those deep shows that on the surface you're like, what is this? But then it's deeper. And I will say the one texter did steal my thunder, and it does get better. I would say episode 7 through 9. I think it's 9. Those are some of the best. It's one of the best shows on television because of that. It's definitely one of those shows that you ask questions, it answers questions and then it adds more to it. So it's frustrating in that way. But I'm just hoping, because I haven't seen season 2, I'm just hoping that it doesn't do what Westworld did, because I feel like Westworld peaked at season 1 and then I was done. So I'm hoping it doesn't do that. But just to Rico's point, yeah, it is weird, and you can't really tell what time of or what year it is, because you got older cars, but then they got newer technology, then they got old technology.
I don't know if it's the 70s,
so
the 80s. I don't know if it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I'm watching.
But then they have cell phones.
Yes.
So I'm I don't get it. So you know what I mean. So
I'm gonna stick it out because I'm stubborn. But what drives me crazy is like you find like for a guy like me, I finally get some time because football's done. And I'm like, okay, I've been told until I'm blue in the face how good this show is. And then I start this thing and I'm like, I'd rather watch Old Dominion versus George Mason. What the hell am I doing?
It's definitely a slow burn, man. It really is. But yeah, just give it a chance. And
All right.
you guys have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll stick with it.
It's one of those that I'm shocked, but
I thought of you when I started this. I go, this is the weird bleep that Rico likes.
Yeah.
Like, this is a Rico show.
Yeah.
This isn't for me. I like shows like Billions. I like shows that are rooted in a level of reality.
Mad Men.
Yes, Mad Men was
Or you know
fantastic.
what? I could just see you as Game of Thrones. You know what? I don't like you. Off with his head.
I actually really like that show.
I know.
I dug
That's
it.
what I said. That's a Mikey show.
But here's the
This-
thing. I was years late. I'm not down to sit there and go week by week like it's me watching
no.
Seinfeld in 1995.
No, I got into Game of Thrones. It was like right before the pandemic hit.
Oh, so you had it all. You just start rifling episodes.
Right, because everybody was talking about the final season was about to come out. So I'm like, let me watch this show.
You know what kills me? I think that's what's bugging me about sports lately is I've been conditioned like TV, you just watch what you want when you want. Like, don't tell me when to watch my shows. I like sports. I don't want to wait until 10 o'clock to watch Michigan State UCLA. Can't we just fire this thing up? Let me hit the button. Episode available?
Gotcha. No, that's not how it works.
Let's go.
You'll just see the graphic. We'll be here soon, Mike.
Program soon. Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so here, I'll ask you this. Did you like Lost? Do you remember that show Lost?
Okay. I'm going to confess this to you. Please don't make fun of me. I'm like one of 3 people on earth who's never watched Lost.
You know
Okay,
what, Mike?
that's fine.
No, Mike.
That's
good. No,
it's
good
my
call.
problem.
No, good call, Mike. Because that's what it looks like to
kinda
me.
Yes. Now, here's the thing, though. I love Lost, but this is, sorry to say, it's not that good.
Okay.
And nothing really does happen. I've watched the whole, I'm caught up. And it's just not that, there's nothing revealing or great, nothing crazy
I
happens.
understand what they're trying to do is I think there's this, big, deeper meaning and like a moral conflict. But I'm just struggling. Mike, it's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, it is. It's like that through the whole thing, too. It really doesn't ever get that funny or interesting or, oh, my gosh, or nothing. And, Doug, he's not exactly the best barometer of what you want to be watching. Karsh.
Can't trust a guy who doesn't eat red meat. There it is.
That's right.
Got it.
You might want to cut your losses.
All right, Mike, I appreciate the candid response. Maybe you can't take TV tips from a guy who only eats ground turkey. I don't know. Severance, man. But look, baseball is not here yet. The NHL's on sabbatical. We already told you the NBA blows. I mean, God love the Pistons. They're trying, but that sport is terrible. And football just died. So this is what's... I'm sorry I'm not monitoring Alex Bregman 24/7, which, by the way, we're going to talk about this at 3. Is it wrong I've kind of reached a point like, you know what, man? F off. Whatever. Just do what you're going to do, but just do it. The baseball free agency, it's so exhausting. The fact that it's February 11th, pitchers and catchers have reported, and we got a guy of Alex Bregman's caliber just sitting around. I tell you what, I don't even care. If he signs, he signs. You know my deal. I don't want to give him some 6-7 year deal. I'd love to have him, but kind of burnt out by that. But I got a stat that's going to be sobering.
No, because I think what happens is after a while, at least for the Bregman thing, either you want to do this or not, and it kind of seems like you're dragging your feet. And kudos to Scott Harris for saying, not doing anything stupid. We'll wait until you sober up. And get smarter.
Until Jeremy Otto sachets in here announcing a 6-year, $180 million deal, and then I'm going to make you take that back.
And, well, you know what? At that point, things can change.
248-539-9797. We'll get a little football in about 15 minutes. I am obsessed, not with Severance, but with this Stafford to the Giants rumor. I don't even care if it's real. I'm living in a fantasy. I just need something to care about with my team. We'll take some calls, and then, we'll get to business with the Bregman thing at 3 because I want to hear from you guys. You're the paying customer. And Bregman is a very interesting case. He's good, not great. He's expensive, but not crazy. He's old-ish, but not old. He's like a little bit of everything, but he's all of nothing. And I don't know. I don't even know what to do with it anymore. We're going to talk about it. Yeah. 97.1.
The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up, and you can get in on all the action on ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, if you want to take that Pistons Bulls game tonight, take Kay Cunningham, 25 points or more, Beasley, 15 points or more, and the Pistons on the money line at plus 192. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. You must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
And do not adjust your dial. We started with a little something different today. We're going to get the football in 10 minutes. Bregman in 20. I just needed to know if I'm insane or I just don't appreciate the arts. I've tried with a show that I've been told is one of the great TV shows of all time. This Severance, I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind. And I feel like Doug owes us an apology. Because Doug not only likes the show, he's watched it twice. He listens to podcasts breaking it down. I'm talking super nerd stuff. This Severance, I think part of my problem, the lead character is the guy who hosted the Catalina Wine Mixer and Step Brothers.
You gotta let that
I can't let it go. He has a very distinct face. I can't. Plus, I see him singing in his SUV, and then he makes fun of his wife for the voice lessons. Then they almost get hit head on. I can't escape it. It's the only thing I've ever seen that guy in. And now he's back on this, playing a complete oddball. I'll go to the people. 6-7 episodes deep. I'm gonna battle through, but I just needed to know, is this thing overrated or am I going to be pleasantly surprised? Evan has watched all of it, and he's like, Powers hates it.
Right.
Doug says it's the best show ever, so I can't pin it down. Let's go to Noah, 97.1. Noah, what's going on, buddy?
Flat, $1,200 a week for singing lessons, and this is what I get. I'm going to save it with the solo. Mike, so how's it going? It's funny because I've been listening to you. I was shocked when I heard Severance coming out of the gate for you, but I've been listening to you talk for a while, and I feel like you're the perfect candidate for this show. Even the way that you were just talking about the Giants getting Stafford, you were saying, I feel like I'm in a fantasy land. I feel like and I think you got to give it time. I just rewatched it with my girlfriend, and I remember kind of I had seen the first season, so I was kind of looking over at the couch, waiting for signs of disinterest or the other.
Okay.
And right around that 6-7 point, I think it really starts to amp up because you realize that this is duplicated across all of our forums right now. Who you listen to is what you believe, especially now. I mean, you listen to is what you're going to believe. So when you take this setting where we have all the instincts of our normal self, but then you put it in, you give yourself, you strip the prior knowledge, and it's like you'll believe it if you don't have access to a phone.
And I don't want to. The reason I'm not being a little more detailed is Rico watched 2 episodes like 6 months ago. I don't want to ruin it for him or the audience, but you're hinting at something. Yes, I'm starting to get that part of it. And I know it's like, I get what they're trying to do. This is a social commentary. Yes. It's just, no, holy mercy, does it move at a snail's pace?
Let me ask you this, Mike, because I saw somebody do a skit, and I think you'd love this. It was these guys, they're the Out of Order guys on YouTube, and they did a skit. It was called Severance, but with your sports team. And it was interviewing all these guys who had severed, hypothetically, whenever their team was on. They would let their inning go and watch sports. And it made me wonder, there was a guy who was a Pats fan. He severed in 2000. He said he couldn't do it anymore. So he lost. He didn't see all the Celtics wins, the Patriots wins. And I'm wondering, could you imagine how many Lions fans, how many Detroit fans may have severed at one point only to be told, to hear rumblings of, well, yeah, this MCDC guy, he might be turning things around.
Well, it's the same thing with the Pistons.
It's just hilarious.
I mean, the Pistons have gone 15 years without winning a playoff game. I mean, that's part of the reason we can't talk about it more on here is that, for lack of a better term, severed. People are gone. No, they're gone.
Yeah, it's been tough.
I'll stick with it. I'm going to stick with it. I'm already 6-7 episodes deep. I don't want to reveal the last scene of the last episode again, out of respect to Rico and the audience. I'm going to stick with it. It's just, Noah, you get to a point you start watching this stuff, brother. You're like, wait a minute now. I've been sold a lie. I mean, you're telling me the Tooth Fairy's real.
I hear you. Also, I don't read reviews. If you read reviews and everybody gives it a 99%, put it on this pedestal, and it's never going to reach that. So
that's fair.
You got to go in blind.
That's very fair, Noah. That's part of what's ruining it for me. Because what convinced me to watch it wasn't Doug. It was, oh my God, season 2, generational television. And I'm like, all right, well, football's almost done. I'll start to
maybe that's for me. I just kind of saw it on Apple TV and said, what is this? Let me check out an episode.
This was made for you. This is some weird-ish, as the people say. This is a Rico. I wouldn't be surprised if your name was in the credits. R.L. Beard, like executive design consultant. It is weird, bro. Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good, Anthony. What's going on?
The way I take TV show recommendations, if my white friends is talking about it and my black friends talk about it, then I gotta watch it. If only one side is watching it, I'll wait on it. But I was gonna start it tonight because me and my wife we just finished Ted Lasso, so everybody been talking about the show. So I'm gonna check it out tonight.
I think that show is atrocious. Everyone likes Ted Lasso. I hated it. I wanted to punch him in the face.
I feel like because it's not serious. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
But
hold
you-
on. Anthony, isn't Ted Lasso like the positive coach? Like he
Yeah,
really
but
had no
it
business?
It gets deeper than that. It's like a lot of like serious like stuff in it. I don't want to give it away for anybody.
Once again,
who watching it?
Positive coach.
No,
That's why you didn't
no
like it.
coach is going to talk to adults that way and get away with it. And I'm talking he treats them like they're third graders. I hated that show, Anthony.
And I want to ask a question to all the married people in the room. Do your wife feel like y'all have to watch every show together?
No,
I'm
God,
just
no.
thinking of to watch.
No,
not at
Like,
all.
I was gonna check out Severance tonight to see how it is, but like she think we have to watch everything together. But Mike, I think you will love Presumed Innocent with Jake Gyllenhaal. You check that out yet?
No, I can add it to the list because I got to tell you, I can't take too much
That
more
actually
Lumen
look-
Industries.
Mike, do me one favor. Take a break, or where you got one episode left. Watch episode 1 of Presumed Innocent. I swear you will like it.
Is that on Apple as well?
Yeah, I feel like Apple is so slept on because they don't really promote it all that much for some reason. But when you think about it, you got Ted Lasso, if you like it. You have C with Jason Momoa. You have Presumed Innocent, and then whatever else they got coming in Severance. I feel like it's getting up there. It's way better than what Netflix been putting out lately.
Well, I mean, listen, the Netflix thing got ruined during the pandemic. We hit the end of Netflix. Then there was a writer's strike. Nothing was being made. And then you end up just watching like true crime documentaries and not wanting to leave your house because everyone's dead. Like,
But yeah, I think C is everybody's blind.
I'm not. No.
So it's a society where everybody is blind.
Okay, see, I always tell my wife this. Like, she loves true crime stuff. She loves I go, can we watch something that doesn't feature murder, rape, incest, kidnapping? Can we I'm like, all my teams blow. The Lions just lost. Can I watch something happy?
Life insurance paid up?
I'd like to laugh. I'm like, every I go,
Celebrity Crime Files. Here we
oh,
go.
like, case in point, they came out with that Dexter prequel.
Yes.
That's the stuff she watched.
Oh, Rieger loves that.
Oh my
stuff.
God! The other night I walked by. There's a guy duct taped to a table with a chainsaw. I go, oh, honey, how you enjoying that? I'm out.
So you're
I
not,
am not watching
so you're
this.
not into the true crime stuff.
No, to a point.
Okay.
It can't. Everything can't be murder.
So you're not a Dateline type of person.
I like to.
Every
hard-
now and then, moderation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what is it?
Nah, I can do. I'm like that. I can do that type of stuff.
You know why?
Night.
Because you're disturbed. That's really what it comes down to.
Because there's like I'll listen to like a murder podcast if I'm taking a walk.
Why?
Taking a walk? You're supposed to be relaxing.
You believe this guy?
I am.
Oh, hey, Rico's taking a walk. Hey, what are you listening to in those beats by Dre? Rape and incest. What?
Someone walks by, he says hello, but he's really thinking, I'm going to murder you.
Hi diddly-do, neighbor. You're going to look good in that ditch. What the hell is wrong with you?
That's on Spotify.
Guy goes for a casual walk, Kenny. This is what he's listening to.
I like the idea of somebody just turning on the radio now and hearing this.
Right. I'm the
Rape and
jackass.
incest. Let's go.
I'm the jackass walking around breaking down outfield rankings for the new season. Prospect reports. I quit. All right, let's do the football, shall we? Severance. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Old Nation, limited release. You know, we're talking TV. I don't know, guys. Maybe you want to sip on a beer while you're watching some of the weirdness. The My is their new limited release, drinkable, hazy triple IPA. Yes, it's the dead of winter. And yes, we have snowstorms coming up. Doesn't mean you can't sip on some delicious beer that's a little bit lighter. Check out Old Nation wherever great beer is sold. Best ingredients, best brewery, and again, respectfully brewed in Williamston as one of the last truly local and independent breweries in the state. 21 and up, and as always, Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right, let's do the football. David, music, please.
Well, let's start with this because we can finally do it. The hiring cycle is over. The Saints have hired Kellen Moore as their new head coach. Your thoughts on that hire since we're finally done?
I don't think about it.
Okay.
The franchise is a shipwreck. They've tried to outrun the cap for years on end when they were never really in a Super Bowl window. They don't have a quarterback. You're probably looking at Spencer Rattler. And Kellen Moore is a head coach. I don't know. I don't have great faith in it. Now, what I'll give him credit for, he came in as a gunslinger. Guy wanted to throw it 40 times a game. He goes to Philly. He basically was the offensive coordinator at Navy now. So he showed a willingness to adapt, to change. But overall, the Saints, it's a roster issue, David. I mean, you tell me, Rico.
I think for the Saints, it depends on if they can get that quarterback in there to lead this team.
Rattler.
No, he's a good backup. He's not ready for prime time just yet. But if they can go into free agency and get a QB, or maybe they'll be the latest to convince Aaron Rodgers to come down and ruin their franchise. If he gets a quarterback, I think that he can win. It's just, will the Saints play ball with him and help him out?
Rico, you're going to like this next one because we kind of talked about it pre-show. Were we lied to? Super Bowl numbers came out. 126 million people watched the Super Bowl.
Hold on, David. Nobody watched the Super Bowl. Everybody hates the Chiefs. And we were watching Heidi or Beauty and the Beast.
I'll let you two get it out of your system. Go ahead.
And 133.5 million live viewers watched the halftime show.
Wait, so more people actually watched the halftime show than the actual game?
Yes. I think people really wanted to watch the halftime show because the second quarter was the peak hour for the actual game as well. I think people started showing up to get ready for the halftime show.
Yeah, I saw that and saw that. I guess I would have never thought that the Kendrick Lamar would outdo Michael Jackson's halftime show, but he did.
Even Prince.
It's I don't.
That was for you, Mike.
It was the most watched halftime show. Like you can win a bar bet now. You know what, David? It's just funny because I think people just like to complain sometimes. I'm never doing this. Yes, you are. I'm not. Yeah, you are. Just like a certain person I know. I'm not watching a game on Christmas Day. Yeah, you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you are, David. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are.
Don't put that evil on me.
And,
I don't know what you're talking about.
People like to say what they're not going to do when they're really going to do it. So what it tells me, football is king. This is why they charge as much. This is why they do as much. Because even when you try to protest, you don't know how to protest correctly.
This next story.
Anything, Mike?
I got nothing, man.
Okay.
You gave 3,000 words. I stopped after word 50. I'm like, you had a Super Bowl, did big numbers. Water's wet. Okay. I don't even know why David had the question in there.
Well,
Mike just went severance on me.
I severed from the topic.
You can talk about this one because this story.
Sure.
Oh, my Lord. I love it.
What?
So we already know now that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are going to part ways.
Yeah.
This may be part of it. Diana Rossini, quote, I was told that when they had conversations with Aaron Rodgers about what the future would look like, if you're going to be a part of this team, you're going to attend all training camp. You're not going to do the Pat McAfee interviews anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They had a conversation with him of if you were to stay here, here is how we would want it to be. So this is Aaron Glenn taking control back.
And guess what? I think it's a lot like, hey, how much you want for that sweatshirt? And you price it where you know the person will say no. The Jets and Aaron Glenn set up a situation that they knew Rodgers would never agree to because they didn't want him back. That's how I look at it. Good for Aaron Glenn, good for the Jets. What the hell you want him back for? To go 7-10? Or would you have wanted him back? It's your prerogative. I wouldn't as a new coach.
No, I think he was washed 2 years ago. I wouldn't have paid him that then. He should have left. His final game in Green Bay should have just been his final game, period. He's going to be one of those athletes that hang on way too long. He'll be Emmitt Smith as a Cardinal.
Oh, God. And Roy Williams broke his shoulder.
Yeah, it's just like, God,
wow.
at some point,
good pull.
Walk away And he's not doing that because he thinks that there's another Super Bowl out there. And it's like, Aaron, the next Super Bowl you get, you'll be a backup QB for it.
Correct. And the domino effect that will come from it is Devontae Adams. Jeremy Fowler is saying that they will not be able to keep his $38.3 million cap on the roster.
There's some shade about his attitude going around.
Correct.
Including from Breece Hall.
Correct.
If I'm Aaron Glenn, I think you took the job, and you've got to tell him, guys, we need a reset here. Mm-hmm. You got a toxic environment. Let me show you how we built Detroit. Guys like Devontae Adams, guys like Aaron Rodgers.
Because Devontae Adams made it clear, I'm just following Aaron Rodgers. That's it. And I don't want to be anyplace else. So, at that point, he has enough of a name, David. I think you can get some value for him if you try to put him out there on the open market to trade.
Well, according to Jeremy Fowler, he says Adams seems to be intrigued by going back west to the Rams, Chargers, or Niners.
Yeah, that's what the Rams want to do. Trade one guy with a bloated salary on the downside of his career for another. That seems sensible. Let him go to the Niners. Let Rico deal with it. Would you be okay with that? Devontae on a 1 year prove it.
1 year prove it?
Or a deal that makes the money a non-issue. Do you think he's got enough juice in the tank for you?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. David, go ahead.
All right, so I was looking at a few articles. Everybody's recapping the year, some winners, some losers, some different things. So I wanted to ask you all some questions here based on what I was seeing.
Sure.
And the first one here is a few of them listed the running back position and how it seems to be having a resurgence. You've seen the Ravens, Eagles, Lions, Chargers, Bills, Bucks, all using their run game as their offensive foundation. So is the tide finally shifting on that position?
I think it is. I mean, because yes, David, to answer it shortly and succinctly, it is because now you're seeing controlling the TOP is helping a lot of teams. You get the offensive line, you invest, and you can play action, and it works. Just going back there and playing the 7-on-7 football doesn't work in the NFL. Not when the weather gets cold. Because if not, look at Miami. Great in the first 2 months, and then they're always horrible in the final 2 months.
Cosign. Running backs are back, but guess what we still don't do?
We don't pay running backs.
Use them up, throw them out.
You're going to be paying running backs. I can't wait for that shit.
Will that ever change, though?
No.
Paying running backs?
Nope. Nobody with a brain's going to do it. And if you're going to do it, you're the Eagles. You're already a Super Bowl team, and a freak show becomes available. They'll end up cutting Barkley before he lives out that deal.
And here's how I see running backs, David. I see running backs like quarterbacks in college football. You're never going to end up on the team that you started off with. If you're really good, you're going someplace else.
I like that. He's right.
Then this last one just may be a hindsight question.
Okay. Well, I have one after your last one.
Okay. Based on the news of Kirk Cousins and him saying, it wasn't just the Achilles, it was the ankle, then the shoulder, then the arm.
Yeah.
We all of the NFL reacted when they drafted Michael Penix Jr. Were we wrong to react that way?
Yes. Just like I think people are going way overboard with the Luka Doncic thing. It's just popular. It's easy. But in the end, the people who had a plan ended up being right. Now, do I question why they ever signed Cousins in the first place versus just drafting Penix? Yes. But overall, they were right. They have their quarterback, rookie scale deal. You can cost average it out, get rid of Cousins. They were right. And I thought he showed enough where you could go, you know what? We can build around him.
Yeah, he did. Those final few games was like, okay, we get him some more pieces. What you need is a Ben Johnson type of coordinator to go in there and actually work with him and say, what do you like? What do you don't like? Instead of making him do what you need him to do. One real quick for you two, because both your names popped up on this list.
What?
Looks like Matthew Stafford may be on the open market. There are 4 teams that would be good fit for Stafford if he leaves.
Come on.
Number 1 on that list is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yep, that's better for Kelly. We'll take him.
Honestly, it's a really good spot.
We'll take him.
But here's your problem. Problem with your team is the same problem as my team. It's outdoors. It's bad weather.
Very true.
I'm not trying to kill the vibe.
You're right.
You and I have the same problem. It's going to be Stafford in the hamburger helper gloves. That's not the same guy.
Number 2 on that list, the New York Giants.
We're desperate. I mean, the Giants are out there shaking their ass for money. We got nothing going on.
Number 3, are you really shocked? It's
Vegas?
the Raiders.
That one makes sense based on, hold on, you brought up the missus. You brought up not wanting to move. She don't want to live in West Virginia, and sure as hell don't want to live in New York. Vegas, a 40-minute flight. Plus the kind of plane that they probably got, it'll get there in 18 minutes.
Okay.
And Vegas, it's indoors. Tom Brady, maybe some allure.
Or do you want to inherit a lot of toys? And in true root for radio,
Minnesota
Vikings.
Okay, that's Cold War radio. That's, oh my God. That'd be amazing.
That's, you face him twice a year, Justin Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson. Oh, yeah.
That sounds amazing. How do I sign up for that?
They throw JJ in the deal, in the trade. They ship JJ out to the Rams, and Stafford comes to the Vikings.
You throw in a meditation circle underneath the goalposts, and you got a deal. The last one. To hell with my team. We're not going anywhere. Bring him to this division, and let's do radio. Wow.
Ben Johnson, twice a year. Matthew Stafford, twice a year.
It doesn't matter. Disco.
That is.
You are never going to let him let that
Never.
down.
I am going to spray paint his grave.
That is in football today.
If your furnace ain't running right in this cold, you better get it fixed and fast. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $50 off that next day service call. Just ask about the winter bundle-up discount at mastercraftheating.com.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. It's a big day for basketball in the area. First up, the Michigan Wolverines will look to forget about their blowout loss to Purdue in late January. They host the Boilermakers at Chrysler Center at 1, Chrysler Center is a 1.5-point favorite, I should say. A line that was 2.5 yesterday. Pregame at 6:30 on WWJ News Radio 950. The Pistons have an 8 p.m. tip in Chicago, meanwhile, against the Bulls. Despite trading away Zach LaVine, Chicago still in play-in contention currently, sitting in the 10th spot. They've lost 3 of their last 4, though. Your Mark Champion's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The nightcap features MSU and Indiana. If the Spartans win, Tom Izzo stands alone in the Big Ten wins category over former Hoosier boss Bobby Knight. It's a 9 p.m. tip in East Lansing as well. Ex-Lions backup quarterback Kellen Moore has landed the Saints head coaching gig. This comes after 1 season as the offensive coordinator of the champion Eagles. Puck and Pro Football Talk says that the NFL is reopening discussions with ESPN to take over NFL Network and NFL Red Zone. The league has been searching for a buyer for those 2 networks along with NFL.com and their fantasy football operation for the last 4 years. A writer for the Chicago Tribune, Dave Wachowski, says, quote, "At this point, I'll be surprised if Alex Bregman does not end up as a Chicago Cub." At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Let's do the Bregman thing. So I have prided myself that generally when I have an opinion, I just give it to you. And I'm generally opinionated on stuff. It's not about being right or wrong. It's just I don't struggle to formulate opinions. It's just not how I think radio should be done. Full stop. Alex Bregman. And potentially, Rico, the way this has played out has put me in a rare place where I look, and I'm being 100% sincere with the audience. I feel like Stoney. Not in a staring at the floor, awkward, say things like the grandmother from Wedding Crashers way of Stoney. I mean in the shaking both hands. You know, we always used to call Mike the fence rider. He'll shake both hands, tell you both sides. I don't know what to do with Alex Bregman. If 4 months ago, right, the offseason starts, you go, well, maybe 5 at 150. You get Bregman here as that big right-handed bat, and it's all good. But the longer this has gone on, mon frere, I've had my little plastic shovel, my sandcastle shovel out, and you do the digging into the numbers. And you start to really go, do I really want this? Like Alex Bregman is like the Biscoff cookie on the airplane. It seems like a great idea, and you take it because you're like, well, I'm supposed to. And then it's sitting there, and you're like, Like, do I really need this? Do I want this?
You will not slander the Biscoff cookie.
It's delightful, but it's not the best cookie. It's not the worst cookie.
It's the available cookie.
Okay, so Alex Bregman is available cookie. Now, here's the interesting part. What if the Biscoff shows up at your little placemat and there's cracks in it? Invariably, we've all opened the bag on the airplane and the Biscoff is biz dust.
It's broken.
And there's crumbs everywhere. It's a disaster. When you dig into Bregman's numbers, I got a couple things for you, and I'm not trying to win an argument with any of you out there in listener land. You're not bad if you're all in. I don't think you're horrible if you say pay him whatever he wants. But I'm also leaving open the space for love, which is I'm not mad at anyone who says, you know what, don't do it. I'll actually defend Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch in this regard. I don't know that this is the player you go all out for. His crime is that what? He's good, not great. Right? He's not a Hall of Famer. He's not an all-star.
No.
Routinely. I think Alex Bregman's made 2 all-star teams.
No, he's available cookie.
He's available cookie. But I don't want to disrespect the man. Let me just give you something. So we've talked about this where now it's down to 3 teams apparently. Cubs, Tigers, Numbnuts. Red Sox, excuse me. And candidly, one of the things I like to look at when you're signing free agents And they have a certain, I'm not going to nerd out. Don't freak out, people. The way Bregman plays baseball, we'll keep it simple. The Cubs would be the second worst baseball stadium in the league for him to play in. The Tigers, Comerica Park, would be the 8th worst. These are not good ballparks for Alex Bregman. What does it mean? Again, we'll keep it simple. It means he ain't hitting home runs. It means his power will be sapped. So I wanted to double confirm my suspicions on, look, he's a dead pull hitter. He's enjoyed Houston with the short porch, the Crawford boxes, they call them. All right. So Fangraphs, if you like it, I believe this is by the 3rd year of the deal. Or, 4th year of the deal. Do you know what this projects Alex Bregman to do? This is Fangraphs. Now, we haven't even added the park factor. Tell me if you're comfortable in year 4 of Alex Bregman with a 240 hitter, 17 home runs, a 720 OPS, and he's a 2-WAR player. So when people go, why is Valenti drawing an arbitrary line in the sand? What an ass. Well, hold on. Think about this with me. Work with me. It's not me. It's the data. If Bregman ages or regresses an ounce quicker and you sign a guy to a 6-year deal, you are talking about 3 of the years being below league average. Not good, not very good or great, and I'd argue not average, below average. So then what does he have to do in the first 3 years to make Rico Beard or the guy driving a milk truck right now feel good? The problem is I don't think he's capable of that.
Not in this ballpark.
Not in these parks.
No.
Now, if his game was different. Now, look, could he come here, be very good in year 1, we win the Central, go back to the play? I could see it, and I don't have a problem. But ask yourself, are you willing to pay $180 million for 1 year? 2? His walk rate dropped by 50%. He's never going to be the player he was in 2019. It was a spike. It was an outlier. That's not who he is. Do I like him? As Rico put it, available cookie. Gold Glove caliber D. Clubhouse leader. Playoff war daddy, right? Has played for Hinch. All the right stuff. Right-handed bat, cool. Rico, I don't know what to do. And as we sit here right now, here's my guilt. I've allowed how this process has played out to affect how I feel about Bregman, and I know that that's not fair. I'm at you know what? Do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, it's because it's
terrible.
Bregman. It's Bregman fatigue because like he and Chapman have done this 2 different ways. Chapman last year was like, okay, you know what? I'll do the 1-year prove it deal and I'll tear the cover off the ball and I'll get a better deal afterwards. This is I want as many years as I could possibly get. This is a deal where, you know what? I look at Scott Harris and I say, you did everything that I asked you to do. You were involved in the talks. We heard all the rumors. We heard everything. And now you're actually playing it smart, in my opinion. Now, we'll see what the actual – if he ends up signing for Detroit for 7 years, I'll take all of this back. But as of right now, yeah, you're drawing a line in the sand saying we're only going to go this far. Because looking at those numbers, if you told me, all right, he signed for 5 years, okay, the last 2 years of the deal – it's not going to be great. You're hoping that he won't turn into Javi, that he'll at least be able to go out there and do something. But 7 years means that less than half of that, he's going to be a good player. And more than half of that, you're going to regret signing him. So I like the fact that it looked like the Tigers are being responsible. They did everything that we asked this offseason.
So let me ask the question. People, and there's no villain in this. I can't even decide day to day how I feel about it anymore. Should they just give Bregman whatever he wants and get him here? Is that where you're at? Rico's not there. I'm not there. I'm not giving him whatever he wants. I think he's a good ball player. I don't think he's great. And whatever he wants is 6 or 7 years. The Fangraphs projections have me spooked. I admit it. And again, they're projections. They're not gospel. Are they eerily accurate? Do they paint a picture? Yeah, because they use data. 248-539-9797. Should the Tigers just give Bregman whatever he wants? My answer is no. Rico's answer is no.
Yeah. And like you said, according to Fangraphs, that's not even taking into account playing at Comerica Park because, I do think a lot of these numbers will come down. So.
Look, if those are the numbers he's going to put up, and I don't say this lightly because I cannot stand how overrated this guy is locally. I cannot take how people continue to put his face on a picture card. But if you're just going to devolve into what Fangraphs says you are, you may as well roll with Veerling. Not this year.
Face of the franchise.
Face of franchise, Matt Veerling. No, for 1 year, 2, no doubt. I was willing to go to 5 years, knowing the last year would probably be terrible. 6 or 7, absolutely not. And if the Cubs sign him, hey, enjoy. Wrigley, ice cold, terrible ballpark to hit in, wind, dead pull hitter for a guy who's played in Houston his whole life with a short porch. You enjoy that. You enjoy it. David, where are you at with this? Is it give him whatever he wants? Are you all out? Like this Bregman thing, and this is the funny part. You can bring up Bregman and the Tigers being involved in it. This is what you get. So maybe the people are giving us their answer. They don't give an F. And I do find it exhaustive that it's February 11th and spring training is opening up. Like, why is it in Europe you can have a transfer window? Why is there not a drop-dead date for free agents? Period. And if Alex Bregman were so sweet, let me help you. The deal would be signed. It'd be done. Juan Soto didn't have a problem getting his money. Max Fried didn't have a problem getting his money. Corbin Burns didn't have a problem getting his money. You want me to keep going?
No.
The deals get signed the way they should get signed. Well, if Alex Bregman is so sweet, why is he not signed? Because he wants something that is not commiserate with his actual market value.
Yeah. Because I think that pretty much, I'm sorry, David, you were about to say something. All the GMs are saying, I think what Scott Harris is saying, bruh, when you come back down to where you need to be, give us a call first and we'll make this deal. But right here, right now, good luck finding somebody to say yes to that because I'm, as Randy Jackson would say, that's a no for me, dog.
David?
Oh,
I'll tell you what, hold on.
I would say on the
timeout on the flip because I'm irresponsible and we're way over time. 248-539-9797. You tell me what you want your ball club to do, and if Rico and I are just hosting the haters ball, you can say it. Hungry Howies, you've got Valentine's Day coming up, or I don't know, maybe you're just sitting by yourself. Whatever, buy a heart-shaped pizza, $8.99. I don't know what to tell you. They do it every year. It's only the 13th and 14th. Heart-shaped pizza, great gift. For yourself even. It's pizza. It's 10 degrees out. To hell with it. So get involved. 100% real cheese, fresh dough, freshest ingredients, and you're getting real stuff at Hungry Howie's, plus the flavored crust. The heart-shaped pizza, $8.99, only available the 13th and 14th. Obviously, we can't be making these things every day. It is Hungry Howie's. Okay, so David's got blue balls because he was about to speak, and I said commercial time. So, David, if you please, would offer us your opinion on Available Cookie, a.k.a. Alex Bregman.
Yeah, I'll say this about Alex Bregman. The sweepstakes has been going on so long that I wanted him as a Christmas gift here in Detroit. That's what I wanted. And now we're at Valentine's Day, and he has stretched this thing out so far to where, to me, it feels like, seems like, sounds like Juan Gonzalez to me.
Oh,
where
Jesus.
He knows this isn't the place for him, but if you give me 7 years, I'll make it the place for me. And his numbers, projection-wise, I'm sorry, I just cannot do that long of a contract here in Detroit. If you don't want to be here, I'm with you, Rico. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Not for me, dog.
And this is what Scott Harris, you know what? We said we want to hear the Tigers' name and all the rumors. And you'll know because every baseball writer will say, hey, Detroit's been involved. Detroit's done this. Detroit's done that. You're interested, but you're not stupid. And that's what I like about this is, come up with the right number and we can talk. But right now, no, you're not worth what you think you're worth. We do want you here, but you got to come down off that number.
David, just did the Fangraphs projection I gave you scare you, or were you already at that point?
I was already at that point when the report came out that he wanted 7 years. And then when you add the Fangraphs on it, it's like, well, I don't want 7 years. And now I really don't want 7 years.
Kenny, where you at, buddy? And then I'm going to the people.
So I think I kind of line up with you guys in that 4 years, I think, is where I cap out. I don't want to give Alex Bregman any more than 4 years. I don't want to stretch out a contract, as David would say, for any longer than that. I think I worry when you give a player like that who's already on the decline, wrong side of 30, you give him more than 4 years.
But again, I'm willing to pay the tax.
I'll pay the tax. Absolutely. You have to pay. If
I had to go to 5 to get 3.5 good years, I'm willing. You start going 6 or 7, and then when you look at the Fangraphs thing, Kenny, I'm with you. I look at that and I go, wait a minute now.
And it's the same thing in hockey. I've talked about this before, is that, if you want to pay a player or if you want to sign a player for less years, for less term, that comes with a tax. That comes with a fee. And I'm perfectly fine to do, all right, let's pay a little bit more for 4 years. That's where I cap out.
And look, he'd be good in year 1. Do I think he'd win the Central? Yeah. And you know what's weird about this too, fellas? And I know betting odds don't make, that's not gospel. But, the Tigers are projected, some of the analytical systems have them 4th in this division. The betting odds, they're 3rd. Would Bregman alter that short term? Yes. But I'm not paying $180 million for a 12% increase in 1 year of my playoff odds.
Right.
Now, if I were a World Series caliber team, and you're like, look, this guy's going to put me over the top, we'll deal with the pain, I got to do, that's different. This isn't a World Series caliber team.
Right. And that's just it. Like, with those numbers you're saying, man, if in year 4, he's your 5th or 6th best player, you can live with that. But that's not what's going to happen. I just got to feel that this thing is going to turn bad quickly, and no. And in this ballpark,
this thing, hold on, can I put that on a T-shirt? This is going to turn bad quickly, and no.
Yeah, in this ballpark.
Bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Let's see what the ticket techs have to say, and we'll go to the people. David, what's the early returns?
I don't think I'm ready to move on from Bregman sweepstakes. It's a bad thing because I'm tired of it too. So I'm pumped that we can get him, but I'm afraid in the numbers, the Cubs may also get him as well.
Yeah, but see, if he goes to the Cubs, that's where your career goes to die. It really, that's the worst park he could go to. It's cold weather. It's just not a hitter's environment. It's not.
After the Tigers season ended, all I wanted this entire offseason was Alex Bregman. 4-year deal, maybe 5. After hearing he wants 6 or 7, I'm completely out now. It's time to move on. That is from Marlon in Walled Lake.
Yeah, and if people want to knock me or people like Marlon, where it's like, wait, you were good at 5 at 180. Why do you have such a problem at 6 or 7? Because when the excitement fades and you really dig into the numbers and you really look at this and you go, because even 5 sounds like a bad idea. That's why. Because I'm not one of these people who's entrenched in my opinion on this. I just, the data is what guides me on this. And I go, all right, well, I'm not going to be angry if they don't get him. I'm not going to be mad if they do, but if they give him 7 years, I'd be like, guys, I quit.
He's a good addition. I don't think he's a difference maker. He's a good addition to the team. I don't think he's that difference maker for the next few years.
I think if you bring a third base, and here's the problem, you're going to win the argument based on the ballpark is going to reduce his numbers. I agree with you. Let's say the walk rate meets in the middle. It was a 50% decline in walk rate. Let's say it's only a 25% from last year. Rico, if he ends up being a 4-WAR third baseman, and you're probably right, but like difference maker is, do I think they're going to win the Central without him? No. Do I think they would with him? Yeah. So that's a difference, but yet I agree with you more than I don't.
Right.
Available cookie. I don't know what.
No, but I look at difference maker. Okay, but in year 4, 5, and 6, is he still going to be a difference maker, or is he going to be the, basically
he'll be Anthony Rendon,
the anchor around your neck?
Oh dear. All right, let's go to Mitch, 97.1. Mitch, what's going on, bud?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I feel pretty strong on this topic.
Okay.
I would do 4 years and pay maybe a higher AAV, that Detroit tax. But after that, I probably wouldn't. I'd pay that higher AAV to win now because I'm just kind of tired of losing, and I don't know. I'm kind of tired of the wait for the kids, so I would, pay him for 4 years, and if you don't want to be here for that time, then I guess play elsewhere.
All right, so here's what I'll tell you. You're not wrong in anything you're saying, and I feel the way you do. I hate the wait for the kids approach. Shout out Wyatt Langford. But my point is, Mitch, you can't run your ball club in a spiteful way where you're like, oh yeah, wait for the kids, watch this, $200 million on Alex Bregman. It has to be the right player, and this, I just feel like the deal he might get is not commiserate with who he is.
What do you think about the higher AAV for 4 years?
I love it. I love it. It just never happens. Mitch, I'm with you. I wish they could do 4 at 160. I do it right now.
Would you say if it's not 4, then do you say just then go play in Chicago?
Yes. I think I'm resigned to, if the Cubs are doing 6 or 7 and my absolute maximum is 5. Look, if the Tigers have offered 6, I need to see the structure of the deal. I need to know if they've got an out, if he's got outs, but I don't want to go to 6. I really don't.
Okay, can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, I'm here till 6.
So
what's up?
Say you do the 5 years. And that last year, are you looking at like V-Mart can't run to first base, Javi's out on 3 pitches with sliders in the opposing team's dugout?
I think so, yes.
Well, you know what, Mitch? I'm wondering, because we've waited so long for this, are we almost setting it up to fail? Like, can he live up to the expectations because we've waited so long for this signing?
Here's the problem. Like Mitch, me, and you, we know what the deal is. The Tigers spend this money, it'll get splashed all over everywhere, and people think this guy's going to come in here and hit 35 home runs.
Right.
It ain't ever going to happen.
I don't think that, but if you can pencil him in third base as your everyday player, you got Torres at second, you keep that first, you just get some more stability. 4 years, I can wait for the kids, and I don't know. I want to win. I'm not a daiquiri guy. I want to win.
And I respect Mitch. You know I'm right there with you, brother. I think they're in a tough spot, and look, I want them, but I don't have to have them. That's where I've arrived at. We'll get more of your phone calls next. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that can support anybody on their fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with best in-class equipment for a full-body workout, strength training, to cardio, to stretching. Planet Fitness has brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and Supine benches. This also includes free weights, cable towers, Stairmasters, treadmills, you name it, Planet Fitness has it, along with convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. So that means you can't say, I don't have time, because Planet Fitness is there for you
All of this, $15 a month. Oh, and the added bonus, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. There are over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. Stop in, check one out, and just remember, it's now through the 13th, $1 down, $15 a month. It is just that simple. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and join today. You can do it at the club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. It's wicked awesome. According to Matt Zenek's ex-Lions head coach Matt Patricia was in Columbus yesterday speaking about the school's defensive coordinator position. It's a clean injury report for the Pistons tonight against the Bulls. Chicago's Lonzo Ball sits out with an illness. Chris Fillar brings you the pregame right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:35. Michigan basketball hosts Purdue tonight at 7. Here if they can split the season series on WWJ News Radio 950. Free agent third baseman Alex Bregman is still out there. Here's USA Today sports writer Bob Nightingale. If there's any chance he gets a 7-year deal. Shams breaking, the Raptors star Brandon Ingram has signed a 3-year, $120 million extension. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
I can only tell you that this entire room stopped dead in their tracks when the update opened with that drop. Me, Kenny, Rico, and David shamelessly, who played that, by the way. Poor Jeremy didn't know what to do. Right. Now, what I'd like to do before we get
headlights.
Yeah, he's like, before we get back to your calls, can we play the Bob Nightingale sound one more time without your stretch routine? Can we just play the Nightingale thing? Because I want to know if I would have, do you believe anything Nightingale has to say? I take it with a grain of salt. It's not disrespectful. I just don't think he's the most accurate prognosticator. But B, would I reserve the right to a meltdown if the Tigers gave a 7-year deal to Alex Bregman? Take a listen to this. If they signed Alex Bregman to a 7-year, $210 million deal, that'd be a chair smash. I wouldn't be able to be happy about that. And here's the thing. I went into this, and it's like they're not the organization to do that. Scott Harris has been so reticent to give out term, to spend real money. And when I say that, I know people get pissed. And it's like, yes, you're spending the money for a year, but they're not commitments. You're renting. You're renting a city bike, and then you're putting it back. That's it. Like, real money is a deal like this, and it's like, is Alex Bregman the guy you want to get 7 at 210?
No, unless it's like I told the guys, which I doubt would happen, where year 5, 6, and 7 are basically 1-year options that are team-controlled options. You told me it was that? Sure. But just 7? No. That would, for all the credit that I'm giving Scott Harris right now for really being smart, I would question it by going down that road, because that means you blinked and he won.
Available cookie. Let's go to Maurice, 97.1. Mo, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing? Good afternoon.
Excellent.
I'm going to echo what everyone else says. I'm only paying 4 years, and I'll pay a little extra. But the most important thing, out of all the possible teams he can go to, for him, from a position standpoint, the Tigers are the only one where he would definitely be playing third base. All the other options, they would have to move people around. So unless it's 4 years, I'm not taking him. We'll find someone else. We got some young people in the minors. We're going to have to do a trade, find something else. But I've waited too long for this. Like David said, this was a Christmas present. It's Valentine's Day now. Forget it. I don't want President's Day either. So we can find somebody else, find another third baseman, or we have to stick with what we got for now.
You know what? Look, here's where I'm at too, Maurice. Is I'm with you on the other ways to do this. The problem is I don't have a name to offer you, but you have you have all these prospects. What I would love to see is a trade. You take some of the capital, you weaponize it, and you make a trade. Now, why do I like that? Well, you're going to get a younger player. You're going to get a guy that has some term. You're going to get somebody that you can add to the core, and I don't have to worry about, oh, damn, he's going to be a 14-home run hitter here in 2 years. But I don't have a name to offer you. See, I'm different than a lot of Tiger fans. And look, I do get it, is some people just get seduced. They look at these prospect lists, and it's like, oh, my God, they need like an underwear change. They lose it. And I'm like, I see the list and I go, how many of these guys can I flip for actual players? Because they're all lottery tickets. So I maybe that's what Scott has up his sleeve. But the fact that Nightingale's like, nah, he's not getting a 7-year unless it's the Tigers, I go, did somebody body snatch Scott Harris? Because every bit of data is telling you Alex Bregman is on the back nine here. 7 years. I go, oh God, no.
I would hope not.
We'll get the rest of these calls, ticket texts. David's drop, I'm sure, will make an appearance. Then 4 o'clock, it's Rico's dance party. He has something for Metro Detroit. He wants to see if he can get you excited. I don't know if he'll succeed, but I'm here for it. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in, well, tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need legitimate reps. You need Abraham and Rose. Whether it's personal income tax, business payroll tax, you need Abraham and Rose, and not just some random organization on the phone. Real lawyers. That's what you're getting here. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS. They'll fight for you. They'll craft a plan, and they'll get on the offensive. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Tremendous. All right, we get to the people. Bregman, Nightingale says if he gets a 7-year, it'd be the Tigers. God help me. Do you think the Tigers just need to do whatever it takes to get him? We are aligned on this show. No. And that's not a shot. I like Alex Bregman. You're a better ball club with him in the short term. I do not want to get in a 6-7 year deal with this guy. Just not doing it. But you know what? That means I don't get the player. I'll live with it. And I'm not going to rip the team. I think that's silly season. Let him go to the Cubs, and his career will die. Go to Drew, 97.1. What's up, Drew?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I think this would be a horrible deal for the Tigers. I wanted to put together, some stats. Javi Baez, when we signed him, was batting .265 with 31 homers, and he was younger. And the ballpark, Comerica National Park, is not Houston's Minute Maid.
No.
That is a very friendly hitting park in Houston. His power numbers will go down. His average is going to go down naturally with age. I don't see any way, unless the Tigers go to a World Series in the next 2 years, where it really works out for him.
No, and the problem will be, too, is I'm not accusing you of this, but I think people have the wrong idea of this guy. I mean, do you realize he hasn't hit 30 home runs since 2019? He's only done it twice in his career. And when you really start to look at this is a guy that he'll struggle in this park to get to 20. So what am I paying for? And you go, well, why are you obsessed about home runs? Welcome to baseball.
Yeah.
They don't care if you strike out 200 times. Can you put the ball? How do you think Pete Alonso exists?
Well, no, and then just imagine the expectation, because it took so long that fans are going to think he's going to come in here and just knock the cover off this thing. And it's like, wait, this is all we get? 15 home runs?
It's also, too, fellas, and I mean, Drew, this adds to your case. I mean, this is a guy who hasn't had a 40-double season since 2018. If he's Edgar Martinez and I got to live with 19 home runs, but it's 53 doubles, well, now we're cooking, right? I mean, now we're getting somewhere. Drew, I have some concerns.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, we're talking about a guy, like I said, hit a lower average and less homers than Javi Baez did when we signed him. And I don't think the Tigers are in a situation like the Lions where they need a win now. I think the Tigers do have to pay some guys, and you know who they are, here in the next few years. Not compared to the Lions where, it's really win now. Baseball's a little different. I just think this would be awful. I think this would be, when it comes to Moneyball, this would be kind of the opposite, where you're spending money just to spend it, and you're hoping this guy doesn't turn into, Javi.
I don't know that anyone will ever attain the, in heavy quotations, heights that Javi has attained here. I mean, you're talking about a guy who set the record for the worst OPS in baseball history. Let's go to Rodney, 97.1. Rodney, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. I wouldn't do it unless you had a team 4-year option, and I think the Tigers are going at the wrong position at the wrong time.
What do you mean?
Pete Alonso, would you rather have him in his contract at first base? He's a right-handed bat.
Well, here's your problem. Hold on, let me explain something. If you're just asking me, would I prefer Pete Alonso as a baseball player on a 3-year deal for like 20 a year or whatever, then Bregman
at first base?
Yes, but here's your problem. Colt Keith has moved to first base. So,
go ahead.
I want to explain it. Is you can't move Keith to third because of his arm injuries. They're not going to put him back to third where he'll blow out again. So second base is Glaber. Glaber can't go play third, won't play third. That's part of the reason the Yankees went, go bleep yourself. If you sign Alonso, you're stuck with him there, and now I can't play Keith there. So
I got you.
It's Rod. It's just I wouldn't mind Alonso on surface if Colt Keith could play third base without fear of his arm falling off. It would have solved everything in my world. But that's not reality. But yes, to answer your question,
put it that way. I didn't see it that way, but you're right.
No, it's just a perspective I'm offering you, and I think that's why they were never mentioned. And again, look, Pete Alonso's a guy. This is another one of these guys. Cost himself a ton of money. The Mets offered him a better part of $200 million 2 years ago in the summer. He turned it down. And again, Alonso does not come without some serious reservations. You're going to have to live with a lot. But is he a guy that can put up a 45, 50 home run year? He is. And he's got, now listen, ballpark, I don't want to be flippant, but if there's a guy where the ballpark doesn't matter, it's Alonso. This dude's deadlifting in the on-deck circle, and when he hits one, no ball, you could play in Thanos Park. It ain't holding it. So he's one where I don't really care about the park.
Walking around with the OMG chain.
Yeah, and a Thanos club. I mean, dude, when Alonso lays into one, you go, Jesus. But again, if you're paying it, he got nothing from the Mets. What did he get, 3 years, $65 million? I would have done that in a heartbeat. Yeah. But the Tigers, I actually like the move of Keith to first. I do, because Keith's a terrible second baseman. Now, the problem is they replaced him with a terrible second. Gleyber's terrible. You think I'm crying that Gleyber Torres is not my second baseman no more?
No, you peeped us to that. Yeah,
he'll give you some quality when he's running right, when he's hot.
Sounds like Gleyber and Javi will never be confused with Sweet Lou and Tram.
There's no way. Listen, this is a part. You will allow me to live in the fantasy. I'm never looking at a middle infield of Javi and Gleyber. Come on. Don't do that to the people. That can't happen. That can't. That's me when the opening day lineup card comes out, and that's up the middle. Go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on?
Oh, Mike.
He's back. What's going on?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back.
What's on your mind?
Dead. Don't worry, I'm still here.
All right. What's up? What do you want to do with Bregman?
The Bregman situation, man, when the thing first came out, I was like, yes, 100% yes. And I'm kind of like you, whereas it's drawn out, I'm like, God, this is taking forever. I'm just sick of it at this point. I mean, I feel like I feel like I'm Tuco from Breaking Bad, and like Walter White sitting there in front of my desk, and he's like, "Give me my money, give me what I want, or I'll drop this bag of fulminated mercury." He's like, "Are you nuts? You want to bet? Give me 7 years. I'm not giving you 7. I'm hesitant to give you 6."
It is amazing when you put it.
Now there's nobody left, though. I feel like now, and Gleyber Torres, I checked his expected home runs in Comerica versus that he had last year. He did 17 last year. He would have hit 9 here. Yeah. And he's a crappy second baseman.
He's not a home run hitter. You're getting him to work the count, draw some walks, be a table setter. He's not, look, and again, I followed Gleyber's whole career because I'm a Yankee fan. Like when he came up, he was a much ballyhooed prospect and a guy that was expected to be this big power hitting. He is never going to be the guy that hit 37, 38 home runs his second year. He's never going to be that guy again.
No, he's never going to be that. But my bigger concern is that, this defense last year was carried a lot by how good the outfield defense was. I mean, you look at, you have Colt Keith. Is he going to be an upgrade over Torkelson at first? Maybe. But I don't know. Maybe Nolan Arenado's got 3 years left on his deal. How likely would it be for the Cardinals to maybe move him in a trade?
I'll answer your question this way. I will be surprised if he is in the lineup for the Cardinals on opening day. I can't tell you where he goes.
Because maybe that's somebody they should pursue in a trade. I don't know. I mean, Jace Jung can't play third base anyways. But that's obviously not going to get it done. But
the problem with Arenado, though, this is the issue. This is a guy that is completely and utterly falling apart. When you look at
they would need to pick up retain some of his salary.
A ton of it.
Yeah, maybe 50% at least.
At least the conversation wouldn't begin at less than that. But Nick, here's the thing, and I don't want to bore Rico and everybody else, but when you look at Arenado, I just pulled this up while Nick was talking. Rico, you want to talk about a guy falling apart? Mm-hmm. Here's your OPS pluses the last 5 years. You tell me if this makes your denim turgid. 86, 119, 150, 108, 101. I mean, he's a guy, OPS gone down 3 straight years. Home runs? Oh, Nolan Arenado, man, he's a huge power hitter. Really? 34, 30, 26, 16. And he's into his mid-30s. And if he were still Nolan Arenado, don't the Cardinals hang on to him?
Yeah. Everything's going the wrong way.
You give him to me at a right price, I'm good with it. I'll live with it. But the Cardinals would have to pick up. I'm not paying that dinner tab. And under no circumstances, you will let me live in this fantasy. Do not say the words Whit Merrifield. I do not want to hear that. Do not say it. Whit Merrifield is like saying bomb on an airplane. You don't say it. You don't say it.
I didn't say bomb.
Bomb, 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 bomb. You do not say Whit Merrifield. All right. We're good? David, how you feeling? Okay. Let's Rico's dance party, or are we going to get this thing started? We have got a rare blitz to do top of the hour here, and Enrico wants to sell you this pen. And it might be worth buying. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Michigan basketball riding a 4-game winning streak. The game before that was a blowout loss to Purdue, who they host tonight in Ann Arbor. Dusty May says his team standards have risen, though. Pre-game at 6:30 on WWJ News Radio 950. The Pistons are 1-1 against the Bulls this year. They'll look to secure a 3-game winning streak overall tonight. Here if they can do it right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8. According to Front Office Sports, Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performance is the most watched in history, breaking Michael Jackson's record, 133.5 million viewers. ESPN baseball writer Alden Gonzalez says that Clayton Kershaw is at the Dodgers facility playing catch. The two parties have agreed on a contract, but Kershaw's physical has yet to be executed. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, by the sound of the music, you're going to know what we're getting into here. This is a rare moment, but this is also a big night for one Rico beer. David, hit the music. Football's dead. What else do we got? The hot pile of magma known as college hoops. Rico Beard.
Mike, David, how about a little college hoops?
Oh, boy.
Blitz. Well, let's just start right here in the Big Ten. After tonight, there could be one team tied for first or two because you got Purdue going to Michigan, followed by MSU hosting Indiana. Purdue, Michigan, and Michigan State all sitting there in the Big Ten with 2 losses.
Is there a question in there? What am I supposed to answer here? Or is this just like factual?
No, this is factual, but at the end of the night, the question is, will there be one team?
Got it.
Or will there be 2 teams sitting at the top?
1. Michigan turns the ball over too much to beat really good teams. I'm not, look, what Dusty May has done is wonderful, and they're good. But if you're trying to beat elite teams, you can't turn it over 16 times and win.
No, you're right about that. And that Indiana game is what scared me. Indiana's not a good team.
I've heard that.
Yet that game came down to the last 5 minutes, and it shouldn't have. That scared me. So I'm going to say no.
How about Michigan breaking the balls of bettors back-to-back games? You were laying 5.5 last weekend. As the time expires, you blow to cover. And the other night, same thing happened.
3/4 court
meaningless shot.
Welcome to college hoops.
Can Michigan extract revenge over Purdue? The last time Michigan lost, Purdue blew them out of the water at Mackey. Games here. Can Michigan get their revenge tonight?
No.
I don't think so. I just don't think so. Sorry, Michigan just doesn't have enough.
They don't have the guard play. That's my biggest problem.
That's the problem. Yes.
Up the road later on tonight at 9 p.m. on Peacock.
Oh, great.
Let's go Indiana.
Both games.
Nothing says big game, big sport like Peacock.
Michigan State hosting Indiana. If Michigan State wins this game, Tom Izzo becomes the all-time Big Ten winningest coach with 354 wins. Will we see a celebration tonight?
Jeez, I hope so. Indiana blows.
I will say this, yes. But it feels, we talk about the script all the time for the NFL. This feels like a script.
It does.
Because he's going to beat the record against Indiana.
Well, and let's take it another step. His very first Big Ten win was
against Indiana. Yeah.
Indiana. So, speaking of Indiana, before we get to some SEC hoops, which is really exciting.
Yeah, the only good conference, you mean?
Yeah, because the ACC blows.
The ACC's terrible. By the way, State's an 11-point favorite tonight.
Yeah.
You lose tonight. Good God, shut it down.
Well, believe it or not, they were, an 8.5-point favorite against Oregon. It took
the first half
game.
Because I started watching the game late first half. I go, wow, they're getting drilled. Poor Rico. Then the second half, it's like the New York Knicks came out and dropped
you know what
a bomb on Oregon.
Mike, you know what it was? What do you always say? If you can hit threes, you can win. You know how many threes they had in the first half? Oregon?
0.
They had 10.
Oh, Oregon, yes.
Yeah,
and if you can't make them, you're going to lose.
And you know how many they had in the second half? They finished with 10.
Oh, dear.
They didn't hit another one after the buzzer at the first half. We all know Mike Woodson, Indiana's coach, has said he's stepping down at the end of the year. Where should Indiana look? Should they do the whole we're going to go and, keep the band together, or should Indiana just go outside and find somebody who can fix this thing? And on the second part, is Indiana even still that blue blood program?
No. No, I've said this to you off the air. I may as well say it on the air. It's the most overrated job in America. I don't care what happened 30 years ago. These kids weren't alive. Everybody can pay players, so you're definitely not sweet. Indiana needs to hire the best basketball coach they can. And look, they got Ballo, the kid from Arizona. But it's not this, we need a Hoosier man or somebody who Bobby Knight once punched in the face. No, who's the best coach you can hire? But I don't even think it's that good of a job. And I'm not trying to be slanderous. In today's landscape, St. John's is a better job. Why? Money. Rick Pitino's got St. John's cooking. So Indiana's got to make a decision. I don't know. I've just seen so many guys go there who were supposed to be good, and they all die.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Georgetown basketball.
Yes,
used to be this name. Yep. Not anymore.
I view it the same way as UCLA. John Wooden's dead, y'all. I don't care.
Last time I heard,
Their facilities are trash.
See, Mike, the answer to your question, or to that question saying that they're not a blue blood, is the reason why they should get someone from their program, because they think they're a blue blood. So they should getting someone from their past.
All right, great. Then they're going to come after your coach. Is that what you want?
No, that's not what I want.
I was about to say, David, see, I wasn't even trying to go down that road.
Not what I want. But they feel special, so they want to feel special. The only way to do that is get someone that knows their program.
Michigan feels the heat. That's why I think they're trying to rework Dusty's contract, because
that's a mistake.
At the end of this season,
let him go.
It's only a $4 million buyout, which to Indiana, that ain't that much.
These deals are such a joke. The idea that Dusty May's been here 9 months and he can sign a new deal
monopoly
elsewhere,
money. It's fake.
It's crazy. Just like we asked the players to have to stay at a certain place for more than a year, so should the coaches. Act like an adult, all right? You moved your family.
Well, it's funny, Mike, because you talk about college hoops and money. Tell me what these teams have in common. Indiana, Syracuse, Rutgers, Arkansas, Georgetown, North Carolina.
What do they all have in common?
Mm-hmm.
They all suck?
You know what? I'm going to give you that.
Once won championships?
As of right now, none would be in the NCAA tournament.
No, and first of all, you want to talk about a school that needs a coach? North Carolina has got to launch Hubert Davis out of a cannon. Here's the stat. I got a good power stat for you. Last 3 years, do you know what UNC under Hubert Davis is against, what is it, Tier 1, Group 1, what do they call it, opponents?
Quad
1. They have played 22 games against Quad 1 opponents. Do you know what their record is?
Well, I know they beat Duke a bunch of times one year. Let's go 10-12.
I'll go 8 wins.
2-20.
I was trying to be nice. 2 has got to be the Duke, right?
Are you kidding me?
All I can tell you is the opponents have.
So sending Coach K home packing is the only. Wow.
Yep.
That's a great stat by you.
I try.
Okay. Mike, one of the hottest teams and the longest winning streaks in college hoops right now. It's not Duke. They lost theirs. St. John's, I was about to call them the Red Men, the Red Storm. Tells you how long I've been following St. John. Rick Pitino. Is Rick Pitino the long-term solution for St. John's, or will he end up going to another school
he ain't
who will pay him more money? Like in Indiana.
He ain't going nowhere. He took the St. John's gig. He was happy at Iona because he gets to golf at Bethpage. He wants to be where he is. He's well taken care of, and let's face it, you can keep a plant eligible at St. John's. They got the money. They got the boosters engaged. Huge horse owner, Mike Rapoli, is a big part of St. John's NIL collective. They got the goods. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do, and they're cooking.
So they don't have to worry.
No, they don't have to worry about nothing. Plus, he's 100. He wants to be near the track. He wants to be near the golf. And Hey, I need $4 million for a player. I don't even know his name. Done. He rules the roost. Just keep him away from the Italian bistros.
Well, Indiana's not that far from Louisville.
After hours, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you're right.
Indiana's not that far from Louisville. He can get to the track.
It's not happening.
Guys, this weekend, number 1 is going to face number 2. Used to be a great football game.
The Iron Bowl.
Alabama.
Wild.
Auburn. Going to be facing each other. Auburn is number 1. Alabama is number 2.
NBA basketball.
And then tonight, you have Kentucky hosting Tennessee.
Whew.
I guess the question is this. With the SEC sitting there with 5 teams in the current top 10, really the top 8.
Yes.
How did the SEC get this good and just pass everybody by? Because remember, they only cared about football, and now they've taken over hoops.
Money. That's all. It just means more. It's money. And let's face it, just because, in football, Ohio State won a title. Hold on. Basketball, I got 5 people on the field. I don't have a 100-man roster. I don't have a 2 deep. I can spend whatever I want and bring in the best players, and you know it. Way easier to do it in hoops. Like tonight, or Saturday, you'll watch Auburn and Bama. Up to half the shots will be 3-pointers. Both teams want to play the same way. They play fast. SEC is elite, man.
Now, I know neither one of you went. If you're an SEC person, Kenny, do you care more about basketball or football? Which do you think the SEC cares more about? Because right now, they're a lot more better in basketball.
Football by a mile.
Yeah,
football by a country
man,
mile.
basketball is nothing but a cocktail napkin. Come on, man.
They're really good at it.
I know they are, but they don't care. The hayseeds need the field. They need the football.
They'll be watching the spring game over any NCAA game of their team in March, April.
Nate Oates Blazers for the win.
Once again, Duke lost the game. Cooper Flagg had the ball at the end of the game. He slips.
He fell.
He falls. Should Cooper Flagg, is this going to hurt his stock in the NBA that he can't finish games against Kentucky, against Kansas, and now at
He's
Clemson?
a kid. No.
Just buy some better shoes. You'll be fine.
It reminded me when Zion's shoes kept blowing up.
Yeah. He'll get another shoe deal somewhere and he'll be fine.
Yeah, but now we realize he was putting the, centrifugal force of a truck on those things.
That's true, too. Finally, were you happy to see Dick Vitale back? He was doing the commentary.
No.
I am happy that he's healthy.
That's not what he asked.
Hold on.
You don't need to be PC.
Hold on. I am happy that he's healthy, happy that he's returned. I didn't care.
Thank you.
Return to that game on Saturday.
Retire. Spend what time you got left with your family, Dick.
Thank you. You've gone through the health issue. Why come back?
You've had cancer 4 times. How much do you hate your family? You're at Duke Clemson. Go home. Enjoy your life. You're done.
Maybe he just needed to get out the house.
So he's stony. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
Happy he's healthy. I don't ever need to see him call a game again. He's been terrible for 15 years.
All right. That's our college hoops blitz 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet. Choose from a great deal because they got a great lineup of new 2025 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the February Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this, $279 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles in the year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
David, please. A personal injury of any sort is personal. David Feminino. He has dedicated his career to getting results. You call David, he answers. You need a lawyer? You got one. You call David Feminino, and he's going to get to work. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website. GetDavidGetPaid.com. Okay, so on a serious note, Rico has something he wants to, I said, sell you this pen. I mean, in a post-football apocalypse, I mean, you know it's bad if I'm trying to watch Severance, but this is a big night for local college basketball. And look, candidly, if I say it about the NBA, I got to say it about college hoops. I don't know that it draws. Like, look, case in point with the Pistons tonight, before Rico sells you the pen. The Pistons largely play a collection of teams that don't try. Chicago Bulls traded their best player. Oh, big back-to-back against Chicago. Yeah, it ain't Michael and Scotty coming to town. So it's hard to ask people on their Tuesday night, hey, lock in. Pistons should drill the Bulls tonight because the Bulls aren't trying. Now, college is different. Teams try. Mm-hmm. The problem is you don't know any of the players. So, look, sell the people.
Here's the thing. Guys, tonight, if you want to give college basketball a try, this is the night to do it. Why? There are 4 games that you're going to see some of the best teams in college hoops. Some in the Big Ten, some in the SEC. Now, starting at 7 o'clock, you're going to see Michigan hosting Purdue. What's on the line? First place in the Big Ten. You got both teams sitting there with just 2 losses. Michigan is 18-5 overall. Purdue is 19-5 overall. Michigan's last loss was to Purdue. Now they get the return trip here tonight. That game, 7 o'clock. And here's some numbers for you, Mike. If you're thinking Big Ten basketball is slow and methodical, nah. Purdue averages 79 points a game. David, you know what Michigan averages?
In the 80s somewhere?
82 points a game. This ain't your father's Big Ten basketball where they just go up and down. It's first team to 50. No. On top of that, both Purdue and Michigan will shoot 50% from the field. So, and from the three-point line, Mike, because I know you like that, Purdue 38%, Michigan 36%. No. I know.
Don't put that evil on me. I'm just telling you what it takes to win. I wish it were old school. Can we get a post up?
Just saying. Yes, you can, because Michigan has Vlad Golden, who could end up being the Big Ten Player of the Year. He is that good. When the ball goes down low, he's an automatic too. He's the reason why their field goal percentage is so high, because this dude is money. As you like to say, punchable face? Yes, but really good player. That game's on Peacock. Also, simultaneously, you know what? Pull up your laptop, watch that game. On TV, on ESPN, you got Kentucky and Tennessee. Battle of the SEC. Kentucky averaging 87 points a game. Tennessee averaging 75 points a game. But Tennessee is favored in this game. You're looking at number 3 versus number 14, I believe. This is a game where they're going up and down the court. So even if you think the Big Ten is slow, the SEC basketball, guys, it's about the closest that you're going to see to the NBA is SEC hoops this year. I mean, I watched the Kentucky-Alabama game earlier this year, and I think they finished with a total of like 212 points combined. So, yeah, up and down the court they go. And at 9 o'clock, you got Michigan State hosting Indiana. Tom Izzo can become the Big Ten all-time winningest coach. Michigan State averaging 80 points a game. Indiana averaging 76 points a game. 3-point percentage, we're not going to talk about that. But field goal percentage, 47 for Michigan State, 46 for Indiana. And you got Alabama going to Texas tonight at 9 p.m. Alabama, number 2 team in the nation. But, Mike, they're only favored by 4.5 points in this game. Alabama, Either they're shooting threes or they're dunking the ball, as you like to say in the pre-show meeting. That's pretty much the best team I've seen in the nation. I know Auburn's number one, but to me, Alabama is the number one team. You get a chance to look at a lot of top 10 teams tonight. It's rare that it happens, but at 7 o'clock and at 9 o'clock, ESPN and Peacock, that's what you need to be watching.
No.
So you let me do.
No, this is the topic. Are you going to dedicate some time to this? I'm not telling you what you should and shouldn't do. Rico's probably right. It is an alluring card. Here's the problem. For someone like me, they wreck the sport.
So you can't even give it a try.
Nah, I don't care.
But see, I think a lot of people are going to be the people who say, you know what, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl, but then you end up watching the Super Bowl.
No.
Just turn over and watch the game and give it a try because football ain't coming back for a long time.
Well, guess what? I recognize something. You know, I've become just wake me when the tournament starts guy. That's where I've arrived at. Yep. I used to be the guy who loved Big Monday and Super Tuesday and would dial in for the big ACC matchups and every I don't care anymore.
Even with 2 SEC games coming on tonight?
Don't care. Wow. The game that I might watch will be this weekend. I'll watch Bama and Auburn because it's elite. But
number 5, Tennessee,
games aren't enjoyable
Kentucky.
For me. They're not enjoyable. It's just a bad product for me.
No.
I'm saying no. Like I hope people watch because your sales pitch is true. Everything you're saying is right. It's just I've changed.
But Mike, for you, that's why I would say you just need to watch ESPN tonight. Watch the Tennessee Kentucky game, followed by Alabama Texas.
Okay,
and I think at that point, Peacock, no, because if I had
there's another problem. There's another problem. Rico's selling me the Big Ten double dip, and instead of it being on ESPN or, Big Ten Network, look, it's the Peacock again. I don't want to do that because then I don't get to change channels. Look, you ask the people. I support what you're selling. The problem is I know now what I am. I'm tournament guy. You can't make me.
248-539-9797. People, can you give basketball, college hoops, a try? Because there are 4 good games tonight.
Can you have love in your heart? Kenny, case in point, your stupid league took a 2-week sabbatical. There is no football. There is no baseball. And let's face it, nobody watches the NBA. Can Kenny Cott give college hoops a chance tonight?
I'll give love a chance. I also enjoy you acting like a 7-year-old. You can't make me. I'm not gonna do it.
That's how I feel.
No, I'll give it a shot. Why not? There's literally nothing else.
So yeah, I mean,
that's the sales pitch. That's the whole sales pitch.
And here's the beauty: put Peacock up on your laptop, put ESPN on your television set, and just sit back for 4 hours of basketball, 4 games. You'll love it. And these are top teams. And the Big Ten, yeah, first place is on the line.
Come on, people. Come on. Tell me right here, right now. Rico wants to sell you this pen. You buying? Because all I know is everything I once loved about this sport, I don't feel it no more. Big Ten isn't even the Big Ten. I used to watch every single Michigan State game. I would never miss one. Losses were agonizing. I'd overreact to all of them. Now, whatever.
Like I said, you're up in David, your boys, Michigan, favorite against Purdue. Like I said, first place on the line in this game. Michigan hasn't lost since they got blown out by Purdue.
But you know this. Michigan doesn't have basketball fans. They don't start watching until March either.
And undefeated in the Big Ten at Chrysler.
Correct.
Game is sold out at Chrysler.
Yeah, you don't have to sell me on that game. I am watching that game. But the other game that I want to pay attention to is that Tennessee-Kentucky game tonight, which is also at the same time.
So you're in. You're with Rico. You're going to do this tonight.
I'm curious to see how good Tennessee and Kentucky are.
You know what the sad part is? 10 years ago, for certain, the way it would be packaged, the way it would be promoted, the way the sport was, it would have been a huge night and a great opportunity for college hoops because there is no hockey and the NBA nobody cares about and football's dead. But I think the problem is A ton of people are like me, and they go, all right, well, yeah, no. I mean, it kills me because college football and basketball used to be my favorites.
Well, here's the thing. You got entertaining games tonight. I'm not peddling Iowa versus Rutgers.
No, but the people are saying to you, and this is where I do wonder if the people are painting a picture here that maybe I'm not a freakazoid. Maybe I'm not Walter Matthau. Maybe the actual erosion of what they've done to these sports is playing out. Because what you're saying, everything makes sense. I should be hyped for these games.
And I know you know this, Mike.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, sorry.
That's my fault, not yours. We're way over time. Hi there. Victor's Home Solutions. My bad, Rico. Hey, if your roof's effed up, call Victor's. Yep. Brown stains on the ceiling, icicles, uneven snow melt. You have a problem. Get Victor's out there. They will do a 21-point video inspection, and they're open 52 weeks a year, no matter the weather. They can get to you within 24 hours, do a 21-point roof inspection, go over the findings, and then repair or replace your roof no matter the weather conditions. If it's time for a new roof, they offer an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee. That means if anything goes wrong, they fix it for free. Make sure your roof is ready to take on another winter in Detroit. Schedule that roof inspection, 734-773-1100, or make that appointment online anytime at victors.com. David, on the ticket text, Rico has sold you truth. It's a massive night in college hoops. The problem? The sport has killed itself.
And if you're a March guy, a lot of the teams you're going to be trying to put in your brackets playing tonight going to be going far in the tournament. You get a sneak peek tonight going up against quality opponents.
Oh, and enjoy Big Ten basketball on Peacock. David.
Someone says both Michigan and Michigan State basketball banished to Peacock tonight. How embarrassing that the top 3 teams in the Big Ten are all unwatchable because you got to go to a streaming device.
But as I said in the break, Peacock is happy because they know if you like Big Ten basketball and you want to see what's going to happen tonight, you're going to watch their service.
Someone says, great job. I love the talk of the other games. But Peacock has ruined the night because I can't change the station.
Thank you.
And that's why I gave you the other games on ESPN. SEC basketball, Kenny, they just wanted more. Great games on ESPN. If you don't want to do the Peacock, if you don't want to do the streaming, just dial in ESPN at 7 o'clock and just sit back and watch 2 great games there.
Watching both Michigan State and Michigan tonight, and I usually do that, but the other games couldn't care less about until March.
It's all changed, man. When you don't know the players or guys aren't at the same school multiple years, football you might be able to survive because, well, football. But college basketball, the problem is if you don't have a reason to tune in, not that they're not good, not that the players aren't quality, not that the teams aren't good. When you don't know what the F you're watching, you're basically watching hockey. And that's why nobody watches that. By the way, nice job on the Four Nations face-off. One minor detail. They forgot to name the trophy. How do you have of Four Nations?
No, you know what you do?
They didn't name the trophy.
Whoever wins, you get to name the trophy.
And they have gold medals that they're going to be giving to the winner of the nameless
Wait, is this
trophy.
the Olympics?
Nope.
Yeah.
I don't understand. This whole league, this whole thing is a Travis Shamockery. I hate it. I hate all of it.
It's so pathetic.
And only Canadians care about it. That's it.
What else do they have?
That's it. That's all they have. That's true.
It's like field day at Dunder Mifflin. I mean, like, I don't understand your league.
Nameless trophy, gold medals. Sure.
Right, threat level midnight. Like, what the hell? I can't believe
Michael Scarn.
I can't believe that's a major league.
It's so unserious the way they've conducted this whole thing.
And it's killing the Wings' momentum.
And that's, I think, the cherry on top is you can be.
No, Kenny, just call it Hockey Trophy.
Hockey.
Just like the Utah Hockey Club.
The Hockey Cup of hockey.
The Hockey Trophy.
I hate
there
this.
You go.
This whole thing is a disaster.
Let's go to Rick in Novi 97.1. Rick, what's up, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Mike.
Yes,
you're spot on the college hoops for sure. Man, you hit a few topics here to address if I got a second. This Four Nations thing, Bevan knows that there's no rivalries. The dog on the NHL, there's no rivalries anymore, like back in the day of Canada Cup and nationality and that kind of thing. So artificially, they're trying to do this with 4 teams. I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm a hockey guy, and I'm not even me and my hockey guy, we're not even watching it.
No, and I'll tell you, if you wanted to make it interesting, Rick, and I'm not telling you wouldn't anger people. If you wanted me to tune in, I needed Russia in that thing. Give me a little USA Russia. Now we got it. Now we're cooking.
Hey, Mike, when the Wings were struggling, right, everybody that is in the know basically is saying, Stevie won all these rings with Russians on the club, and the Wings had none. They still don't have – they're all Swedes.
I did the best I could to get Mishkov here, Rick. I tried. I did the best I could.
You did.
Hey, and last thing to support your point, okay? When I do watch my hockey, right, I got the hoops advertising on my hockey channel all the time. It's always hoops. It's updates. It's highlights. It's this. It's that. If there's nobody watching hockey, why do hoops have to come to it? Leave me alone.
Well, I'm Rick, because you're in the vortex. This is the thing. They're trying to get you to it, and it's look for all intents and purposes the NBA. I mean, the other night, my team was in Madison Square Garden playing the Knicks. I didn't watch the game. I tuned in for the fourth quarter. I watched about 5 minutes. I saw Jason Tatum drop 15 points. I go, okay, saw what I needed to see. Goodbye. Like, it's not compelling.
I was going to say, so Rick, you got no interest in tonight?
Rico, no interest in tonight. I've been out to Laker, the Forum, hoops, all that stuff, the NBA and stuff. It's gone away, the interest, man, the passion. Mike, one thing I think you're missing, too, that helps, you had Michigan and Michigan State, Friday, Saturday, back-to-back in hockey. Great stuff. Both coaches, right, got the clubs in the top 15. Nightingale up at State doing a tremendous job. And what happens? They put it on Friday night, Big Ten Plus. And it's like they grabbed some lady out of the student section to be the play-by-play person.
Yeah, it's
okay.
I have always said this to Rico, Rick. I can't believe Big Ten Network. I mean, they are finding homeless people to call games. I don't understand it. And look, I'm not telling you college hockey matters.
But you
on
mean the Big Ten Plus or the Big Ten Network?
Any of it. Turn on any of it.
Because Big Ten Plus is pretty much students. Big Ten Network is former players.
The point Rick is making is you've got two of the top 10 hockey programs in the nation. They couldn't find somebody they couldn't put it on base cable.
Thank you. Saturday night, Ben Holden and his partner did the game down at the LCA. Great stuff on TV, man. And instead they want to I want to hear the student over what Mark Messier or Chelly or somebody like that's got to say. The announcers are picking for these things, man.
It's unbelievable.
Anyway, boys, thank you.
You got it, Rick. Please, thank you for the call. No, where I get bent out of shape is when it's a football game. And the last I checked, it's still the Big Ten. Who are these people? They make Tom Brady interesting. I don't know what the hell the BT. These college football games, I know there's not like an announcer tree where I can just pick up an apple and it's a good announcer. Holy hell, the quality's gone to hell in a handbasket.
Sure, they're Syracuse grads, and they'll be great. You know the problem with Syracuse? Let me give you the problem. I hate Syracuse. These people who go to the School of Newhouse, they think their bleep doesn't stink. And the problem is this, all right? This is just you and I talking. Okay. You remember the Slim Shady?
David, shut our mics off.
You remember the real Slim Shady music video? Yeah. Where there was a conveyor belt of all Slim Shadys with white T-shirts and jeans coming off the conveyor belt? Yeah. That's Syracuse Newhouse. Everybody who graduates from that place is an effing robot. They all sound the same, or they got a famous daddy. I mean, I'm sorry. I love the Birdman, but his kid stinks. Oh, dude, like I said, that's pretty much your announcers, or you get the former players who really aren't that good, but you know, the Big Ten Network believes you want to see all your former Big Ten players now doing announcing.
Yeah, we don't.
Now, some are good. Like Robbie Hummel, really good.
You've had a crush on him for years.
I mean, he's good. Man.
Okay.
You don't like him?
I don't care about him. I don't think about Robbie Hummel.
What I'm saying is he's just really good at the games. This is like, wow, you forget that he went to Purdue. He's just really good to the calls, man.
Nobody knew he went to Purdue in the first place. Only losers like me and you know. I mean, honestly.
Well, he was like all world, but he just kept getting injured. So,
I know.
Yeah.
All right. Uplifting. Let's get to a little football, shall we? And then a Bregman update at 5. When the games tip off, NBA action, FanDuel, this is probably the only way you can watch the NBA. It is a cursed league this year. It is really hard to watch. I don't know, you do an SGP or something. FanDuel, they got more markets than anybody. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket today. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Moran Brick GMC. Could Matt Patricia be coaching against Michigan and MSU soon? It's possible. He was in Columbus yesterday speaking with Ohio State about their defensive coordinator opening. MSU basketball coach Tom Izzo has a chance to pass Bobby Knight tonight for the most wins in Big Ten history. Fitting that Izzo may break the record against Indiana. The Hoosiers have lost 7 of their last 8. Their head coach Mike Woodson has already informed Indiana he's stepping down at the end of the year as well. Tip at 9. Meanwhile, in Ann Arbor, a sold-out Chrysler crowd will watch the Wolverines against Purdue. Hear it on WWJ at 7. According to Matt Zenitz, the Lions are expected to hire Ohio State offensive assistant head football coach Tyler Roll as an offensive assistant for them. He's also worked with the Cyclones running backs in his time there. The Bulls will be without Lonzo Ball tonight against the Pistons. Here if Detroit can make it 3 straight wins at 8 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Ex-Michigan baseball coach Eric Backage is suspended for the first 2 games of Clemson's season after getting ejected in the College Baseball World Series last year. Backage said today that he'll join the radio broadcast since they're calling it outside of the facility. Quote, I can't get ejected from the radio, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Mike really enjoyed that. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you with us. Don't forget to check out our YouTube. Subscribe to the damn thing so Evan's kid can eat. All right, let's get to it, shall we? Alex Bregman. So, yeah, he still hasn't signed anywhere. But I have some audio I want to play. And earlier we did this topic. You know, we had settled on that Alex Bregman was the Biscoff cookie on the airplane. You don't necessarily have to have it, but it's decent to have it or throw it in your bag. But sometimes it just crumbles. I mean, it's a broken bag of cookie. Alex Bregman is available cookie. You don't have to have it, but better than not. Well, here's the problem. This market, I feel like Alex Bregman has become overrated because he's the last available cookie. And it just, so I wanted to present to you a Fangraphs projection that terrified me. Now, Rico and I have been pretty simpatico on this. He Rico's 4 years, I've said 5. I'll pay the tax, I'll sign the player, but guess what? 6 or 7 has been a no-go for us. And before you freak out and you start just insulting me, oh, if it's 5, why isn't that 6, jackass? Look, you do have to draw lines somewhere. And I don't think they're arbitrary. I don't think that they are made up or ego-driven. It's how much of a tax am I going to pay for a guy who at that point in the deal will be falling apart? So here's the Fangraphs thing. So opening day 2027. Not 5 years from now, not 4 years from now, not even 3. 2 seasons from now. Do you know what Fangraphs projects Alex Bregman to be? A 240 hitter, 17 home runs, a 720 OPS, woefully league average. So for 2 seasons, let's say Alex Bregman plays all-star baseball, which, by the way, he's only been an all-star twice. But fine. Are you willing to pay 5 years and $150 million in tax to get 2 good seasons? I'm not.
No, because even in that projection, even his walks are down. Like, he's a little bit above where he was last year. He's at 54 walks.
So basically be a 2-WAR player. I don't want that. Now, well, you'd pay 5. Right, because think about it. If I'm paying for 2 seasons, could you justify 3 years of tax? Maybe. Guys, I want you to listen to Bob Nightingale. Now, I don't take Nightingale very seriously. However, it's audio, it's interesting, we're talking about it. I want to know if you subscribe to what he's saying, that Alex Bregman, playing all-star baseball, which, by the way, he's only been an all-star twice. But fine. Are you willing to pay 5 years and $150 million in tax to get 2 good seasons? I'm not. No. If there's a team to go to 7 years, it would be the Tigers, and it's like, well, give Bregman what he wants. We need the player. Here's Bob Nightingale. Take a listen to this. I want to know where you're at as a fan on Tuesday, February 11th in this pursuit of Bregman. It's down to the Tigers, Red Sox, Cubs. That's the latest report. If he's getting 6 or 7 years, I'm out. I'm out. I that Fangraphs projection scares me. His walk rate scares me. Here's park factor, the other thing I talked to Rico about earlier. You have one of the 8 worst ballparks in the sport to hit a baseball. And specifically for a guy like Bregman, who's a dead pull right-handed hitter. Why? Like, what do we say? Gleyber Torres last year had 15 home runs. If he played here last year, he'd have 9. A guy who had 30 home runs would have 18, depending on the bat ball profile. Now, if you're Pete Alonso, it doesn't matter. You hit a ball to the moon. Yeah. But a guy like Bregman doesn't have that kind of power. He flashed it once in his career 6 years ago. That ain't coming back. And that was back in the old Altuve little booby buzzers and
the trash cans.
Garbage cans. And Kenny, you remember he had the little thing attached to himself. I mean, what are we talking about?
They won. No, I'm not going to. Nobody hug me. I got to run to the clubhouse for a second and change.
And also don't electrocute me by pouring Gatorade on me. Right. But everything's totally fine. So I would like to know where you're at. Rico and I, you and I are the same on this. I want the player, but man, I'm kind of souring on it the longer this has gone. Is that wrong of me?
No, it's not, because here's the thing. Because it's going on so long, the expectations are going to be so high, and I don't think he can live up to them in this ballpark. So what will happen is everybody who's just like, pay him the 6-7 years will turn on him so fast when all of a sudden those numbers aren't what you thought that they were. I think that Scott Harris is being very responsible right now, and it tells me they're interested to a point. It tells me that, you know what, if you come down off of some numbers, we can work this out. We're not officially out on you, but we'll just kind of hang around here in the back and wait for things to simmer down.
Well, the whispers are they've offered 6. That's the whispers. I don't want a 6-year deal for Alex Bregman.
Yeah, he's looking for 7, if that's the point. And in that case, it's like,
okay, it's 6. What do you do? You're out.
I say no.
I'm out.
It is the opposite of betting on yourself. It is telling me you realize this is it for you. So you're trying to squeeze all the juice you can out of this orange.
And there's no mistake. If the guy signs, I'm not going to root against him. And I don't have as negative a take on this as I did Javi when he signed. If you signed Javi, I said I'd vomit all over the place on the air. Well, it happened. No, I'll root like hell for Bregman. I like him. Plus, he's a horse racing fan, so I got to root for him. I'm just saying, a 6-year deal, like, is this the bullet we want to fire for the better part of $200 million? No, I don't. I wish it were different, but I feel like teams are. If the Cubs offer him 6 years and $180 million, I just tip my cap and go, you go enjoy Wrigley, hitting in 38-degree weather in one of the worst parks in baseball to hit. I mean, that's got 15 home runs written all over it. 248-539-9797. David, where are you at on it?
I'm at no thank you now. It's gone on way too long. And for the report the other day to still say 7 years, no thank you.
How about 6?
No thank you.
5?
No. Yeah, okay. I'll lean in the direction of yes for 5.
Okay.
I prefer 4, but I don't think that's ever happening anymore.
Not real.
So, yes, I'll take 5, but 6 or 7, no thank you. And I was that way before your data today, Mike, because
I'm
6
sorry.
or 7 is just ridiculous.
I'm sorry if the data scared you.
No, it didn't scare me. It kind of confirmed no for me. That's all.
Yeah.
It just confirmed it. Like, I'm good.
When you see, just that outside projection of, this is kind of what I thought it was going to be. But all of a sudden, David, it became real when somebody else came up with those numbers. Like, okay, so it's not just in my head. This is, and it's not it's gospel, but I think it's closer to those numbers that Fangraph has.
It's not way off, I don't think. it's not like the total opposite of what will actually happen, where he's just going to shoot up and have great numbers.
I think it's closer to those numbers, and all of a sudden he goes out and hits 35 home runs.
The problem in all of this is I don't have an alternative. And I'm not just going to make stuff up and do fantasy radio. I can't do that to the listener. Would I rather take some of these prospects I have and make a bold trade and get a legitimate core piece of this third base? Yes. Well, I don't have a name for you.
Well, I was going to say, maybe it's one of those where you do that come trade deadline, some team that's just out of it and looking to sell off.
See, but it's funny. It's funny you say that the way you do, Mike, because this was a thing in December where everyone was like, yes. And there were so many other options than Bregman. So many other options that you could have gotten. And now there's not as many options, and Bregman seems to be the only big name out there.
But
and
that's
you would
where
think people would say, yeah, whatever he wants, I'll take him.
But see, that's where I think he's become overrated because he's the last available cookie. I mean, if you're not signing him, it's Whit Merrifield. Justin Turner doesn't even play third anymore. He's basically a DH. So I don't know what you do.
Yeah, basically, it's the last call. It's 150, and the place closes at 2. What are you going to do?
Kenny?
I stand with David here, primarily because, 4 years isn't real. That's what we all want, right? But it's not, that offer doesn't exist. And I feel like I'm with you guys in that watching all these other teams not sign Bregman, I feel like the longer the saga continues, the least likely I'm going to be to want to have him, if that makes any sense.
No. But you get to a point where you get fatigued, where it's like, look, if the Tigers had offered 6 and he wanted to be here, the deal should be done. His former manager's here. It's a playoff caliber team. But again, I don't want to paint him as a bad guy. His agent and him have a job. They have goals. They have things that they want. I'm not mad about it, but I don't have to be sitting here pining for him. He's not Juan Soto. He's a good baseball player. Be happy to have him. But he's going to the Cubs. Is he going to be the Cubs' best offensive player? No. That guy's name is Kyle Tucker. He's not that type of guy. And I worry heading into his mid-30s, are you going to get a preview of Nolan Arenado? Is that basically what you're doing? That you jump on the Arenado Express and it's like, oh, look, all these numbers are getting worse every year. It's very hard to have a revival as you get into your 30s. Now, if you're
naturally,
if you're performing and a guy keeps performing, no, you're just good. But, we had a guy call up earlier and go, well, would you trade for Arenado? I'm like, if the Cardinals pick up the tab.
And by pick up the tab, you mean how much?
50 cents on the dollar. Okay. Not my that's a YP, not an MP. The Cardinals are not going to have him on their opening day roster. So, his numbers aren't that good. Right, but I'm not paying him for 6 years, 7 years. I'd have Arenado for what, 2 or 3? And somewhat, it's the scene in Moneyball. No, the New York Yankees are paying you to play against them. That's basically.
Here's what they think about you.
Right. So, I don't know, man. But we'll get to the people in a moment. 248-539-9797. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer. It's simple. The deals, best offers of the new year right now. The 25 Blazer at Moran, $299 a month, 24 months. The 25 Trax, $249 a month, 39 months. Both only $999 down, and new stock arriving daily. They will have the vehicle you're looking for. Go to MoranExpress.com, get the certified service and the loaner. Go about your day. You don't need to sit there staring at a vending machine. Score your best deal. MoranExpress.com or get it on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, let's get to the people. Ethan's on a cell, 97.1. Ethan, what's going on, brother?
Fellas, thanks for taking my call. I just had to chime in about this Bregman thing. Look, I can't do 6 years. I feel like the majority of you guys, I can't swallow that pill. I can't go down that road again because, and a lot of this stems from the fact that the Ilitch family Chris Ilitch has not shown that once he spends, he's just going to keep spending. He has not shown to me that he's his dad. So I think that I'd love for, I don't think that's going to happen. But Mike, you touched on it just a little bit earlier. I am all in on the boat of, listen, you play the first half of this season and you might just have to swallow it. You might have to, work with what you have. But then you go out there, all of the pieces that you have, and the Tigers have one of the best minor league systems right now.
Yep, weaponize it.
You're not going to see all those. You're not going to see all those guys coming up to the majors.
And they're not all going to be. And Ethan, they're not all going to be good either.
Yep.
This fantasy kills me.
People talk about these guys like they're guaranteed. Like Max Clark is the next Mike Trout. No, he's not.
Yeah, no.
So you're going to have to go out there. Some of the names that you really, really like on those minor league teams are going to go poof, bye-bye. Yep. But guess what it buys you? It buys you a legitimate right-handed bat, which you must have in this lineup. And like you said, I don't know who the name of that player is, but guess what? I guarantee you halfway through the season when the trade deadline rolls around, I'm going to know at least 2 or 3 of those names. So I'm not jumping on this multi-year, 6 to 7 year bandwagon. And look, it doesn't look like the Tigers are either. It looks like they've put their foot down and said, hey, here's our offer, and if you don't like it, kick rocks.
But the problem is, Ethan, the issue is if they went to 6, they really didn't put their foot down. I won't feel great about that at all.
I've heard rumblings that the number is 6 right now, and I don't love that. I don't like that. I really need to see it at 5 or less. And if they do the deal, Mike, I still want them looking to sell off pieces and add another legitimate bat to this team.
Well,
even if they do it, because you know what? That, to me, is Ilitch saying, yes, I give you permission to go all in with this young core.
Yeah, and I think, it's funny, Ethan, because I think you look at it the way we do is like, oh, well, they've added all this payroll. They're all 1-year deals. There's no responsibility to it because, it's all over. Next year, it clears the decks again.
And listen, if Tarek Skubal doesn't get – and it's fine. He can go through this year, but guess what? At the end of this year, you're paying the piper, and he becomes people are going to think I'm crazy when I say this. Outside of Shohei Ohtani, he becomes the number 1 paid pitcher in all of baseball. And that you're going to have to do it. You must.
Ethan, I said something, and I was surprised. I mean, I don't care. People can say whatever they want, but I was surprised. Like, I got shredded, held by people at this station. I go, guys, if Garrett Cole's making 36.5, if I'm Boris and I'm Skubal, I'm asking for 40 per.
Oh, it's 40.
So it's 40. 5 at 200 or 10 with opt-outs at 400. Oh, my God. You would have thought I accused someone's mom of being a whore.
No, listen, Mike. Listen, this is the way it's done. And baseball makes more money than the Catholic Church. You got to go out there and you got to get him signed. And the money is paper. It doesn't matter. You can vaporize it. It means nothing, okay? I understand it does in the grand scheme of really putting a roster together with the size market team the Tigers have. But guess what? You put a great product together and put it out on the field. Detroit has showed you that they will be one of the top 3 fan bases in all of baseball.
You'll put $3 million through the turnstile. No question. And Ethan, it all works together. And look, I understand the TV contract thing is a thing. And unlike the Dodgers, right? You don't own everything. You don't own your network. I get that. But no one's asking this team to have a $400 million payroll. Now, to their credit, they spent with an asterisk. It's still the 1-year deals. If you're doing the Bregman thing, that is a different type of spending where, hey, you got to live with it. I don't know. Like, if I get to fire one bullet and I'm Scott Harris, do I want to fire it on Bregman? And Harris is shrewd. He's sharp. Come on, he's a baseball guy. You look at that data. You look at the analytics on that. I don't know how that's the bullet you want to fire, unless AJ just went to the wall and goes, I demand.
Yeah, I need him, and trust me, he's going to play for me because at this point, I'd rather use your minor league, and I'd rather, if you're in contention, wait to see if somebody's going to be selling off players and go that route. Maybe you have to start the season without having that solidified person at third base.
Oh, face of the franchise, Veerling. David, ticket text, please.
The longer this Bregman saga goes on, the more pissed I get once again that the Tigers could have had Chapman on the roster. Similar player at a lower rate, never going to live that one down.
You know what? Rieger's entered the building, and he's not wrong. No, but he wanted to go home. He took a deal that had opt-outs after every year. I didn't pound the desk for any particular guy. I wanted one human being who could hit baseballs. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Chapman, what was he, a 6 WAR last year?
I've just been told he's a 7 WAR.
7.
So yeah,
but hey, let's all get made fun of for that.
And had he opted out, it meant he had a good season.
Hey, Riggs.
Correct.
Riggs, this one's for you, buddy. Wyatt Langford.
Oh, man, I'm tired of this guy Bregman already. I would tell him the offer on the table is good for 72 hours and then pull it. Don't sign him. No, Kenny. He's not the same player he was 6 years ago, and he won't be the same player he is now in 4, 5, 6 years. Thank you from Dan.
It is surprising if the Tigers go to the wall for this guy because it would violate all their principles. His walk rate went down by 50%. The park factor will crush him. His power seems to top out in Houston at 25, which means if I'm being very fair, he would top out at 20 here. I don't know.
Nothing makes sense, but
I like him. That's the problem is then if I say these things, people are like, well, what happened? You wanted at the start of the offseason, I never imagined the world he would get 6 or 7 years. Like, what the hell are we talking about?
You'd like him to a price. And then it's kind of like how you let Saquon go at your fantasy draft. You had a cap. You know what? Not paying past.
Oh, I bid up. I was ready to pay 70 for him, and then Cookies went 71. I go, all right, take him.
Right. There's
only so much you can do.
There should be, and I think the same here, where 6 years, 5, okay, if I have to. Look, I'd rather go 4. That's where I would do the best. I'd pay the Detroit tax. Maybe we just increase it per year.
But that's not how the game works.
I know.
I'm with you. It makes total sense. It's why baseball annoys me. I should be able to pay you more for less term, and we get a great deal done. It doesn't happen. Boris is not the only one. It is the dumbest thing in the world. Think about this. Why would I ever want to sign someone for 7, 8, 10 years? Even the Soto thing. What did I say to you when Soto walked out the door? I wasn't even mad. I go, you know what? This is Fugazi. A 15-year contract? Take him. Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. NBA, I can sign the greatest player in the world, and the most I'm getting is what, 5?
And now most of them are going 3.
NFL, 5?
5.
Don't hit me with he signed a 10-year. None of it's guaranteed. It doesn't count.
Right.
Hockey and baseball need to figure their lives out. The idea that 7, 8, 10-year deals are a thing, it makes no sense.
But it's funny because the NBA realized, wait, I can just keep doing these 2 and 3 year deals and just keep maximizing.
LeBron with the 1+1.
Right. But they're getting rich.
David?
They are getting rich. Someone says, pay Bregman. I couldn't care less if Chris Ilitch has to buy it out in 3 years. I don't care. It's not my money.
If you didn't buy out Baez, they're not buying out Bregman. And then, by the way, if Bregman comes here and stinks, you will have $57 million in dead body on a team payroll that is sub 150. So just understand. Now, if he's good, you live with it. He's got to be great. At a 6 at 180, he's got to be great for 3.5, 4 years. For that deal to make sense. That's my fear, is I don't think, look, if he goes to Boston, I actually think the 6 years could work based on ballpark. Mm-hmm. Because Bregman could go there with the Green Monster and pop a 30 home run season or 3. Sorry.
No.
I'm passionate about this stuff.
Yeah.
That's all.
But yeah, that ballpark fits him.
It
Kind of like
does.
Houston did. It's not the same as Detroit, not the same as Chicago.
Definitely not.
Nowhere close.
That's why it's just
Houston's
weird.
ballpark is so small.
Okay, because it seems like to me, why haven't you just either went back to Houston or you just signed with Boston? Like I guess I would love to be in the room to find out what the sticking point really is, because it feels like there's something else we just don't know.
One more here. Someone says Arenado has 3 years left. Trade those kids for a platinum glove and less term. Eating his contract may afford us to trade lesser prospects as well. That guy wants Arenado. Okay. Another person says, Chicago, just please take him. I don't even want to think about him anymore. Just take him off my hands.
Yeah, it almost feels like the place he wants to go to is not offering him enough, and the places he really doesn't want to go to is offering him great deals. It's like, okay, can you just match their deal, and I'll go with you as well. How about this?
What?
Let's talk a little college.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Here's Rico.
College basketball is in full swing, and I need high-speed internet to watch the games on all the streaming apps, like tonight. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the college hoops action, guess what? Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, March almost here. College hoops. It's kind of made for betting. Let's get after it. FanDuel, $5 bet wins 150 in extra bonus bets if it hits. And March Madness, yes, it's a betting palooza. So if you're coming out of that football fog, it's time to roll. Do it with FanDuel, FanDuel.com/ticket. And get in on the college hoops action. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. No trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You missed anything? Odyssey.com. Rewind. Also, please check out our YouTube page so Evan's child can eat. I mean, honestly, you don't want to send another kid home hungry, do you? Subscribe to it. David,
Hey, Sarah McLachlan.
Do you want me to have Evan send? We'll do a commercial with Evan's kid, like starving in an oil drum or something. Please subscribe to this YouTube so this child can live. I don't care. I'm not. That's not beneath me. David, what do you got on the ticket text?
Someone says, I'm with you, Mike and David. I did not care anything about Dick Vitale returning over the weekend. Didn't mean a thing to me.
I don't understand all these broadcasters that want to die on the microphone. I don't get it. Is your life so empty this is all you have? Then you didn't live.
No, but I think it was how they grew up. You do it until you die, and then that's it.
That's sad. Someone else says, I sure would love to watch the Red Wings continue and try to capture the last playoff spot tonight, but instead, I got college basketball.
Well, Kenny's stupid league with this ridiculous in-season tournament nobody asked for, and they couldn't even name the trophy. Only the NHL. Such a low-rent Mickey Mouse league. Nice league, Kenny.
Not my fault. I didn't do this.
You're the one who loves it, though. Like, it would anger me if I were a big fan of the sport.
It absolutely angers me because now we have to waste part of the season and nothing's happening.
I just always laugh when you see how much they're making, and I'm like, wow, that's like the 12th man on the bench.
It's a pity league. It's like
he's got the highest paid contract at $11 million.
Joe Burrow makes more money than the whole Kraken roster. You're like, yeah, nice league.
Like, yeah, that's Tim Hardaway Jr.
Essentially, is the NHL the Mountain West of professional sports?
Hey, man, the cap is going up to like $93 million, okay?
Wowie kazowie.
Wow. Like, I wonder what do they say when they see people like, wow, he just made $200 million. You know how long we would have to play to see $200 million?
Why do you think poor Gordie Howe is still getting out there in his 60s for rent money? Nice league.
Vipers.
Nice league.
He wanted to play in 6 decades.
I can't wait for these games tonight. Incredible slate. That is Kyle from Plymouth.
That was actually from Rico at his desk.
If the Tigers are going to actually offer 7 years and $210 million to a player, then it better be Vlad Jr., not Bregman.
Well,
that is from Rick.
You'd have to add $100 million to that, and probably 3 years. Look, none of these deals are going to be good deals. The good deal is, yes, the way Scott Harris wants to do it, I fully understand it. You draft and develop, and you find your own star, and then you abuse the rules, which is what baseball is, and you hold the player to where he doesn't hit free agency until he's Paul Newman's age, and then you throw them in the garbage and let somebody else pay for them. That's the only way you're getting a value. My point is, once you've developed a few players, you cost average it. Like, you know you're going to have them until age 28 or 29, and they make nothing, even if they win their arbitration, then it's okay to do some of that. I just don't know if Bregman's the guy. Now, look, if we talked about Vlad last year. Now that they've moved Colt Keith to first, I don't think they're going to be in the market for first baseman. But I'll tell you right away, Vlad Guerrero, no, that's a player I don't care. I'll throw everybody else in the trash.
I was about to say, yeah, if he's available, yeah.
Take Colt Keith. There, I solved my first base problem. I take Vlad in a heartbeat.
You could take Torque, too.
Okay, that to do what? Carry bags?
I'm just saying, whatever you want, take them all.
You do need someone to do that. Someone else, one more thing on the college basketball says, such a joke. If only the Big Ten had a network to showcase these games.
Right.
So dumb.
PTN is so low rent. I don't even know how that thing is. That goofball who won the ESPN contest still there?
Mike, whatever his name. Hall, yeah. Mike Hall.
Yeah.
What does he have, a cot in the production room? Does he sleep at that place?
No, but just remember, Peacock paid a ton of money to get those games.
I don't care. So. Good. And you know what? You enjoy them. I'm going to be, as Wojo says, checking out The Severance.
Oh. Now, I heard you talking about that. Is it? It sounds like you're.
I don't know what it is, Bob.
Everybody I meet says it's amazing.
I wouldn't use amazing yet.
See, I think it's a little bit of sci-fi and a little bit of slow burn, which is not two things that I would say Mike enjoys.
And I don't think I would either.
Oh, my. What are we stretching out?
It's not, it's not like instant impact. It's
David
not,
just unfurls it.
You know, somebody on the ranch and, you got in the way, I'm going to shoot you. It's not that.
Severance. And this is like the second season?
It's the
first. You plowed through, though.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, the problem is when somebody says, when everybody says it's amazing, and then you go in and it's not.
I don't know
that's
what
the
I'm
problem.
watching, Bob. I don't understand it yet. I'm working my way.
And you have to just basically let the story play out and not
Have you
try
seen
to
it?
figure it out. I've seen a couple episodes.
Is it a thriller, mystery?
No,
like sci-fi.
Just give it a shot.
Not worth it. Okay, all right.
You got nothing going on. Watch it.
I mean, basically,
I've got so many stories going on.
Bob, here's
By
the
stories, do you mean cocktails? You ain't got nothing going on. Watch The Severance, as you say, all right?
It's the basic story is there's a group of workers. They work in a building. their outside life and their work life, they don't remember anything. When they go in the elevator, they forget. And it's like whatever you did, taking out the garbage at home, you don't remember until you leave work, and then you remember all your outside things, but you forget your work
Right,
life.
you could murder somebody at work and then go home and not realize you murdered somebody.
Well, that is Mike.
Yeah, that
right?
kind of like what Mike wants to do every day.
Yeah.
And that's why I told him, I was like, it would be funny because you would love that, but it's a slow burn.
Okay, a slow. But by the way, I did hear a major erroneous statement by you earlier, Michael.
What?
Well, not erroneous because it was your opinion.
Is this going back to meatballs?
No. Why are you anti the Delta Biscoff cookies?
I'm not.
You
Wait a minute.
are.
No, I said
He did it again.
They're good. But it's not a gotta have it. But you're like, well, this is the only thing they're giving you. I may as well take it.
Wojo.
It's available cookie. That's how we described Alex
I
Bregman.
know, that was a good description.
If Delta had chocolate chip cookies or the Biscoff, most people would say, give me the chocolate
I thought
chip.
you guys were talking about the guy in the morning.
No. Who? Oh.
Cookies.
Oh, cookies. Gotcha.
Oh, you mean disco?
Let it go. You got to let it go, Mike.
I'm telling you, if he expires before me, you know how like Woj goes out there and they crush nuts on Bo's grave? I will spray paint Costa's grave with disco.